The Chessmen of Mars by Edgar Rice Burroughs. Prelude. John Carter comes to Earth. Shay had just beaten me at chess, as usual, and, also as usual, I had gleaned what questionable satisfaction I might by twitting him with this indication of failing mentality by calling his attention to the nth time to the theory, propounded by certain scientists, which is based upon the assertion that phenomenal chess players are always found to be from the ranks of children under 12, adults over 72, or the mentally defective, a theory that is lightly ignored upon those rare occasions that I win. Shay had gone to bed, and I should have followed suit, for we are always in the saddle here before sunrise. But instead, I sat there before the chess table in the library, idly blowing smoke at the dishonored head of my defeated king. While thus profitably employed, I heard the east door of the living room open and someone enter. I thought it was Shay, returning to speak with me on some matter of tomorrow's work. But when I raised my eyes to the doorway that connects the two rooms, I saw framed there the figure of a bronzed giant, his otherwise naked body trapped with a jewel-encrusted harness, from which there hung at one side an ornate, short sword, and at the other a pistol of strange pattern. The black hair, the steel-gray eyes, brave and smiling, the noble features, I recognized them at once, and leaping to my feet, I advanced with outstretched hand. "John Carter!" I cried. "You?" "None other, my son," he replied, taking my hand in one of his and placing the other upon my shoulder. "And what are you doing here?" I asked. "It has been long years since you revisited Earth, and never before in the trappings of Mars. Lord, but it is good to see you, and not a day older in appearance than when you trotted me on your knee in my babyhood. How do you explain it, John Carter, warlord of Mars, or do you try to explain it?" "Why attempt to explain the inexplicable?" he replied. "As I have told you before, I am a very old man. I do not know how old I am. I recall no childhood, but recollect only having been always as you see me now, and as you saw me first, when you were 5 years old. You, yourself, have aged, though not as much as most men in a corresponding number of years, which may be accounted for by the fact that the same blood runs in our veins, but I have not aged at all. I have discussed the question with a noted Martian scientist, a friend of mine, but his theories are still only theories. However, I am content with the fact. I never age, and I love life and the vigor of youth. And now as to your natural question as to what brings me to Earth again, and in this, to earthly eyes, strange habiliment. We may thank Kar Komak, the bowman of Lothar. It was he who gave me the idea upon which I have been experimenting until at last I have achieved success. As you know, I have long possessed the power to cross the void in spirit, but never before have I been able to impart to inanimate things a similar power. Now, however, you see me for the first time precisely as my Martian fellows see me. You see the very short sword that has tasted the blood of many a savage foeman, the harness with the devices of Helium and the insignia of my rank, the pistol that was presented to me by Tars Tarkas, Jeddak of Thark. Aside from seeing you, which is my principal reason for being here, and satisfying myself that I can transport inanimate things from Mars to Earth, and therefore animate things if I so desire, I have no purpose. Earth is not for me. My every interest is upon Barsoom. My wife, my children, my work, all are there. I will spend a quiet evening with you, and then back to the world I love even better than I love life." As he spoke, he dropped into the chair upon the opposite side of the chess table. "You spoke of children," I said. "Have you more than Carthoris?" "A daughter," he replied. only a little younger than Catharos, and, barring one, the fairest thing that ever breathed the thin air of dying Mars. Only Dejah Thoris, her mother, could be more beautiful than Tara of Helium. For a moment, he fingered the chessmen idly. "We have a game on Mars similar to chess," he said. "Very similar. And there is a race there that plays it grimly, with men and naked swords. We call the game Jetan. It is played on a board like yours, except that there are 100 squares and we use 20 pieces on each side. I never see it played without thinking of Tara of Helium and what befell her among the chessmen of Barsoom. Would you like to hear her story?" I said that I would, and so he told it to me, and now I shall try to retell it for you as nearly in the words of the Warlord of Mars as I can recall them, but in the third person. If there be inconsistencies and errors, let the blame fall not upon John Carter, but rather upon my faulty memory where it belongs. It is a strange tale, and utterly Barsoomian. This is the end of the prelude of the Chessmen of Mars by Edgar Rice Burroughs. Recording by Tom Weiss. Tara in a Tantrum. Tara of Helium rose from the pile of silks and soft furs upon which she had been reclining, stretched her lithe body languidly, and crossed toward the center of the room where, above a large table, a bronze disc depended from the low ceiling. Her carriage was that of health and physical perfection, the effortless harmony of faultless coordination. A scarf of silken gossamer crossing over one shoulder was wrapped about her body. Her black hair was piled high upon her head. With a wooden stick, she tapped upon the bronze disc lightly, and presently the summons was answered by a slave girl, who entered, smiling, to be greeted similarly by her mistress. "Are my father's guests arriving?" asked the princess. "Yes, Tara of Helium, they come," replied the slave. "I have seen Kantos Kan, overlord of the navy, and Prince Soran of Tharp, and Dior Kantos, son of Kantos Kan." She shot a roguish glance at her mistress as she mentioned Dior Kantos' name. "And, oh, there were others. Many have come." "The bath, then, Uthia," said her mistress. "And why, Uthia," she added, "do you look thus and smile when you mention the name of Dior Kantos?" The slave girl laughed gaily. "It is so plain to all that he worships you," she replied. "It is not plain to me," said Tara of Helium. "He is the friend of my brother, Cartharis, and so he is here much, but not to see me. It is his friendship for Cartharis that brings him thus often to the palace of my father." "But Cartharis is hunting in the north with Talu, Jeddak of Okar," Uthia reminded her. "My bath, Uthia!" cried Tara of Helium. "That tongue of yours will bring you to some misadventure yet." "The bath is ready, Tara of Helium," the girl responded, her eyes still twinkling with merriment, for she well knew that in the heart of her mistress was no anger that could displace the love of the princess for her slave. Preceding the daughter of the Warlord, she opened the door of an adjoining room where lay the bath, a gleaming pool of scented water in a marble basin. Golden stanchions supported a chain of gold encircling it and leading down into the water on either side of marble steps. A glass dome let in the sunlight, which flooded the interior, glancing from the polished white of the marble walls and the procession of bathers and fishes, which, in conventional design, were inlaid with gold in a broad band that circled the room. Tara of Helium removed the scarf from about her and handed it to the slave. Slowly she descended the steps to the water, the temperature of which she tested with a symmetrical foot, undeformed by tight shoes and high heels. A lovely foot, as God intended that feet should be and seldom are. Finding the water to her liking, The girl swam leisurely to and fro about the pool. With the silken ease of the seal she swam, now at the surface, now below, her smooth muscles rolling softly beneath her clear skin, a wordless song of health and happiness and grace. Presently she emerged and gave herself into the hands of the slave girl, who rubbed the body of her mistress with a sweet-smelling, semi-liquid substance contained in a golden urn, until the glowing skin was covered with a foamy lather, then a quick plunge into the pool, a drying with soft towels, and the bath was over. Typical of the life of the princess was the simple elegance of her bath. No retinue of useless slaves, no pomp, no idle waste of precious moments. In another half hour her hair was dried and built into the strange, but becoming, coiffure of her station. Her leathern trappings, encrusted with gold and jewels, had been adjusted to her figure, and she was ready to mingle with the guests that had been bidden to the midday function at the palace of the Warlord. As she left her apartments to make her way to the gardens where the guests were congregating, two warriors, the insignia of the house of the Prince of Helium upon their harness, followed a few paces behind her, grim reminders that the assassin's blade may never be ignored upon Barsoom, where, in a measure, it counterbalances the great natural span of human life, which is estimated at not less than 1,000 years. As they neared the entrance to the garden, another woman, similarly guarded, approached them from another quarter of the great palace. As she neared them, Tara of Helium turned toward her with a smile and a happy greeting, while her guards knelt with bowed heads in willing and voluntary adoration of the beloved of Helium. Thus always, solely at the command of their own hearts, did the warriors of Helium greet Dejah Thoris, whose deathless beauty had more than once brought them to bloody warfare with other nations of Barsoom. So great was the love of the people of Helium for the mate of John Carter, it amounted practically to worship, as though she were indeed the goddess that she looked. The mother and daughter expressed the gentle Barsoomian chaor of greeting and kissed. Then together they entered the gardens where the guests were. A huge warrior drew his short sword and struck his metal shield with the flat of it, the brazen sound ringing out above the laughter and the speech. "The princess comes!" he cried. "Dejah Thoris! The princess comes! Tara of Helium!" Thus always is royalty announced. The guests arose. The two women inclined their heads, the guards fell back upon either side of the entranceway. A number of nobles advanced to pay their respects. The laughing and the talking were resumed, and Dejah Thoris and her daughter moved simply and naturally among their guests, no suggestion of differing rank apparent in the bearing of any who were there, though there was more than a single jeddak and many common warriors whose only title lay in brave deeds or noble patriotism. Thus it is upon Mars where men are judged upon their own merits rather than upon those of their grandsires, even though pride of lineage be great. Tara of Helium let her slow gaze wander among the throng of guests until presently it halted upon one she sought. Was the faint shadow of a frown that crossed her brow an indication of displeasure at the sight that met her eyes, or did the brilliant rays of the noonday sun distress her? Who may say? She had been reared to believe that one day she would wed Djor Kantos, son of her father's best friend. It had been the dearest wish of Kantos Kan and the Warlord that this should be, and Tara of Helium had accepted it as a matter of all but accomplished fact. Djor Kantos had seemed to accept the matter in the same way. They had spoken of it casually as something that would, as a matter of course, take place in the indefinite future as, for instance, his promotion in the Navy, in which he was now a padwar, or the set functions of the court of her grandfather, Tardos Mors, jeddak of Helium, or death. They had never spoken of love, and that had puzzled Tara of Helium upon the rare occasions she gave it thought, for she knew that people who were to wed were usually much occupied with the matter of love, and she had all of a woman's curiosity. She wondered what love was like. She was very fond of Djor Kantos, and she knew that he was very fond of her. They liked to be together, for they liked the same things, and the same people, and the same books, and their dancing was a joy not only to themselves but to those who watched them. She could not imagine wanting to marry anyone other than Djor Kantos. So, perhaps it was only the sun that made her brows contract just the tiniest bit at the same instant that she discovered Djor Kantos sitting in earnest conversation with Olvia Marthis, daughter of the Jed of Hastor. It was Djor Kantos' duty immediately to pay his respects to Dejah Thoris and Tara of Helium, but he did not do so, and presently the daughter of the warlord frowned indeed. She looked long at Olvia Marthis, and though she had seen her many times before and knew her well, she looked at her today through new eyes that saw, apparently for the first time, that the girl from Hastor was noticeably beautiful, even among those beautiful women of Helium. Tara of Helium was disturbed. She attempted to analyze her emotions, but found it difficult. Olvia Marthis was her friend. She was very fond of her, and she felt no anger toward her. Was she angry with Djor Kantos? No, she finally decided that she was not. It was merely surprise, then, that she felt. Surprise that Djor Kantos could be more interested in another than in herself. She was about to cross the garden and join them when she heard her father's voice directly behind her. "Tara of Helium!" he called, and she turned to see him approaching with a strange warrior whose harness and metal bore devices with which she was unfamiliar. Even among the gorgeous trappings of the men of Helium and the visitors from distant empires, those of the stranger were remarkable for their barbaric splendor. The leather of his harness was completely hidden beneath ornaments of platinum, thickly set with brilliant diamonds, as were the scabbards of his swords and the ornate holster that held his long Martian pistol. Moving through the sunlit garden at the side of the great warlord, the scintillant rays of his countless gems enveloping him as in an aureole of light imparted to his noble figure a suggestion of godliness. "Tara of Helium, I bring you Gahan, Jed of Gathol," said John Carter, after the simple Barsoomian custom of presentation. "Kaor." "Gahan, Jed of Gathol," returned Tara of Helium. "My sword is at your feet, Tara of Helium," said the young chieftain. The warlord left them, and the two seated themselves upon an ersite bench beneath a spreading sorapus tree. "Far Gathol," mused the girl. "Ever in my mind has it been connected with mystery and romance and the half-forgotten lore of the ancients. I cannot think of Gathol as existing today, possibly because I have never before seen a Gatholian, and perhaps too because of the great distance that separates Helium and Gathol, as well as the comparative insignificance of my little free city, which might easily be lost in one quarter of mighty Helium," added Gahan. "But what we lack in power we make up in pride," he continued, laughing. "We believe ours the oldest inhabited city upon Barsoom. It is one of the few that has retained its freedom, and this despite the fact that its ancient diamond mines are the richest known, and unlike practically all the other fields, are today apparently as inexhaustible as ever." "Tell me of Gathol," urged the girl. "The very thought fills me with interest." Nor was it likely that the handsome face of the young Jed detracted anything from the glamour of far Gathol. Nor did Gahan seem displeased with the excuse for further monopolizing the society of his fair companion. His eyes seemed chained to her exquisite features, from which they moved no further than to a rounded breast, part hid beneath its jeweled covering, a naked shoulder, or the symmetry of a perfect arm, resplendent in bracelets of barbaric magnificence. Your ancient history has doubtless told you that Gathol was built upon an island in Throxius, mightiest of the 5 oceans of old Barsoom. As the ocean receded, Gathol crept down the sides of the mountain, the summit of which was the island upon which she had been built, until today she covers the slopes from summit to base, while the bowels of the great hill are honeycombed with the galleries of her mines. Entirely surrounding us is a great salt marsh, which protects us from invasion by land, while the rugged and oft-times vertical topography of our mountain renders the landing of hostile warships a precarious undertaking. That, and your brave warriors, suggested the girl. Gahan smiled. We do not speak of that, except to enemies, he said, and then with tongues of steel rather than of flesh. But what practice in the art of war has a people which nature has thus protected from attack? Asked Tara of Helium, who had liked the young Jed's answer to her previous question, but yet in whose mind persisted a vague conviction of the possible effeminacy of her companion, induced, doubtless, by the magnificence of his trappings and weapons, which carried a suggestion of splendid show rather than grim utility. Our natural barriers, while they have doubtless saved us from defeat on countless occasions, have not by any means rendered us immune from attack, he explained. For so great is the wealth of Gathol's diamond treasury that there yet may be found those who will risk almost certain defeat in an effort to loot our unconquered city. So thus we find occasional practice in the exercise of arms. But there is more to Gathol than the mountain city. My country extends from Polodona, north 10 karads, and from the 10th karad west of Horz to the 20th west, including thus 1,000,000 square haads, the greater proportion of which is fine grazing lands, where run our great herds of thoats and zitidars. Surrounded as we are by predatory enemies, our herdsmen must indeed be warriors, or we should have no herds, and you may be assured they get plenty of fighting. Then there is our constant need of workers in the mines. The Gatholians consider themselves a race of warriors, and as such prefer not to labor in the mines. The law is, however, that each male Gatholian shall give an hour a day in labor to the government. That is practically the only tax that is levied upon them. They prefer, however, to furnish a substitute to perform this labor, and as our own people will not hire out for labor in the mines, it has been necessary to obtain slaves, and I do not need to tell you that slaves are not won without fighting. We sell these slaves in the public market, the proceeds going, half and half, to the government and the warriors who bring them in. The purchasers are credited with the amount of labor performed by their particular slaves. At the end of a year, a good slave will have performed the labor tax of his master for 6 years, and if slaves are plentiful, he is freed and permitted to return to his own people. You fight in platinum and diamonds? Asked Tara, indicating his gorgeous trappings with a quizzical smile. Gahan laughed. We are a vain people, he admitted, good-naturedly, and it is possible that we place too much value on personal appearances. We vie with one another in the splendor of our accoutrements when trapped for the observance of the lighter duties of life, though when we take the field our leather is the plainest I have ever seen worn by fighting men of Barsoom. We pride ourselves, too, upon our physical beauty, and especially upon the beauty of our women. May I dare to say, Tara of Helium, that I am hoping for the day when you will visit Gathol, that my people may see one who is really beautiful? The women of Helium are taught to frown with displeasure upon the tongue of the flatterer, rejoined the girl, but Gahan, Jed of Gathol, observed that she smiled as she said it. A bugle sounded, clear and sweet, above the laughter and the talk. "The dance of Barsoom!" exclaimed the young warrior. "I claim you for it, Tara of Helium. The girl glanced in the direction of the bench where she had last seen Dior Kantos. He was not in sight. She inclined her head in assent to the claim of the Gatholian. Slaves were passing among the guests, distributing small musical instruments of a single string. Upon each instrument were characters which indicated the pitch and length of its tone. The instruments were of skeel, the string of gut, and were shaped to fit the left forearm of the dancer, to which it was strapped. There was also a ring wound with gut, which was worn between the first and second joints of the index finger of the right hand, and which, when passed over the string of the instrument, elicited the single note required of the dancer. The guests had risen, and were slowly making their way toward the expanse of scarlet sward at the south end of the gardens where the dance was to be held, when Dior Kantos came hurriedly toward Tara of Helium. "I claim," he exclaimed as he neared her, but she interrupted him with a gesture. "You are too late, Dior Kantos," she cried in mock anger. "No laggard may claim Tara of Helium, but haste now lest thou lose also Olvia Marthis, whom I have never seen wait long to be claimed for this or any other dance." "I have already lost her," admitted Dior Kantos ruefully. "And you mean to say that you came for Tara of Helium only after having lost Olvia Marthis?" demanded the girl, still simulating displeasure. "Oh, Tara of Helium, you know better than that," insisted the young man. "Was it not natural that I should assume that you would expect me, who alone has claimed you for the dance of Barsoom for at least 12 times past?" "And sit and play with my thumbs until you saw fit to come for me?" she questioned. "Ah, no, Dior Kantos, Tara of Helium is for no laggard," and she threw him a sweet smile and passed on toward the assembling dancers with Gahan, Jed of far Gathol. The dance of Barsoom bears a relation similar to the more formal dancing functions of Mars that the Grand March does to ours, though it is infinitely more intricate and more beautiful. Before a Martian youth of either sex may attend an important social function where there is dancing, he must have become proficient in at least 3 dances: the dance of Barsoom, his national dance, and the dance of his city. In these 3 dances the dancers furnish their own music, which never varies, nor do the steps or figures vary, having been handed down from time immemorial. All Barsoomian dances are stately and beautiful, and the dance of Barsoom is a wondrous epic of motion and harmony. There is no grotesque posturing, no vulgar or suggestive movements. It has been described as the interpretation of the highest ideals of a world that aspired to grace and beauty and chastity in women and strength and dignity and loyalty in man. Today, John Carter, warlord of Mars, with Dejah Thoris, his mate, led in the dancing, and if there was another couple that vied with them in possession of the silent admiration of the guests, it was the resplendent Jed of Gathol and his beautiful partner. In the ever-changing figures of the dance, the man found himself now with the girl's hand in his, and again with an arm about the lithe body that the jeweled harness but inadequately covered, and the girl, though she had danced 1,000 dances in the past, realized for the first time the personal contact of a man's arm against her naked flesh. It troubled her that she should notice it, and she looked up questioningly and almost with displeasure at the man as though it was his fault. Their eyes met, and she saw in his that which she had never seen in the eyes of Dior Kantos. It was at the very end of the dance, and they both stopped suddenly with the music, and stood there looking straight into each other's eyes. It was Gahan of Gathol who spoke first. "Tara of Helium, I love you," he said. The girl drew herself up to her full height. "The Jed of Gathol forgets himself," she exclaimed haughtily. The Jed of Gathol would forget everything but you, Tara of Helium, he replied. Fiercely, he pressed the soft hand that he still retained from the last possession of the dance. I love you, Tara of Helium, he repeated. Why should your ears refuse to hear what your eyes, but just now did not refuse to see and answer? What meanest thou? She cried. Are the men of Gathol such boors, then? They are neither boors nor fools, he replied gently. They know when they love a woman, and when she loves them. Tara of Helium stamped her little foot in anger. Go, she said, before it is necessary to acquaint my father with the dishonor of his guest. She turned and walked away. Wait, cried the man, just another word. Of apology? She asked. Of prophecy, he said. I do not care to hear it, replied Tara of Helium, and left him standing there. She was strangely unstrung, and shortly thereafter returned to her own quarter of the palace, where she stood for a long time by a window looking out beyond the scarlet tower of Greater Helium toward the northwest. Presently she turned angrily away. I hate him, she exclaimed aloud. Whom? Inquired the privileged Uthia. Tara of Helium stamped her foot. That ill-mannered boor, the Jed of Gathol, she replied. Uthia raised her slim brows. At the stamping of the little foot, a great beast rose from the corner of the room and crossed to Tara of Helium, where it stood looking up into her face. She placed her hand upon the ugly head. Dear old Woola, she said, no love could be deeper than yours, yet it never offends. Would that men might pattern themselves after you. This is the end of the Chessmen of Mars, Chapter 1. Chapter 2. At the Gale's Mercy. Tara of Helium did not return to her father's guests, but awaited in her own apartments the word from Djor Kantos, which she knew must come, begging her to return to the gardens. She would then refuse haughtily. But no appeal came from Djor Kantos. At first, Tara of Helium was angry, then she was hurt, and always she was puzzled. She could not understand. Occasionally, she thought of the Jed of Gathol, and then she would stamp her foot, for she was very angry indeed with Gahan. The presumption of the man! He had insinuated that he read love for him in her eyes. Never had she been so insulted and humiliated. Never had she so thoroughly hated a man. Suddenly she turned toward Uthia. My flying leather, she commanded. But the guests! Exclaimed the slave girl. Your father, the warlord, will expect you to return. He will be disappointed, snapped Tara of Helium. The slave hesitated. He does not approve of your flying alone, she reminded her mistress. The young princess sprang to her feet and seized the unhappy slave by the shoulders, shaking her. You are becoming unbearable, Uthia, she cried. Soon there will be no alternative than to send you to the public slave market. Then possibly you will find a master to your liking. Tears came to the soft eyes of the slave girl. It is because I love you, my princess, she said softly. Tara of Helium melted. She took the slave in her arms and kissed her. I have the disposition of a thoat, Uthia, she said. Forgive me. I love you, and there is nothing that I would not do for you, and nothing would I do to harm you. Again, as I have so often in the past, I offer you your freedom. I do not wish my freedom if it will separate me from you, Tara of Helium, replied Uthia. I am happy here with you. I think that I should die without you. Again the girls kissed. And you will not fly alone, then? Questioned the slave. Tara of Helium laughed and pinched her companion. You persistent little pest, she cried. Of course I shall fly. Does not Tara of Helium always do that which pleases her?
Uthia shook her head sorrowfully. Alas, she does, she admitted. Iron is the warlord of Barsoom to the influences of all but two. In the hands of Dejah Thoris and Tara of Helium, he is as potter's clay. Then run and fetch my flying leather like the sweet slave you are, directed the mistress. Far out across the ochre sea bottoms, beyond the twin cities of Helium, raced the swift flier of Tara of Helium. Thrilling to the speed and the buoyancy and the obedience of the little craft, the girl drove toward the northwest. Why she should choose that direction she did not pause to consider. Perhaps because in that direction lay the least known areas of Barsoom, and ergo, romance, mystery, and adventure. In that direction also lay far Gathol, but to that fact she gave no conscious thought. She did, however, think occasionally of the Jed of that distant kingdom, but the reaction to these thoughts was scarcely pleasurable. They still brought a flush of shame to her cheeks and a surge of angry blood to her heart. She was very angry with the Jed of Gathol, and though she would never see him again, she was quite sure that hate of him would remain fresh in her memory forever. Mostly, her thoughts revolved about another, Djor Kantos. And when she thought of him, she thought also of Olvia Marthis of Hastor. Tara of Helium thought that she was jealous of the fair Olvia, and it made her very angry to think that. She was angry with Djor Kantos and herself, but she was not angry at all with Olvia Marthis, whom she loved, and so, of course, she was not jealous, really. The trouble was that Tara of Helium had failed for once to have her own way. Djor Kantos had not come running like a willing slave when she had expected him, and here was the nub of the whole thing. Gahan, Jed of Gathol, a stranger, had been a witness to her humiliation. He had seen her unclaimed at the beginning of a great function, and he had had to come to her rescue to save her, as he doubtless thought, from the inglorious fate of a wallflower. At the recurring thought, Tara of Helium could feel her whole body burning with scarlet shame, and then she went suddenly white and cold with rage, whereupon she turned her flier about so abruptly that she was all but torn from her lashings upon the flat, narrow deck. She reached home just before dark. The guests had departed. Quiet had descended upon the palace. An hour later she joined her father and mother at the evening meal. "You deserted us, Tara of Helium," said John Carter. "It is not what the guests of John Carter should expect." "They did not come to see me," replied Tara of Helium. "I did not ask them." "They were no less your guests," replied her father. The girl rose and came and stood beside him and put her arms about his neck. "My proper old Virginian," she cried, rumpling his shock of black hair. "In Virginia you would be turned over your father's knee and spanked," said the man, smiling. She crept into his lap and kissed him. "You do not love me any more," she announced. "No one loves me," but she could not compose her features into a pout because bubbling laughter insisted upon breaking through. "The trouble is there are too many who love you," he said, "and now there is another." "Indeed!" she cried. "What do you mean?" "Gahan of Gathol has asked permission to woo you." The girl sat up very straight and tilted her chin in the air. "I would not wed with a walking diamond mine," she said. "I will not have him." "I told him as much," replied her father. "And that you were as good as betrothed to another. He was very courteous about it, but at the same time he gave me to understand that he was accustomed to getting what he wanted, and that he wanted you very much. I suppose it will mean another war. Your mother's beauty kept Helium at war for many years, and well, Tara of Helium, if I were a young man, I should doubtless be willing to set all Barsoom afire to win you, as I still would to keep your divine mother." And he smiled across the Sorapus table and its golden service at the undimmed beauty of Mars' most beautiful woman. Our little girl should not be troubled with such matters," said Dejah Thoris. "Remember, John Carter, that you are not dealing with an Earth child whose span of life would be more than half completed before a daughter of Barsoom reached actual maturity." "But do not the daughters of Barsoom sometimes marry as early as 20?" he insisted. "Yes, but they will still be desirable in the eyes of men after 40 generations of Earth folk have returned to dust. There is no hurry, at least upon Barsoom. We do not fade and decay here as you tell me those of your planet do, though you yourself belie your own words. When the time seems proper, Tara of Helium shall wed with Djor Kantos, and until then let us give the matter no further thought." "No," said the girl, "the subject irks me, and I shall not marry Djor Kantos or another. I do not intend to wed." Her father and mother looked at her and smiled. "When Gahan of Gathol returns he may carry you off," said the former. "He has gone?" asked the girl. "His flier departs for Gathol in the morning," John Carter replied. "I have seen the last of him then," remarked Tara of Helium with a sigh of relief. "He says not," returned John Carter. The girl dismissed the subject with a shrug, and the conversation passed to other topics. A letter had arrived from Thuvia of Tharf, who was visiting at her father's court while Carthoris, her mate, hunted in Okar. Word had been received that the Tharks and Warhoons were again at war, or rather that there had been an engagement, for war was their habitual state. In the memory of man there had been no peace between these two savage green hordes, only a single temporary truce. 2 new battleships had been launched at Hastor. A little band of holy Therns was attempting to revive the ancient and discredited religion of Isis, who they claimed still lived in spirit and had communicated with them. There were rumors of war from Dusar. A scientist claimed to have discovered human life on the further moon. A madman had attempted to destroy the atmosphere plant. 7 people had been assassinated in Greater Helium during the last 10 zodes, the equivalent of an Earth day. Following the meal, Dejah Thoris and the Warlord played at Jetan, the Barsoomian game of chess, which is played upon a board of 100 alternate black and orange squares. One player has 20 black pieces, the other 20 orange pieces. A brief description of the game may interest those Earth readers who care for chess, and will not be lost upon those who pursue this narrative to its conclusion, since before they are done they will find that a knowledge of Jetan will add to the interest and the thrills that are in store for them. The men are placed upon the board as in chess, upon the first 2 rows next the players. In order from left to right on the line of squares nearest the players, the Jetan pieces are Warrior, Padwar, Dwar, Flyer, Chief, Princess, Flyer, Dwar, Padwar, Warrior. In the next line, all are Panthons, except the end pieces, which are called Thoats and represent mounted warriors. The Panthons, which are represented as warriors with 1 feather, may move 1 space in any direction except backward. The Thoats, mounted warriors with 3 feathers, may move 1 straight and 1 diagonal, and may jump intervening pieces. Warriors, foot soldiers with 2 feathers, straight in any direction or diagonally, 2 spaces. Padwars, lieutenants wearing 2 feathers, 2 diagonal in any direction or combination. Dwars, captains wearing 3 feathers, 3 spaces straight in any direction or combination. Flyers, represented by a propeller with 3 blades, 3 spaces in any direction or combination diagonally, and may jump intervening pieces. The chief, indicated by a diadem with 10 jewels, 3 spaces in any direction, straight or diagonal. Princess, diadem with a single jewel, same as chief, and can jump intervening pieces. The game is won when a player places any of his pieces on the same square with his opponent's princess, or when a chief takes a chief. It is drawn when a chief is taken by any opposing piece other than the opposing chief, or when both sides have been reduced to 3 pieces, or less, of equal value, and the game is not terminated in the following 10 moves, 5 apiece. This is but a general outline of the game, briefly stated. It was this game that Dejah Thoris and John Carter were playing when Tara of Helium bid them good night, retiring to her own quarters and her sleeping silks and furs. "Until morning, my beloved," she called back to them as she passed from the apartment. Nor little did she guess, nor her parents, that this might indeed be the last time that they would ever set eyes upon her. The morning broke dull and gray. Ominous clouds billowed restlessly and low. Beneath them, torn fragments scudded toward the northwest. From her window, Tara of Helium looked out upon this unusual scene. Dense clouds seldom overcast the Barsoomian sky. At this hour of the day, it was her custom to ride one of those small thoats that are the saddle animals of the red Martians, but the sight of the billowing clouds lured her to a new adventure. Uthia still slept, and the girl did not disturb her. Instead, she dressed quietly and went to the hangar upon the roof of the palace directly above her quarters, where her own swift flier was housed. She had never driven through the clouds. It was an adventure that always she had longed to experience. The wind was strong, and it was with difficulty that she maneuvered the craft from the hangar without accident, but once away it raced swiftly out above the twin cities. The buffeting winds caught and tossed it, and the girl laughed aloud in sheer joy of the resultant thrills. She handled the little ship like a veteran, though few veterans would have faced the menace of such a storm in so light a craft. Swiftly she rose toward the clouds, racing with the scudding streamers of the storm-swept fragments, and a moment later she was swallowed by the dense masses billowing above. Here was a new world, a world of chaos, unpeopled except for herself, but it was a cold, damp, lonely world, and she found it depressing after the novelty of it had been dissipated by an overpowering sense of the magnitude of the forces surging about her. Suddenly she felt very lonely, and very cold, and very little. Hurriedly, therefore, she rose until presently her craft broke through into the glorious sunlight that transformed the upper surface of the somber element into rolling masses of burnished silver. Here it was still cold, but without the dampness of the clouds, and in the eye of the brilliant sun her spirits rose with the mounting needle of her altimeter. Gazing at the clouds, now far beneath, the girl experienced the sensation of hanging stationary in mid-heaven. But the whirring of her propeller, the wind beating upon her, the high figures that rose and fell beneath the glass of her speedometer, these told her that her speed was terrific. It was then that she determined to turn back. The first attempt she made above the clouds, but it was unsuccessful. To her surprise, she discovered that she could not even turn against the high wind which rocked and buffeted the frail craft. Then she dropped swiftly to the dark and wind-swept zone between the hurtling clouds and the gloomy surface of the shadowed ground. Here she tried again to force the nose of the flier back toward Helium, but the tempest seized the frail thing and hurled it remorselessly about, rolling it over and tossing it as if it were a cork in a cataract. At last the girl succeeded in righting the flier, perilously close to the ground. Never before had she been so close to death, yet she was not terrified. Her coolness had saved her, that and the strength of the deck lashings that held her. Traveling with the storm she was safe, but where was it bearing her? She pictured the apprehension of her father and mother when she failed to appear at the morning meal. They would find her flier missing, and they would guess that somewhere in the path of the storm it lay a wrecked and tangled mass upon her dead body. And then brave men would go out in search of her, risking their lives, and that lives would be lost in the search, she knew, for she realized now that never in her lifetime had such a tempest raged upon Barsoom. She must turn back. She must reach Helium before her mad lust for thrills had cost the sacrifice of a single courageous life. She determined that greater safety and likelihood of success lay above the clouds, and once again she rose through the chilling, wind-tossed vapor. Her speed again was terrific, for the wind seemed to have increased rather than have lessened. She sought gradually to check the swift flight of her craft, but though she finally succeeded in reversing her motor, the wind but carried her on as it would. Then it was that Tara of Helium lost her temper. Had her world not always bowed in acquiescence to her every wish? What were these elements that they dared to thwart her? She would demonstrate to them that the daughter of the warlord was not to be denied. They would learn that Tara of Helium might not be ruled even by the forces of nature. And so, she drove her motor forward again, and then with her firm, white teeth set in grim determination, she drove the steering lever far down to port with the intention of forcing the nose of her craft straight into the teeth of the wind. And the wind seized the frail thing and toppled it over upon its back, and twisted and turned it and hurled it over and over. The propeller raced for an instant in an air pocket, and then the tempest seized it again and twisted it from its shaft, leaving the girl helpless upon an unmanageable atom that rose and fell, and rolled and tumbled, the sport of the elements she had defied. Tara of Helium's first sensation was one of surprise, that she had failed to have her own way. Then she commenced to feel concern, not for her own safety, but for the anxiety of her parents and the dangers that the inevitable searchers must face. She reproached herself for the thoughtless selfishness that had jeopardized the peace and safety of others. She realized her own grave danger, too, but she was still unterrified, as befitted the daughter of Dejah Thoris and John Carter. She knew that her buoyancy tanks might keep her afloat indefinitely, but she had neither food nor water, and she was being borne toward the least known area of Barsoom. Perhaps it would be better to land immediately and await the coming of the searchers, rather than to allow herself to be carried still farther from Helium, thus greatly reducing the chances of early discovery. But when she dropped toward the ground, she discovered that the violence of the wind rendered an attempt to land tantamount to destruction, and she rose again, rapidly. Carried along a few hundred feet above the ground, she was better able to appreciate the titanic proportions of the storm than when she had flown in the comparative serenity of the zone above the clouds, for now she could distinctly see the effect of the wind upon the surface of Barsoom. The air was filled with dust and flying bits of vegetation, and when the storm carried her across an irrigated area of farmland, she saw great trees and stone walls and buildings lifted high in air and scattered broadcast over the devastated country. And then she was carried swiftly on to other sights that forced in upon her conscience a rapidly growing conviction that after all Tara of Helium was a very small and insignificant and helpless person. It was quite a shock to her self-pride while it lasted, and toward evening she was ready to believe that it was going to last forever. There had been no abatement in the ferocity of the tempest, nor was there any indication of any. She could only guess at the distance she had been carried, for she could not believe in the correctness of the high figures that had been piled upon the record of her odometer. They seemed unbelievable, and yet, had she known it, they were quite true. In 12 hours she had flown and been carried by the storm full 7,000 haads. Just before dark, she was carried over one of the deserted cities of ancient Mars. It was Torgaz, but she did not know it. Had she might readily have been forgiven for abandoning the last vestige of hope, for to the people of Helium, Torgaz seems as remote as do the South Sea Islands to us. And still the tempest, its fury unabated, bore her on. All that night she hurtled through the dark beneath the clouds, or rose to race through the moonlit void beneath the glory of Barsoom's 2 satellites. She was cold and hungry and altogether miserable, but her brave little spirit refused to admit that her plight was hopeless even though reason proclaimed the truth. Her reply to reason, sometimes spoken aloud in sudden defiance, recalled the Spartan stubbornness of her sire in the face of certain annihilation. "I still live." That morning there had been an early visitor at the palace of the warlord. It was Gahan, Jed of Gathol. He had arrived shortly after the absence of Tara of Helium had been noted, and in the excitement he had remained unannounced until John Carter had happened upon him in the great reception corridor of the palace as the warlord was hurrying out to arrange for the dispatch of ships in search of his daughter. Gahan read the concern upon the face of the warlord. "Forgive me if I intrude, John Carter," he said. "I but came to ask the indulgence of another day, since it would be foolhardy to attempt to navigate a ship in such a storm." "Remain, Gahan, a welcome guest, until you choose to leave us," replied the warlord. "But you must forgive any seeming inattention upon the part of Helium until my daughter is restored to us." "Your daughter? Restored? What do you mean?" exclaimed the Gatholian. "I do not understand." "She is gone, together with her light flier. That is all we know. We can only assume that she decided to fly before the morning meal and was caught in the clutches of the tempest. You will pardon me, Gahan, if I leave you abruptly. I am arranging to send ships in search of her." But Gahan, Jed of Gathol, was already speeding in the direction of the palace gate. There he leaped upon a waiting thoat, and followed by 2 warriors in the metal of Gathol, he dashed through the avenues of Helium toward the palace that had been set aside for his entertainment. This is the end of the Chessmen of Mars, Chapter 2. Chapter 3. The Headless Humans. Above the roof of the palace that housed the Jed of Gathol and his entourage, the cruiser Vanator tore at her stout moorings. The groaning tackle bespoke the mad fury of the gale, while the worried faces of those members of the crew whose duties demanded their presence on the straining craft gave corroborative evidence of the gravity of the situation. Only stout lashings prevented these men from being swept from the deck, while those upon the roof below were constantly compelled to cling to rails and stanchions to save themselves from being carried away by each new burst of meteoric fury. Upon the prow of the Vanator was painted the device of Gathol, but no pennants were displayed in the upper works, since the storm had carried away several in rapid succession, just as it seemed to the watching men that it must carry away the ship itself. They could not believe that any tackle could withstand for long this titanic force. To each of the 12 lashings clung a brawny warrior with drawn short sword. Had but a single mooring given to the power of the tempest, 11 short swords would have cut the others. Since partially moored, the ship was doomed, while free in the tempest it stood at least some slight chance of life. "By the blood of Isis, I believe they will hold," screamed one warrior to another. "And if they do not hold, may the spirits of our ancestors reward the brave warriors upon the Vanator," replied another of those upon the roof of the palace. "For it will not be long from the moment her cables part before her crew dons the leather of the dead."
But yet, Tanus, I believe they will hold. Give thanks at least that we did not sail before the tempest fell, since now each of us has a chance to live." "Yes," replied Tanus, "I should hate to be abroad today upon the stoutest ship that sails the Barsoomian sky." It was then that Gahan the Jed appeared upon the roof. With him were the balance of his own party and a dozen warriors of Helium. The young chief turned to his followers. "I sail at once upon the Vanator," he said, "in search of Tara of Helium, who is thought to have been carried away upon a one-man flyer by the storm. I do not need to explain to you the slender chances the Vanator has to withstand the fury of the tempest, nor will I order you to your deaths. Let those who wish remain behind without dishonor. The others will follow me." And he leaped for the rope ladder that lashed wildly in the gale. The first man to follow him was Tanus, and when the last reached the deck of the cruiser there remained upon the palace roof only the 12 warriors of Helium, who, with naked swords, had taken the posts of the Gatholians at the moorings. Not a single warrior who had remained aboard the Vanator would leave her now. "I expected no less," said Gahan, as with the help of those already on the deck he and the others found secure lashings. The commander of the Vanator shook his head. He loved his trim craft, the pride of her class in the little navy of Gathol. It was of her he thought, not of himself. He saw her lying torn and twisted upon the ochre vegetation of some distant sea bottom, to be presently overrun and looted by some savage, green horde. He looked at Gahan. "Are you ready, Santothis?" asked the Jed. "All is ready." "Then cut away." Word was passed across the deck and over the side to the Heliumetic warriors below that at the third gun they were to cut away. 12 keen swords must strike simultaneously and with equal power, and each must sever completely and instantly 3 strands of heavy cable that no loose end fouling a block bring immediate disaster upon the Vanator. Boom! The voice of the signal gun rolled down through the screaming wind to the 12 warriors upon the roof. Boom! 12 swords were raised above the 12 brawny shoulders. Boom! 12 keen edges severed 12 complaining moorings, clean and as one. The Vanator, her propellers whirling, shot forward with the storm. The tempest struck her in the stern as with a mailed fist and stood the great ship upon her nose, and then it caught her and spun her as a child's top spins. And upon the palace roof the 12 men looked on in silent helplessness and prayed for the souls of the brave warriors who were going to their death. And others saw, from Helium's lofty landing stages and from 1,000 hangars upon 1,000 roofs, but only for an instant did the preparation stop that would send other brave men into the frightful maelstrom of that apparently hopeless search, for such is the courage of the warriors of Barsoom. But the Vanator did not fall to the ground, within sight of the city at least, though as long as the watchers could see her, never for an instant did she rest upon an even keel. Sometimes she lay upon one side or the other, and again she hurtled along keel up, or rolled over and over, or stood upon her nose or her tail at the caprice of the great force that carried her along. And the watchers saw that this great ship was merely being blown away with the other bits of debris, great and small, that filled the sky. Never, in the memory of man, or the annals of recorded history, had such a storm raged across the face of Barsoom. And in another instant was the Vanator forgotten as the lofty scarlet tower that had marked Lesser Helium for ages crashed to the ground, carrying death and demolition upon the city beneath. Panic reigned. A fire broke out in the ruins. The city's every force seemed crippled, and it was then that the warlord ordered the men that were about to set forth in search of Tara of Helium to devote their energies to the salvation of the city, for he too had witnessed the start of the Vanator and realized the futility of wasting men who were needed sorely if Lesser Helium was to be saved from utter destruction. Shortly after noon of the second day, the storm commenced to abate, and before the sun went down, the little craft upon which Tara of Helium had hovered between life and death these many hours drifted slowly before a gentle breeze above a landscape of rolling hills that once had been lofty mountains upon a Martian continent. The girl was exhausted from loss of sleep, from lack of food and drink, and from the nervous reaction consequent to the terrifying experiences through which she had passed. In the near distance, just topping an intervening hill, she caught a momentary glimpse of what appeared to be a dome-capped tower. Quickly she dropped the flyer until the hill shut it off from the view of the possible occupants of the structure she had seen. The tower meant to her the habitation of man, suggesting the presence of water and perhaps of food. If the tower was the deserted relic of a bygone age, she would scarcely find food there, but there was still a chance that there might be water. If it was inhabited, then must her approach be cautious, for only enemies might be expected to abide in so far distant a land. Tara of Helium knew that she must be far from the twin cities of her grandfather's empire, but had she guessed within 1,000 heads of the reality, she had been stunned by realization of the utter hopelessness of her state. Keeping the craft low, for the buoyancy tanks were still intact, the girl skimmed the ground until the gently moving wind had carried her to the side of the last hill that intervened between her and the structure she had thought a man-built tower. Here she brought the flyer to the ground among some stunted trees, and dragging it beneath one where it might be somewhat hidden from craft passing above, she made it fast and set forth to reconnoiter. Like most women of her class, she was armed only with a single slender blade, so that in such an emergency as now confronted her, she must depend almost solely upon her cleverness in remaining undiscovered by enemies. With utmost caution, she crept warily toward the crest of the hill, taking advantage of every natural screen that the landscape afforded to conceal her approach from possible observers ahead, while momentarily she cast quick glances rearward lest she be taken by surprise from that quarter. She came at last to the summit where, from the concealment of a low bush, she could see what lay beyond. Beneath her spread a beautiful valley, surrounded by low hills. Dotting it were numerous circular towers, dome-capped, and surrounding each tower was a stone wall enclosing several acres of ground. The valley appeared to be in a high state of cultivation. Upon the opposite side of the hill and just beneath her was a tower and enclosure. It was the roof of the former that had first attracted her attention. In all respects, it seemed identical in construction with those further out in the valley, a high, plastered wall of massive construction surrounding a similarly constructed tower, upon whose gray surface was painted in vivid colors a strange device. The towers were about 40 sofads in diameter, approximately 40 earth feet, and 60 in height to the base of the dome. To an Earthman, they would have immediately suggested the silos in which dairy farmers store and silage for their herds, but closer scrutiny, revealing an occasional embrasured opening together with the strange construction of the domes, would have altered such a conclusion. Tara of Helium saw that the domes seemed to be faced with innumerable prisms of glass, those that were exposed to the declining sun scintillating so gorgeously as to remind her suddenly of the magnificent trappings of Gahan of Gathol. As she thought of the man, she shook her head angrily and moved cautiously forward a foot or two that she might get a less obstructed view of the nearer tower and its enclosure. As Tara of Helium looked down into the enclosure surrounding the nearest tower, her brows contracted momentarily in frowning surprise, and then her eyes went wide in an expression of incredulity, tinged with horror, for what she saw was a score or two of human bodies, naked and headless. For a long moment she watched, breathless, unable to believe the evidence of her own eyes. that these gruesome things moved and had life. She saw them crawling about on hands and knees over and across one another, searching about with their fingers, and she saw some of them at troughs, for which the others seemed to be searching, and those at the troughs were taking something from these receptacles and apparently putting it in a hole where their necks should have been. They were not far beneath her. She could see them distinctly, and she saw that there were the bodies of both men and women, and that they were beautifully proportioned, and that their skin was similar to hers, but of a slightly lighter red. At first, she had thought that she was looking upon a shambles, and that the bodies, but recently decapitated, were moving under the impulse of muscular reaction. But presently, she realized that this was their normal condition. The horror of them fascinated her, so that she could scarce take her eyes from them. It was evident from their groping hands that they were eyeless, and their sluggish movements suggested a rudimentary nervous system and a correspondingly minute brain. The girl wondered how they subsisted, for she could not, even by the wildest stretch of imagination, picture these imperfect creatures as intelligent tillers of the soil. Yet that the soil of the valley was tilled was evident, and that these things had food was equally so. But who tilled the soil? Who kept and fed these unhappy things, and for what purpose? It was an enigma beyond her powers of deduction. The sight of food aroused again a consciousness of her own gnawing hunger and the thirst that parched her throat. She could see both food and water within the enclosure, but would she dare enter even should she find means of ingress? She doubted it, since the very thought of possible contact with these gruesome creatures sent a shudder through her frame. Then her eyes wandered again out across the valley until presently they picked out what appeared to be a tiny stream winding its way through the center of the farmlands, a strange sight upon Barsoom. Ah, if it were but water! Then might she hope with a real hope, for the fields would give her sustenance which she could gain by night, while by day she hid among the surrounding hills, and sometime, yes, sometime she knew, the searchers would come, for John Carter, warlord of Barsoom, would never cease to search for his daughter until every square hod of the planet had been combed again and again. She knew him, and she knew the warriors of Helium, and so she knew that could she but manage to escape harm until they came, they would indeed come at last. She would have to wait until dark before she dare venture into the valley, and in the meantime she thought it well to search out a place of safety nearby where she might be reasonably safe from savage beasts. It was possible that the district was free from carnivora, but one might never be sure in a strange land. As she was about to withdraw behind the brow of the hill, her attention was again attracted to the enclosure below. Two figures had emerged from the tower. Their beautiful bodies seemed identical with those of the headless creatures among which they moved, but the newcomers were not headless. Upon their shoulders were heads that seemed human, yet which the girl intuitively sensed were not human. They were just a trifle too far away for her to see them distinctly in the waning light of the dying day, but she knew that they were too large. They were out of proportion to the perfectly proportioned bodies, and they were oblate in form. She could see that the men wore some manner of harness to which were slung the customary long sword and short sword of the Barsoomian warrior, and that about their short necks were massive leather collars cut to fit closely over the shoulders and snugly to the lower part of the head. Their features were scarce discernible, but there was a suggestion of grotesqueness about them that carried to her a feeling of revulsion. The two carried a long rope to which were fastened at intervals of about 2 sofads what she later guessed to be light manacles, for she saw the warriors passing among the poor creatures in the enclosure, and about the right wrist of each they fastened one of the manacles. When all had been thus fastened to the rope, one of the warriors commenced to pull and tug at the loose end, as though attempting to drag the headless company toward the tower, while the other went among them with a long, light whip with which he flicked them upon the naked skin. Slowly, dully, the creatures rose to their feet, and between the tugging of the warrior in the front and the lashing of him behind, the hopeless band was finally herded within the tower. Tara of Helium shuddered as she turned away. What manner of creatures were these? Suddenly it was night. The Barsoomian day had ended, and then the brief period of twilight that renders the transition from daylight to darkness almost as abrupt as the switching off of an electric light, and Tara of Helium had found no sanctuary. But perhaps there were no beasts to fear, or rather to avoid. Tara of Helium liked not the word fear. She would have been glad, however, had there been a cabin, even a very tiny cabin, upon her small flier, but there was no cabin. The interior of the hull was completely taken up by the buoyancy tanks. Ah, she had it. How stupid of her not to have thought of it before! She could moor the craft to a tree beneath which it rested and let it rise the length of the rope. Lashed to the deck rings, she would then be safe from any roaming beast of prey that chanced along. In the morning she could drop to the ground again before the craft was discovered. As Tara of Helium crept over the brow of the hill down toward the valley, her presence was hidden by the darkness of night from the sight of any chance observer who might be loitering by a window in the nearby tower. Cluros, the farther moon, was just rising above the horizon to commence his leisurely journey through the heavens. 8 zodes later he would set, a trifle over 19½ Earth hours, and during that time Thuria, his vivacious mate, would have circled the planet twice and be more than halfway around on her 3rd trip. She had but just set. It would be more than 3½ hours before she shot above the opposite horizon to hurtle, swift and low, across the face of the dying planet. During this temporary absence of the mad moon, Tara of Helium hoped to find both food and water, and gain again the safety of her flyer's deck. She groped her way through the darkness, giving the tower and its enclosure as wide a berth as possible. Sometimes she stumbled, for in the long shadows cast by the rising Cluros, objects were grotesquely distorted, though the light from the moon was still not sufficient to be of much assistance to her. Nor, as a matter of fact, did she want light. She could find the stream in the dark by the simple expedient of going downhill until she walked into it, and she had seen that bearing trees and many crops grew throughout the valley, so that she would pass food in plenty ere she reached the stream. If the moon showed her the way more clearly and thus saved her from an occasional fall, he would, too, show her more clearly to the strange denizens of the towers, and that, of course, must not be. Could she have waited until the following night, conditions would have been better, since Cluros would not appear in the heavens at all, and so, during Thuria's absence, utter darkness would reign. But the pangs of thirst and the gnawing of hunger could be endured no longer with food and drink both in sight, and so she had decided to risk discovery rather than suffer longer. Safely past the nearest tower, she moved as rapidly as she felt consistent with safety, choosing her way wherever possible so that she might take advantage of the shadows of the trees that grew at intervals, and at the same time discover those which bore fruit. In this latter she met with almost immediate success, for the very 3rd tree beneath which she halted was heavy with ripe fruit. Never, thought Tara of Helium, had aught so delicious impinged upon her palate, and yet it was naught else than the almost tasteless usa, which is considered to be palatable only after having been cooked and highly spiced. It grows easily, with little irrigation, and the trees bear abundantly. The fruit, which ranks high in food value, is one of the staple foods of the less well-to-do, and because of its cheapness and nutritive value forms one of the principal rations of both armies and navies upon Barsoom, a use which has won for it a Martian sobriquet which, freely translated into English, would be the fighting potato. The girl was wise enough to eat but sparingly, but she filled her pocket pouch with the fruit before she continued upon her way. 2 towers she passed before she came at last to the stream, and here again was she temperate, drinking but little, and that very slowly, contenting herself with rinsing her mouth frequently and bathing her face, her hands, and her feet. And even though the night was cold, as Martian nights are, the sensation of refreshment more than compensated for the physical discomfort of the low temperature. Replacing her sandals, she sought among the growing tract near the stream for whatever edible berries or tubers might be planted there, and found a couple of varieties that could be eaten raw. With these, she replaced some of the usa in her pocket pouch, not only to ensure a variety, but because she found them more palatable. Occasionally, she returned to the stream to drink, but each time moderately. Always were her eyes and ears alert for the first signs of danger, but she had neither seen nor heard aught to disturb her. And presently the time approached when she felt she must return to her flyer, lest she be caught in the revealing light of low-swinging Thuria. She dreaded leaving the water, for she knew that she must become very thirsty before she could hope to come again to the stream. If she only had some little receptacle in which to carry water, even a small amount would tide her over until the following night, but she had nothing, and so she must content herself as best she could with the juices of the fruit and the tubers she had gathered. After a last drink at the stream, the longest and deepest she had allowed herself, she rose to retrace her steps toward the hills, but even as she did so, she became suddenly tense with apprehension. What was that? She could have sworn that she saw something move in the shadows beneath a tree not far away. For a long minute the girl did not move. She scarce breathed. Her eyes remained fixed upon the dense shadows below the tree. Her ears strained through the silence of the night. A low moaning came down from the hills where her flyer was hidden. She knew it well. The weird note of the hunting banth, and the great carnivore lay directly in her path. But he was not so close as this other thing, hiding there in the shadows just a little way off. What was it? It was the strain of uncertainty that weighed heaviest upon her. Had she known the nature of the creature lurking there, half its menace would have been vanished. She cast quickly about her, in search of some haven of refuge, should the thing prove dangerous. Again arose the moaning from the hills, but this time closer. Almost immediately it was answered from the opposite side of the valley, behind her, and then from the distance to the right of her, and twice upon her left. Her eyes had found a tree quite near. Slowly, and without taking her eyes from the shadows of that other tree, she moved toward the overhanging branches that might afford her sanctuary in the event of need. And at her first move, a low growl rose from the spot she had been watching, and she heard the sudden moving of a big body. Simultaneously, the creature shot into the moonlight in full charge upon her, its tail erect, its tiny ears laid flat, its great mouth with its multiple rows of sharp and powerful fangs already yawning for its prey, its 10 legs carrying it forward in great leaps, and now from the beast's throat issued the frightful roar upon which it seeks to paralyze its prey. It was a banth, the great maned lion of Barsoom. Tara of Helium saw it coming and leaped for the tree toward which she had been moving, and the banth realized her intention and redoubled his speed. As his hideous roar awakened the echoes in the hills, so too it awakened echoes in the valley. But these echoes came from the living throats of others of his kind, until it seemed to the girl that fate had thrown her into the midst of a countless multitude of these savage beasts. Almost incredibly swift is the speed of a charging banth, and fortunate it was that the girl had not been caught farther in the open. As it was, her margin of safety was next to negligible, for as she swung nimbly to the lower branches, the creature in pursuit of her crashed among the foliage, almost upon her as it sprang upward to seize her. It was only a combination of good fortune and agility that saved her. A stout branch deflected the raking talons of the carnivore, but so close was the call that a giant forearm brushed her flesh in the instant before she scrambled to the higher branches. Baffled, the banth gave vent to his rage and disappointment in a series of frightful roars that caused the very ground to tremble. And to these were added the roarings and the growlings and the moanings of his fellows as they approached from every direction in hope of wresting from him whatever of his kill they could take by craft or prowess. And now he turned, snarling upon them as they circled the tree, while the girl, huddled in a crotch above them, looked down upon the gaunt yellow monsters padding on noiseless feet in a restless circle about her. She wondered now at the strange freak of fate that had permitted her to come down this far into the valley by night unharmed, but even more she wondered how she was to return to the hills. She knew that she would not dare venture it by night, and she guessed, too, that by day she might be confronted by even graver perils. To depend upon this valley for sustenance she now saw to be beyond the pale of possibility, because of the banths that would keep her from food and water by night, while the dwellers in the towers would doubtless make it equally impossible for her to forage by day. There was but one solution of her difficulty, and that was to return to her flier and pray that the wind would waft her to some less terrible land. But when might she return to the flier? The banths gave little evidence of relinquishing hope of her, and even if they wandered out of sight, would she dare risk the attempt? She doubted it. Hopeless indeed seemed her situation. Hopeless it was. This is the end of the Chessmen of Mars, Chapter 3. Chapter 4. Captured. As Thuria, swift racer of the night, shot again into the sky, the scene changed. As by magic, a new aspect fell athwart the face of nature. It was as though in the instant one had been transported from one planet to another. It was the age-old miracle of the Martian nights that is always new, even to Martians. 2 moons, resplendent in the heavens, where one had been but now conflicting, fast-changing shadows that altered the very hills themselves. Far Cluros, stately, majestic, almost stationary, shedding his steady light upon the world below. Thuria, a great and glorious orb, swinging swift across the vaulted dome of the blue-black night, so low that she seemed to graze the hills, a gorgeous spectacle that held the girl now beneath the spell of its enchantment, as it always had and always would. "Ah, Thuria, mad queen of heaven," murmured Tara of Helium. The hills pass in stately procession, their bosoms rising and falling. The trees move in restless circles, the little grasses describe their little arcs, and all is movement, restless, mysterious movement without sound, while Thuria passes. The girl sighed, and let her gaze fall again to the stern realities beneath. There was no mystery in the huge banths. He who had discovered her squatted there, looking hungrily up at her. Most of the others had wandered away in search of other prey, but a few remained, hoping yet to bury their fangs in that soft body. The night wore on. Again Thuria left the heavens to her lord and master, hurrying on to keep her tryst with the sun in other skies. But a single banth waited impatiently beneath the tree which harbored Tara of Helium. The others had left, but their roars and growls and moans thundered or rumbled or floated back to her from near and far. What prey found they in this little valley? There must be something that they were accustomed to find here, that they should be drawn in so great numbers. The girl wondered what it could be. How long the night, numb, cold,
and exhausted, Tara of Helium clung to the tree in growing desperation. For once she had dozed and almost fallen. Hope was low in her brave little heart. How much more could she endure? She asked herself the question, and then, with a brave shake of her head, she squared her shoulders. "I still live," she said aloud. The Banth looked up and growled. Came Thuria again, and after a while the great sun, a flaming lover, pursuing his heart's desire. And Cluros, the cold husband, continued his serene way, as placid as before his house had been violated by this hot Lothario. And now the sun and both moons rode together in the sky, lending their far mysteries to make weird the Martian dawn. Tara of Helium looked out across the fair valley that spread upon all sides of her. It was rich and beautiful, but even as she looked upon it, she shuddered, for to her mind came a picture of the headless things that the towers and the walls hid. Those by day, and the Banths by night. Ah, was it any wonder that she shuddered? With the coming of the sun, the great Barsoomian lion rose to his feet. He turned angry eyes upon the girl above him, voiced a single ominous growl, and slunk away toward the hills. The girl watched him, and she saw that he gave the towers as wide a berth as possible, and that he never took his eyes from one of them while he was passing it. Evidently, the inmates had taught these savage creatures to respect them. Presently, he passed from sight in a narrow defile, nor in any direction that she could see was there another. Momentarily at least, the landscape was deserted. The girl wondered if she dared to attempt to regain the hills in her flier. She dreaded the coming of the workmen to the fields, as she was sure they would come. She shrank from again seeing the headless bodies, and found herself wondering if these things would come out into the fields and work. She looked toward the nearest tower. There was no sign of life there. The valley lay quiet now, and deserted. She lowered herself stiffly to the ground. Her muscles were cramped, and every move brought a twinge of pain. Pausing a moment to drink again at the stream, she felt refreshed, and then turned without more delay toward the hills. To cover the distance as quickly as possible seemed the only plan to pursue. The trees no longer offered concealment, and so she did not go out of her way to be near them. The hills seemed very far away. She had not thought, the night before, that she had traveled so far. Really, it had not been far, but now, with the 3 towers to pass in broad daylight, the distance seemed great indeed. The second tower lay almost directly in her path. To make a detour would not lessen the chance of detection, it would only lengthen the period of her danger, and so she laid her course straight for the hill where her flier was, regardless of the tower. As she passed the first enclosure, she thought that she heard the sound of movement within, but the gate did not open and she breathed more easily when it lay behind her. She came then to the second enclosure, the outer wall of which she must circle as it lay across her route. As she passed close along it, she distinctly heard not only movement within, but voices. In the world language of Barsoom, she heard a man issuing instructions. So many were to pick Usa, so many were to irrigate this field, so many to cultivate that, and so on, as a foreman laid out the day's work for his crew. Tara of Helium had just reached the gate in the outer wall. Without warning, it swung open toward her. She saw that for a moment it would hide her from those within, and in that moment she turned and ran, keeping close to the wall until, passing out of sight beyond the curve of the structure, she came to the opposite side of the enclosure. Here, panting from her exertion and from the excitement of her narrow escape, she threw herself among some tall weeds that grew close to the foot of the wall. There she lay, trembling for some time, not even daring to raise her head and look about. Never before had Tara of Helium felt the paralyzing effects of terror. She was shocked and angry at herself that she, daughter of John Carter, warlord of Barsoom, should exhibit fear. Not even the fact that there had been none there to witness it lessened her shame and anger. and the worst of it was she knew that under similar circumstances she would again be equally as craven. It was not the fear of death, she knew that. No, it was the thought of those headless bodies, and that she might see them, and that they might even touch her, lay hands upon her, seize her. She shuddered and trembled at the thought. After a while, she gained sufficient command of herself to raise her head and look about. To her horror, she discovered that everywhere she looked, she saw people working in the fields or preparing to do so. Workmen were coming from other towers. Little bands were passing to this field and that. There were even some already at work, within 30 adz of her, about 100 yards. There were 10, perhaps, in the party nearest her, both men and women, and all were beautiful of form and grotesque of face. So meager was their trappings that they were practically naked, a fact that was in no way remarkable among the tillers of the fields of Mars. Each wore the peculiar high leather collar that completely hid the neck, and each wore sufficient other leather to support a single sword and a pocket pouch. The leather was very old and worn, showing long, hard service, and was absolutely plain with the exception of a single device upon the left shoulder. The heads, however, were covered with ornaments of precious metals and jewels, so that little more than eyes, nose, and mouth were discernible. These were hideously inhuman, and yet grotesquely human at the same time. The eyes were far apart and protruding. The nose, scarce more than 2 small parallel slits, set vertically above a round hole that was the mouth. The heads were peculiarly repulsive, so much so that it seemed unbelievable to the girl that they formed an integral part of the beautiful bodies below them. So fascinated was Tara of Helium that she could scarce take her eyes from the strange creatures, a fact that was to prove her undoing, for in order that she might see them she was forced to expose a part of her own head, and presently, to her consternation, she saw that one of the creatures had stopped his work and was staring directly at her. She did not dare move, for it was still possible that the thing had not seen her, or at least was only suspicious that some creature lay hid among the weeds. If she could allay this suspicion by remaining motionless, the creature might believe that he had been mistaken and return to his work. But, alas, such was not to be the case. She saw the thing call the attention of others to her, and almost immediately 4 or 5 of them started to move in her direction. It was impossible now to escape discovery. Her only hope lay in flight. If she could elude them and reach the hills and the flyer ahead of them, she might escape, and that could be accomplished in but one way: flight, immediate and swift. Leaping to her feet, she darted along the base of the wall, which she must skirt to the opposite side, beyond which lay the hill that was her goal. Her act was greeted by strange whistling sounds from the things behind her, and casting a glance over her shoulder, she saw them all in rapid pursuit. There were also shrill commands that she halt, but to these she paid no attention. Before she had half circled the enclosure, she discovered that her chances for successful escape were great, since it was evident to her that her pursuers were not so fleet as she. High indeed, then, were her hopes as she came in sight of the hill, but they were soon dashed by what lay before her, for there, in the fields that lay between, were fully 100 creatures similar to those behind her, and all were on the alert, evidently warned by the whistling of their fellows. Instructions and commands were shouted to and fro, with the result that those before her spread roughly into a great half circle to intercept her, and when she turned to the right, hoping to elude the net, she saw others coming from the fields beyond, and to the left the same was true. But Tara of Helium would not admit defeat. Without once pausing, she turned directly toward the center of the advancing semicircle, beyond which lay her single chance of escape, and as she ran, she drew her long, slim dagger. Like her valiant sire, if die she must, she would die fighting. There were gaps in the thin line confronting her, and toward the widest of one of these she directed her course. The things on either side of the opening guessed her intent, for they closed in to place themselves in her path. This widened the openings on either side of them, and as the girl appeared almost to rush into their arms, she turned suddenly at right angles, ran swiftly in the new direction for a few yards, and then dashed quickly toward the hill again. Now, only a single warrior, with a wide gap on either side of him, barred her clear way to freedom, though all the others were speeding as rapidly as they could to intercept her. If she could pass this one, without too much delay, she could escape, of that she was certain. Her every hope hinged on this. The creature before her realized it too, for he moved cautiously, though swiftly, to intercept her, as a rugby fullback might maneuver in the realization that he alone stood between the opposing team and a touchdown. At first, Tara of Helium had hoped that she might dodge him, for she could not but guess that she was not only more fleet, but infinitely more agile than these strange creatures. But soon there came to her the realization that in the time consumed in an attempt to elude his grasp, his nearer fellows would be upon her and escape then impossible. So she chose instead to charge straight for him, and when he guessed her decision, he stood, half crouching and with outstretched arms, awaiting her. In one hand was his sword, but a voice arose, crying in tones of authority, "Take her alive! Do not harm her!" Instantly the fellow returned his sword to its scabbard, and then Tara of Helium was upon him. Straight for that beautiful body she sprang, and in the instant that the arms closed to seize her, her sharp blade drove deep into the naked chest. The impact hurled them both to the ground, and as Tara of Helium sprang to her feet again, she saw, to her horror, that the loathsome head had rolled from the body and was now crawling away from her on 6 short, spider-like legs. The body struggled spasmodically and lay still. As brief as had been the delay caused by the encounter, it still had been of sufficient duration to undo her, for even as she rose, 2 more of the things fell upon her, and instantly thereafter she was surrounded. Her blade sank once more into the naked flesh, and once more a head rolled free and crawled away. Then they overpowered her, and in another moment she was surrounded by fully 100 of the creatures, all seeking to lay hands upon her. At first she thought that they wished to tear her to pieces in revenge for her having slain 2 of their fellows, but presently she realized that they were prompted more by curiosity than by any sinister motive. "Come," said one of her captors, both of whom had retained a hold upon her. As he spoke, he tried to lead her away with him toward the nearest tower. "She belongs to me," cried the other. "Did not I capture her? She will come with me to the Tower of Moak." "Never," insisted the first. "She is Luud's. To Luud I will take her, and whosoever interferes may feel the keenness of my sword in the head." He almost shouted the last 3 words. "Come, enough of this," cried one who spoke with some show of authority. "She was captured in Luud's fields. She will go to Luud." "She was discovered in Moak's fields, at the very foot of the Tower of Moak," insisted he who had claimed her for Moak. "You have heard the Nolach speak," cried the Luud. "It shall be as he says." "Not while this Moak holds a sword," replied the other. "Rather will I cut her in twain and take my half to Moak than relinquish her all to Luud," and he drew his sword, or rather he laid his hand upon its hilt in a threatening gesture. But before ever he could draw it, the Luud had whipped his out and with a fearful blow cut deep into the head of his adversary. Instantly the big round head collapsed, almost as a punctured balloon collapses, as a grayish, semi-fluid matter spurted from it. The protruding eyes, apparently lidless, merely stared. The sphincter-like muscle of the mouth opened and closed, and then the head toppled from the body to the ground. The body stood dully for a moment, and then slowly started to wander aimlessly about until one of the others seized it by the arm. One of the 2 heads crawling about on the ground now approached. "This rykor belongs to Moak," it said. "I am a Moak. I will take it," and without further discussion it commenced to crawl up the front of the headless body, using its 6 short, spider-like legs, and 2 stout chela, which grew just in front of its legs and strongly resembled those of an earthly lobster, except that they were both of the same size. The body, in the meantime, stood in passive indifference, its arms hanging idly at its sides. The head climbed to the shoulders and settled itself inside the leather collar that now hid its chela and legs. Almost immediately, the body gave evidence of intelligent animation. It raised its hands and adjusted the collar more comfortably. It took the head between its palms and settled it in place, and when it moved around it did not wander aimlessly, but instead its steps were firm and to some purpose. The girl watched all these things in growing wonder, and presently, no other of the Mokes seeming inclined to dispute the right of the Lud to her, she was led off by her captor toward the nearest tower. Several accompanied them, including one who carried the loose head under his arm. The head that was being carried conversed with the head upon the shoulders of the thing that carried it. Tara of Helium shivered. It was horrible. All that she had seen of these frightful creatures was horrible, and to be a prisoner, wholly in their power. Shadow of her first ancestor, what had she done to deserve so cruel a fate? At the wall enclosing the tower, they paused, while one opened the gate, and then they passed within the enclosure, which, to the girl's horror, she found filled with headless bodies. The creature who carried the bodiless head now set its burden upon the ground, and the latter immediately crawled toward one of the bodies that was lying nearby. Some wandered stupidly to and fro, but this one lay still. It was a female. The head crawled to it and made its way to the shoulders, where it settled itself. At once the body sprang lightly erect. Another of those who had accompanied them from the fields approached with the harness and collar that had been taken from the dead body that the head had formerly topped. The new body now appropriated these, and the hands deftly adjusted them. The creature was now as good as before Tara of Helium had struck down its former body with her slim blade, but there was a difference. Before, it had been male. Now, it was female. That, however, seemed to make no difference to the head. In fact, Tara of Helium had noticed during the scramble and the fight about her that sex differences seemed of little moment to her captors. Males and females had taken equal part in her pursuit. Both were identically harnessed, and both carried swords, and she had seen as many females as males draw their weapons at the moment that a quarrel between the two factions seemed imminent. The girl was given but brief opportunity for further observation of the pitiful creatures in the enclosure, as her captor, after having directed the others to return to the fields, led her toward the tower, which they entered, passing into an apartment about 10 feet wide and 20 long, in one end of which was a stairway leading to an upper level, and in the other an opening to a similar stairway leading downward. The chamber, though on a level with the ground, was brilliantly lighted by windows in its inner wall, the light coming from a circular court in the center of the tower. The walls of this court appeared to be faced with what resembled glazed white tile, and the whole interior of it was flooded with dazzling light, a fact which immediately explained to the girl the purpose of the glass prisms of which the domes were constructed. The stairways themselves were sufficient to cause remark, since in nearly all Barsoomian architecture inclined runways are utilized for purposes of communication between different levels, and especially is this true of the more ancient forms and of those of remote districts where fewer changes have come to alter the customs of antiquity. Down the stairway her captor led Tara of Helium, down and down through chambers still lighted from the brilliant wall. Occasionally they passed others going in the opposite direction, and these always stopped to examine the girl and ask questions of her captor. I know nothing but that she was found in the fields, and that I caught her after a fight in which she slew 2 rykors, and in which I slew a Moke, and that I take her to Lud,
to whom of course she belongs. If Lud wishes to question her, that is for Lud to do, not for me. Thus always he answered the curious. Presently they reached a room from which a circular tunnel led away from the tower, and into this the creature conducted her. The tunnel was some 7 feet in diameter, and flattened on the bottom to form a walk. For 100 feet from the tower it was lined with the same tile-like material of the light well, and amply illuminated by reflected light from that source. Beyond, it was faced with stone of various shapes and sizes, neatly cut and fitted together, a very fine mosaic, without a pattern. There were branches, too, and other tunnels which crossed this, and occasionally openings not more than a foot in diameter, these latter being usually close to the floor. Above each of these smaller openings was painted a different device, while upon the walls of the larger tunnels, at all intersections and points of convergence, hieroglyphics appeared. These the girl could not read, though she guessed that they were the names of the tunnels, or notices indicating that points to which they led. She tried to study some of them out, but there was not a character that was familiar to her, which seemed strange, since, while the written languages of the various nations of Barsoom differ, it still is true that they have many characters and words in common. She had tried to converse with her guard, but he had not seemed inclined to talk with her, and she finally desisted. She could not but note that he had offered her no indignities, nor had he been either unnecessarily rough or in any way cruel. The fact that she had slain 2 of the bodies with her dagger had apparently aroused no animosity or desire for revenge in the minds of the strange heads that surmounted the bodies, even those whose bodies had been killed. She did not try to understand it, since she could not approach the peculiar relationship between the heads and the bodies of these creatures from the basis of any past knowledge or experience of her own. So far, their treatment of her seemed to augur naught that might arouse her fears. Perhaps, after all, she had been fortunate to fall into the hands of these strange people, who might not only protect her from harm, but even aid her in returning to Helium. That they were repulsive and uncanny she could not forget, but if they meant her no harm she could at least overlook their repulsiveness. Renewed hope aroused within her a spirit of greater cheerfulness, and it was almost blithely now that she moved at the side of her weird companion. She even caught herself humming a gay little tune that was then popular in Helium. The creature at her side turned its expressionless eyes upon her. "What is that noise that you are making?" it asked. "I was but humming an air," she replied. "Humming an air," he repeated. "I do not know what you mean, but do it again. I like it." This time she sang the words while her companion listened intently. His face gave no indication of what was passing in that strange head. It was as devoid of expression as that of a spider. It reminded her of a spider. When she had finished, he turned toward her again. "That was different," he said. "I like that better, even, than the other. How do you do it?" "Why," she said, "it is singing. Do you not know what song is?" "No," he replied. "Tell me how you do it." "It is difficult to explain," she told him, "since any explanation of it presupposes some knowledge of melody and of music, while your very question indicates that you have no knowledge of either." "No," he said, "I do not know what you are talking about, but tell me how you do it." "It is merely the melodious modulations of my voice," she explained. "Listen." And again she sang. "I do not understand," he insisted, "but I like it. Could you teach me to do it?" "I do not know, but I should be glad to try." "We will see what Lud does with you," he said. "If he does not want you, I will keep you and you shall teach me to make sounds like that." At his request, she sang again as they continued their way along the winding tunnel, which was now lighted by occasional bulbs which appeared to be similar to the radium bulbs with which she was familiar and which were common to all the nations of Barsoom, insofar as she knew, having been perfected at so remote a period that their very origin was lost in antiquity. They consist, usually, of a hemispherical bowl of heavy glass, in which is packed a compound containing what, according to John Carter, must be radium. The bowl is then cemented into a metal plate with a heavily insulated back, and the whole affair set in the masonry of the wall or ceiling as desired, where it gives off light of greater or less intensity, according to the composition of the filling material, for an almost incalculable period of time. As they proceeded, they met a greater number of the inhabitants of this underground world, and the girl noted that among many of these the metal and harness were more ornate than had been those of the workers in the fields above. The heads and bodies, however, were similar, even identical, she thought. No one offered her harm, and she was now experiencing a feeling of relief almost akin to happiness, when her guide turned suddenly into an opening on the right side of the tunnel, and she found herself in a large, well-lighted chamber. This is the end of the Chessmen of Mars, Chapter 4. Chapter 5. The Perfect Brain. The song that had been upon her lips as she entered died there, frozen by the sight of horror that met her eyes. In the center of a chamber, a headless body lay upon the floor, a body that had been partially devoured, while over and upon it crawled a dozen heads upon their short spider legs, and they tore at the flesh of the woman with their chelae and carried the bits to their awful mouths. They were eating human flesh, eating it raw. Tara of Helium gasped in horror, and turning away covered her eyes with her palms. "Come," said her captor, "what is the matter?" "They are eating the flesh of the woman," she whispered in tones of horror. "Why not?" he inquired. "Did you suppose that we kept the rykor for labor alone? No. They are delicious when kept and fattened. Fortunate, too, are those that are bred for food, since they are never called upon to do aught but eat." "It is hideous!" she cried. He looked at her steadily for a moment, but whether in surprise, in anger, or in pity, his expressionless face did not reveal. Then he led her on across the room past the frightful thing, from which she turned away her eyes. Lying about on the floor near the walls were a dozen headless bodies in harness. These, she guessed, had been abandoned temporarily by the feasting heads until they again required their services. In the walls of this room there were many of the small round openings she had noticed in various parts of the tunnels, the purpose of which she could not guess. They passed through another corridor and then into a second chamber, larger than the first and more brilliantly illuminated. Within were several of the creatures with heads and bodies assembled, while many headless bodies lay about near the walls. Here her captor halted and spoke to one of the occupants of the chamber. "I seek Luud," he said. "I bring to Luud a creature that I captured in the fields above." The others crowded about to examine Tara of Helium. One of them whistled, whereupon the girl learned something of the smaller openings in the walls, for almost immediately there crawled from them, like giant spiders, a score or more of the hideous heads. Each sought one of the recumbent bodies and fastened itself in place. Immediately the bodies reacted to the intelligent direction of the heads. They arose, the hands adjusted the leather collars and put the balance of the harness in order. Then the creatures crossed the room to where Tara of Helium stood. She noted that their leather was more highly ornamented than that worn by any of the others she had previously seen, and so she guessed that these must be higher in authority than the others. Nor was she mistaken. The demeanor of her captor indicated it.
He addressed them as one who holds intercourse with superiors. Several of those who examined her felt her flesh, pinching it gently between thumb and forefinger, a familiarity that the girl resented. She struck down their hands. "Do not touch me!" she cried imperiously. For was she not a princess of Helium? The expression on those terrible faces did not change. She could not tell whether they were angry or amused, whether her action had filled them with respect for her or contempt. Only one of them spoke immediately. "She will have to be fattened more," he said. The girl's eyes went wide with horror. She turned upon her captor. "Do these frightful creatures intend to devour me?" she cried. "That is for Luud to say," he replied, and then he leaned closer, so that his mouth was near her ear. "That noise you made which you called song pleased me," he whispered, "and I will repay you by warning you not to antagonize these kaldanes. They are very powerful. Luud listens to them. Do not call them frightful. They are very handsome. Look at their wonderful trappings, their gold, their jewels." "Thank you," she said. "You called them kaldanes. What does that mean?" "We are all kaldanes," he replied. "You too?" and she pointed at him, her slim finger directed toward his chest. "No, not this," he explained, touching his body. "This is a rykor, but this," and he touched his head, "is a kaldane. It is the brain, the intellect, the power that directs all things. The rykor," he indicated his body, "is nothing. It is not so much even as the jewels upon our harness, no, not so much as the harness itself. It carries us about. It is true that we would find difficulty getting along without it, but it has less value than harness or jewels because it is less difficult to reproduce." He turned again to the other kaldanes. "Will you notify Luud that I am here?" he asked. "Sept has already gone to Luud. He will tell him," replied one. "Where did you find this rykor with the strange kaldane that cannot detach itself?" The girl's captor narrated once more the story of her capture. He stated facts just as they had occurred, without embellishment, his voice as expressionless as his face, and his story was received in the same manner that it was delivered. The creatures seemed totally lacking in emotion, or, at least, the capacity to express it. It was impossible to judge what impression the story made upon them, or even if they heard it. Their protruding eyes simply stared, and occasionally the muscles of their mouths opened and closed. Familiarity did not lessen the horror the girl felt for them. The more she saw of them, the more repulsive they seemed. Often her body was shaken by convulsive shudders as she looked at the kaldanes, but when her eyes wandered to the beautiful bodies and she could for a moment expunge the heads from her consciousness, the effect was soothing and refreshing. Though when the bodies lay, headless, upon the floor, they were quite as shocking as the heads mounted on the bodies, but by far the most gruesome and uncanny sight of all was that of the heads crawling about upon their spider legs. If one of these things should approach and touch her, Tara of Helium was positive that she should scream, while should one attempt to crawl up her person, ugh! The very idea induced a feeling of faintness. Sept returned to the chamber. "Luud will see you and the captive. Come," he said, and turned toward a door opposite that through which Tara of Helium had entered the chamber. "What is your name?" His question was directed to the girl's captor. "I am Ghek, third foreman of the Fields of Luud," he answered. "And hers?" "I do not know." "It makes no difference. Come." The patrician brows of Tara of Helium went high. It made no difference, indeed! She, a princess of Helium, only daughter of the warlord of Barsoom! "Wait!" she cried. "It makes much difference who I am. If you are conducting me into the presence of your Jed, you may announce the Princess Tara of Helium, daughter of John Carter, the warlord of Barsoom." "Hold your peace," commanded Sept. "Speak when you are spoken to. Come with me." The anger of Tara of Helium all but choked her. "Come," admonished Ghek, and took her by the arm, and Tara of Helium came. She was naught but a prisoner. Her rank and titles meant nothing to these inhuman monsters. They led her through a short S-shaped passageway into a chamber entirely lined with the white tile-like material with which the interior of the light wall was faced. Close to the base of the walls were numerous smaller apertures, circular in shape, but larger than those of similar aspect that she had noted elsewhere. The majority of these apertures were sealed. Directly opposite the entrance was one framed in gold, and above it a peculiar device was inlaid in the same precious metal. Sept and Ghek halted just within the room, the girl between them, and all three stood silently facing the opening in the opposite wall. On the floor beside the aperture lay a headless male body of almost heroic proportions, and on either side of this stood a heavily armed warrior with a drawn sword. For perhaps 5 minutes the three waited, and then something appeared in the opening. It was a pair of large chelae, and immediately thereafter there crawled forth a hideous kaldane of enormous proportions. He was half again as large as any that Tara of Helium had yet seen, and his whole aspect infinitely more terrible. The skin of the others was a bluish gray. This one was of a little bluer tinge, and the eyes were ringed with bands of white and scarlet, as was its mouth. From each nostril a band of white and one of scarlet extended outward horizontally the width of the face. No one spoke or moved. The creature crawled to the prostrate body and affixed itself to the neck. Then the two rose as one and approached the girl. He looked at her, and then he spoke to her captor. "You are the third foreman of the Fields of Luud?" he asked. "Yes, Luud. I am called Ghek." "Tell me what you know of this," and he nodded toward Tara of Helium. Ghek did as he was bid, and then Luud addressed the girl. "What were you doing within the borders of Bantoom?" he asked. "I was blown hither in a great storm that injured my flier and carried me I knew not where. I came down into the valley at night for food and drink. The Banths came and drove me to the safety of a tree, and then your people caught me as I was trying to leave the valley. I do not know why they took me. I was doing no harm. All I ask is that you let me go my way in peace." "None who enters Bantoom ever leaves," replied Luud. "But my people are not at war with yours. I am a princess of Helium. My great grandfather is a jeddak, my grandfather a jed, and my father is warlord of all Barsoom. You have no right to keep me, and I demand that you liberate me at once." "None who enters Bantoom ever leaves," repeated the creature without expression. "I know nothing of the lesser creatures of Barsoom of whom you speak. There is but one high race, the race of Bantoomians. All nature exists to serve them. You shall do your share, but not yet. You are too skinny. We shall have to put some fat upon it. Sept, I tire of Rykor. Perhaps this will have a different flavor. The Banths are too rank, and it is seldom that any other creature enters the valley. And you, Ghek, you shall be rewarded. I shall promote you from the fields to the burrows. Hereafter, you shall remain underground as every Bantoomian longs to. No more shall you be forced to endure the hated sun, or look upon the hideous sky, or the hateful growing things that defile the surface. For the present, you shall look after this thing that you have brought me, seeing that it sleeps and eats and does nothing else. You understand me, Ghek? Nothing else." "I understand, Luud," replied the other. "Take it away," commanded the creature. Ghek turned and led Tara of Helium from the apartment. The girl was horrified by contemplation of the fate that awaited her, a fate from which it seemed there was no escape. It was only too evident that these creatures possessed no gentle or chivalric sentiments to which she could appeal, and that she might escape from the labyrinthine mazes of their underground burrows appeared impossible. Outside the audience chamber, Sept overtook them and conversed with Ghek for a brief period. Then her keeper led her through a confusing web of winding tunnels until they came to a small apartment. "We are to remain here for a while. It may be that Luud will send for you again. If he does, you will probably not be fattened. He will use you for another purpose." It was fortunate for the girl's peace of mind that she did not realize what he meant. "Sing for me," said Ghek presently. Tara of Helium did not feel at all like singing, but she sang, nevertheless, for there was always the hope that she might escape if given the opportunity, and if she could win the friendship of one of the creatures her chances would be increased proportionately. All during the ordeal, for such it was to the overwrought girl, Ghek stood with his eyes fixed upon her. "It is wonderful," he said when she had finished, "but I did not tell Luud. You noticed that I did not tell Luud about it. Had he known, he would have had you sing to him, and that would have resulted in your being kept with him that he might hear you sing whenever he wished, but now I can have you all the time." "How do you know he would like my singing?" she asked. "He would have to," replied Ghek. "If I like a thing, he has to like it, for are we not identical, all of us?" "The people of my race do not like all the same things," said the girl. "How strange," commented Ghek. "All kaldanes like the same things and dislike the same things. If I discover something new and like it, I know that all kaldanes will like it. That is how I know that Luud would like your singing. You see, we are all exactly alike." "But you do not look like Luud," said the girl. "Luud is king. He is larger and more gorgeously marked, but otherwise he and I are identical, and why not? Did not Luud produce the egg from which I was hatched?" "What?" queried the girl. "I do not understand you." "Yes," explained Ghek. "All of us are from Luud's eggs, just as all the swarm of Moak are from Moak's eggs." "Oh!" exclaimed Tara of Helium understandingly. "You mean that Luud has many wives and that you are the offspring of one of them." "No, not that at all," replied Ghek. "Luud has no wife. He lays the eggs himself. You do not understand." Tara of Helium admitted that she did not. "I will try to explain then," said Ghek, "if you will promise to sing to me later." "I promise," she said. "We are not like the Rykors," he began. "They are creatures of a low order, like yourself and the Banths and such things. We have no sex. Not one of us except our king, who is bisexual. He produces many eggs from which we, the workers and the warriors, are hatched, and one in every 1,000 eggs is another king egg from which a king is hatched. Did you notice the sealed openings in the room where you saw Luud? Sealed in each of those is another king. If one of them escaped, he would fall upon Luud and try to kill him, and if he succeeded, we should have a new king, but there would be no difference. His name would be Luud, and all would go on as before. For are we not all alike? Luud has lived a long time and has produced many kings, so he lets only a few live that there may be a successor to him when he dies. The others he kills." "Why does he keep more than one?" queried the girl. "Sometimes accidents occur," replied Ghek, "and all the kings that a swarm has saved are killed. When this happens, the swarm comes and obtains another king from a neighboring swarm." "Are all of you the children of Luud?" she asked. "All but a few who are from the eggs of the preceding king, as was Luud. But Luud has lived a long time, and not many of the others are left." "You live a long time, or short?" Tara asked. "A very long time." "And the Rykers, too, they live a long time?" "No, the Rykers live for 10 years perhaps," he said, "if they remain strong and useful. When they can no longer be of service to us, either through age or sickness, we leave them in the fields, and the Banths come at night and get them." "How horrible!" she exclaimed. "Horrible?" he repeated. "I see nothing horrible about that. The Rykers are but brainless flesh. They neither see, nor feel, nor hear. They can scarce move but for us. If we did not bring them food they would starve to death. They are less deserving of thought than our leather. All that they can do for themselves is to take food from a trough and put it in their mouths. But with us, look at them," and he proudly exhibited the noble figure that he surmounted, palpitant with life and energy and feeling. "How do you do it?" asked Tara of Helium. "I do not understand it at all." "I will show you," he said, and lay down upon the floor. Then he detached himself from the body, which lay as a thing dead. On his spider legs he walked toward the girl. "Now look," he admonished her. "Do you see this thing?" And he extended what appeared to be a bundle of tentacles from the posterior part of his head. There is an aperture just back of the Rykor's mouth and directly over the upper end of his spinal column. Into this aperture I insert my tentacles and seize the spinal cord. Immediately I control every muscle of the Rykor's body. It becomes my own, just as you direct the movement of the muscles of your body. I feel what the Rykor would feel if he had a head and brain. If he is hurt, I would suffer if I remained connected with him, but the instant one of them is injured or becomes sick, we desert it for another. As we would suffer the pains of their physical injuries, similarly do we enjoy the physical pleasures of the Rykors. When your body becomes fatigued, you are comparatively useless. It is sick, you are sick. If it is killed, you die. You are the slave of a mass of stupid flesh and bone and blood. There is nothing more wonderful about your carcass than there is about the carcass of a Banth. It is only your brain that makes you superior to the Banth, but your brain is bound by the limitations of your body. Not so ours. With us, brain is everything. 90% of our volume is brain. We have only the simplest of vital organs, and they are very small, for they do not have to assist in the support of a complicated system of nerves, muscles, flesh, and bone. We have no lungs, for we do not require air. Far below the levels to which we can take the Rykors is a vast network of burrows where the real life of the kaldane is lived. There the air-breathing Rykor would perish as you would perish. There we have stored vast quantities of food in hermetically sealed chambers. It will last forever. Far beneath the surface is water that will flow for countless ages after the surface water is exhausted. We are preparing for the time we know must come, the time when the last vestige of the Barsoomian atmosphere is spent, when the waters and the food are gone. For this purpose were we created, that there might not perish from the planet nature's divinest creation, the perfect brain. "But what purpose can you serve when that time comes?" asked the girl. "You do not understand," he said. "It is too big for you to grasp, but I will try to explain it. Barsoom, the moons, the sun, the stars were created for a single purpose. From the beginning of time, nature has labored arduously toward the consummation of this purpose. At the very beginning, things existed with life, but with no brain. Gradually, rudimentary nervous systems and minute brains evolved. Evolution proceeded. The brains became larger and more powerful. In us, you see the highest development. But there are those of us who believe that there is yet another step, that sometime in the far future, our race shall develop into the super thing, just brain. The incubus of legs and chelae and vital organs will be removed. The future kaldane will be nothing but a great brain. Deaf, dumb, and blind, it will lie sealed in its buried vault far beneath the surface of Barsoom, just a great, wonderful, beautiful brain with nothing to distract it from eternal thought. You mean it will just lie there and think? Cried Tara of Helium. Just that, he exclaimed. Could aught be more wonderful? Yes, replied the girl. I can think of a number of things that would be infinitely more wonderful. This is the end of the Chessmen of Mars, Chapter 5. Chapter 6. In the Toils of Horror. What the creature had told her gave Tara of Helium food for thought. She had been taught that every created thing fulfilled some useful purpose, and she tried conscientiously to discover just what was the rightful place of the kaldane in the universal scheme of things. She knew that it must have its place, but what that place was, it was beyond her to conceive. She had to give it up. They recalled to her mind a little group of people in Helium who had forsworn the pleasures of life in the pursuit of knowledge. They were rather patronizing in their relations with those whom they thought were not so intellectual. They considered themselves quite superior. She smiled at recollection of a remark her father had once made concerning them, to the effect that if one of them ever dropped his egotism and broke it, it would take a week to fumigate Helium. Her father liked normal people. People who knew too little and people who knew too much were equally a bore. Tara of Helium was like her father in this respect, and like him too, she was both sane and normal. Outside of her personal danger, there was much in this strange world that interested her. The rykors aroused her keenest pity and vast conjecture. How and from what form had they evolved? She asked Ghek. Sing to me again, and I will tell you, he said. If Lud would let me have you, you should never die. I should keep you always to sing to me. The girl marveled at the effect her voice had upon the creature. Somewhere in that enormous brain there was a chord that was touched by melody. It was the sole link between herself and the brain when detached from the rykor. When it dominated the rykor, it might have other human instincts, but these she dreaded even to think of. After she had sung, she waited for Ghek to speak. For a long time he was silent, just looking at her through those awful eyes. I wonder, he said presently, if it might not be pleasant to be of your race. Do you all sing? Nearly all, a little, she said, but we do many other interesting and enjoyable things. We dance and play and work and love, and sometimes we fight, for we are a race of warriors. Love, said the kaldane. I think I know what you mean, but we, fortunately, are above sentiment when we are detached. But when we dominate the rykor, that is different, and when I hear you sing and look at your beautiful body, I know what you mean by love. I could love you. The girl shrank from him. You promised to tell me of the origin of the rykor, she reminded him. Ages ago, he commenced, our bodies were larger and our heads smaller. Our legs were very weak, and we could not travel fast or far. There was a stupid creature that went upon 4 legs. It lived in a hole in the ground, to which it brought its food, so we ran our burrows into this hole and ate the food it brought. But it did not bring enough for all, for itself and all the kaldanes that lived upon it, so we had also to go abroad and get food. This was hard work for our weak legs. Then it was that we commenced to ride upon the backs of these primitive rykors. It took many ages, undoubtedly, but at last came the time when the kaldane had found means to guide the rykor, until presently the latter depended entirely upon the superior brain of his master to guide him to food. The brain of the rykor grew smaller as time went on. His ears went and his eyes, for he no longer had use for them. The kaldane saw and heard for him. By similar steps, the rykor came to go upon its hind feet that the kaldane might be able to see farther. As the brain shrank, so did the head. The mouth was the only feature of the head that was used, and so the mouth alone remains. Members of the red race fell into the hands of our ancestors from time to time. They saw the beauties and the advantages of the form that nature had given the red race over that which the rykor was developing into. By intelligent crossing, the present rykor was achieved. He is really solely the product of the superintelligence of the kaldane. He is our body, to do with as we see fit, just as you do what you see fit with your body, only we have the advantage of possessing an unlimited supply of bodies. Do you not wish that you were a kaldane? For how long they kept her in the subterranean chamber Tara of Helium did not know. It seemed a very long time. She ate and slept, and watched the interminable lines of creatures that passed the entrance to her prison. There was a laden line passing from above, carrying food, food, food. In the other line, they returned empty-handed. When she saw them, she knew it was daylight above. When they did not pass, she knew it was night, and that the banths were about devouring the rykors that had been abandoned in the fields the previous day. She commenced to grow pale and thin. She did not like the food they gave her. It was not suited to her kind, nor would she have eaten overmuch palatable food for the fear of becoming fat. The idea of plumpness had a new significance here, a horrible significance. Ghek noted that she was growing thin and white. He spoke to her about it, and she told him that she could not thrive thus beneath the ground, that she must have fresh air and sunshine, or she would wither and die. Evidently, he carried her words to Luud, since it was not long after that he told her that the king had ordered that she be confined in the tower, and to the tower she was taken. She had hoped against hope that this very thing might result from her conversation with Ghek. Even to see the sun again was something, but now there sprang to her breast a hope that she had not dared to nurse before, while she lay in the terrible labyrinth from which she knew she could have never found her way to the outer world. But now there was some slight reason to hope. At least she could see the hills, and if she could see them, might there not come also the opportunity to reach them? If she could have but 10 minutes, just 10 little minutes. The flier was still there. She knew that it must be. Just 10 minutes, and she would be free. Free forever from this frightful place. But the days wore on, and she was never alone, not even for half of 10 minutes. Many times she planned her escape. Had it not been for the banths, it would have been easy of accomplishment by night. Ghek always detached his body then, and sank into what seemed a semi-comatose condition. It could not be said that he slept, or at least it did not appear like sleep, since his lidless eyes were unchanged, but he lay quietly in a corner. Tara of Helium enacted 1,000 times in her mind the scene of her escape. She would rush to the side of the rykor and seize the sword that hung in its harness. Before Ghek knew what she purposed, she would have this, and then before he could give an alarm, she would drive the blade through his hideous head. It would take but a moment to reach the enclosure. The rykors could not stop her, for they had no brains to tell them that she was escaping. She had watched from her window the opening
and closing of the gate that led from the enclosure out into the fields, and she knew how the great latch operated. She would pass through and make a quick dash for the hill. It was so near that they could not overtake her. It was so easy. Or it would have been, but for the Banths. The Banths at night, and the workers in the fields by day. Confined to the tower, and without proper exercise or food, the girl failed to show the improvement that her captors desired. Ghek questioned her in an effort to learn why it was that she did not grow round and plump, that she did not even look as well as when they had captured her. His concern was prompted by repeated inquiries on the part of Luud, and finally resulted in suggesting to Tara of Helium a plan whereby she might find a new opportunity of escape. "I am accustomed to walking in the fresh air and the sunlight," she told Ghek. "I cannot become as I was before if I am to be always shut away in this one chamber, breathing poor air and getting no proper exercise. Permit me to go out in the fields every day and walk about while the sun is shining. Then I am sure I should become nice and fat." "You would run away," he said. "But how could I if you were always with me?" she asked. "And even if I wished to run away, where could I go? I do not know even the direction of Helium. It must be very far. The very first night the Banths would get me, would they not?" "They would," said Ghek. "I will ask Luud about it." The following day he told her that Luud had said that she was to be taken into the fields. He would try that for a time and see if she improved. "If you do not grow fatter, he will send for you anyway," said Ghek, "but he will not use you for food." Tara of Helium shuddered. That day, and for many days thereafter, she was taken from the tower, through the enclosure, and out into the fields. Always was she alert for an opportunity to escape, but Ghek was always close by her side. It was not so much his presence that deterred her from making the attempt as the number of workers that were always between her and the hills where the flier lay. She could easily have eluded Ghek, but there were too many of the others. And then, one day, Ghek told her as he accompanied her into the open that this would be the last time. "Tonight you go to Luud," he said. "I am sorry, as I shall not hear you sing again." "Tonight?" She scarce breathed the word, yet it was vibrant with horror. She glanced quickly toward the hills. They were so close, yet between were the inevitable workers, perhaps a score of them. "Let us walk over there," she said, indicating them. "I should like to see what they are doing." "It is too far," said Ghek. "I hate the sun. It is much pleasanter here where I can stand beneath the shade of this tree." "All right," she agreed. "Then you stay here and I will walk over. It will take me but a minute." "No," he answered. "I will go with you. You want to escape, but you are not going to." "I cannot escape," she said. "I know it," agreed Ghek, "but you might try. I do not wish you to try. Possibly it will be better if we return to the tower at once. It will go hard with me should you escape." Tara of Helium saw her last chance fading into oblivion. There would never be another after today. She cast about for some pretext to lure him even a little nearer to the hills. "It is very little that I ask," she said. "Tonight you will want me to sing to you. It will be the last time. If you do not let me go and see what those kaldanes are doing, I shall never sing to you again." Ghek hesitated. "I will hold you by the arm all the time then," he said. "Why, of course, if you wish," she assented. "Come." The two moved toward the workers in the hills. The little party was digging tubers from the ground. She noted this, and that nearly always they were stooped low over their work, the hideous eyes bent upon the upturned soil. She led Ghek quite close to them, pretending that she wished to see exactly how they did the work, and all the time he held her tightly by her left wrist.
"It is very interesting," she said, with a sigh, and then suddenly, "Look, Ghek!" and pointed quickly back in the direction of the tower. The kaldane, still holding her, turned half away from her to look in the direction she had indicated, and simultaneously, with the quickness of a banth, she struck him with her right fist, backed by every ounce of strength she possessed, struck the back of the pulpy head just above the collar. The blow was sufficient to accomplish her design, dislodging the kaldane from its riker and tumbling it to the ground. Instantly the grasp upon her wrist relaxed as the body, no longer controlled by the brain of Ghek, stumbled aimlessly about for an instant before it sank to its knees and then rolled over on its back. But Tara of Helium waited not to note the full results of her act. The instant the fingers loosened upon her wrist, she broke away and dashed toward the hills. Simultaneously, a warning whistle broke from Ghek's lips, and in instant response, the workers leaped to their feet, one almost in the girl's path. She dodged the outstretched arms, and was away again toward the hills and freedom, when her foot caught in one of the hoe-like instruments with which the soil had been upturned, and which had been left half embedded in the ground. For an instant she ran on, stumbling in a mad effort to regain her equilibrium, but the upturned furrows caught her feet. Again she stumbled, and this time went down, and as she scrambled to rise again, a heavy body fell upon her and seized her arms. A moment later she was surrounded and dragged to her feet, and as she looked around she saw Ghek crawling to his prostrate Rykor. A moment later he advanced to her side. The hideous face, incapable of registering emotion, gave no clue to what was passing in the enormous brain. Was he nursing thoughts of anger, of hate, of revenge? Tara of Helium could not guess, nor did she care. The worst had happened. She had tried to escape, and she failed. There would never be another opportunity. "Come," said Ghek. "We will return to the tower." The deadly monotone of his voice was unbroken. It was worse than anger, for it revealed nothing of his intentions. It but increased her horror of these great brains that were beyond the possibility of human emotions. And so she was dragged back to her prison in the tower, and Ghek took up his vigil again, squatting by the doorway. But now he carried a naked sword in his hand and did not quit his Rykor, only to change to another that he had brought to him when the first gave indications of weariness. The girl sat looking at him. He had not been unkind to her, but she felt no sense of gratitude, nor, on the other hand, any sense of hatred. The brains, incapable themselves of any of the finer sentiments, awoke none in her. She could not feel gratitude, or affection, or hatred of them. There was only the same unceasing sense of horror in their presence. She had heard great scientists discuss the future of the red race, and she recalled that some had maintained that eventually the brain would entirely dominate the man. There would be no more instinctive acts or emotions. Nothing would be done on impulse, but on the contrary, reason would direct our every act. The propounder of the theory regretted that he might never enjoy the blessings of such a state, which, he argued, would result in the ideal life for mankind. Tara of Helium wished with all her heart that this learned scientist might be here to experience to the full the practical results of the fulfillment of his prophecy. Between the purely physical Rykor and the purely mental kaldane there was little choice, but in the happy medium of normal and imperfect man as she knew him lay the most desirable state of existence. It would have been a splendid object lesson, she thought, to all those idealists who seek mass perfection in any phase of human endeavor, since here they might discover the truth that absolute perfection is as little to be desired as is its antithesis. Gloomy were the thoughts that filled the mind of Tara of Helium as she awaited the summons from Luud, the summons that could mean for her but one thing: death. She guessed why he had sent for her, and she knew that she must find the means for self-destruction before the night was over. But still she clung to hope and to life. She would not give up until there was no other way. She startled Ghek once by exclaiming aloud, almost fiercely, "I still live!" "What do you mean?" asked the kaldane. "I mean just what I say," she replied. "I still live, and while I live I may still find a way. Dead, there is no hope." "Find a way to what?" he asked. "To life and liberty and mine own people," she responded. "None who enters Bantoom ever leaves," he droned. She did not reply, and after a time he spoke again. "Sing to me," he said. It was while she was singing that 4 warriors came to take her to Luud. They told Ghek that he was to remain where he was. "Why?" asked Ghek. "You have displeased Luud," replied one of the warriors. "How?" demanded Ghek. "You have demonstrated a lack of uncontaminated reasoning power. You have permitted sentiment to influence you, thus demonstrating that you are a defective. You know the fate of defectives." "I know the fate of defectives, but I am no defective," insisted Ghek. "You permitted the strange noises which issue from her throat to please and soothe you, knowing well that their origin and purpose had nothing whatever to do with logic or the powers of reason. This in itself constitutes an unimpeachable indictment of weakness. Then, influenced doubtless by an illogical feeling of sentiment, you permitted her to walk abroad in the fields to a place where she was able to make an almost successful attempt to escape. Your own reasoning power, were it not defective, would convince you that you are unfit. The natural and reasonable consequence is destruction. Therefore, you will be destroyed in such a way that the example will be beneficial to all the other kaldanes of the swarm of Luud. In the meantime, you will remain where you are." "You are right," said Ghek. "I will remain here until Luud sees fit to destroy me in the most reasonable manner." Tara of Helium shot a look of amazement at him as they led her from the chamber. Over her shoulder she called back to him, "Remember, Ghek, you still live." Then they led her along the interminable tunnels to where Luud awaited her. When she was conducted into his presence, he was squatting in a corner of the chamber upon his 6 spidery legs. Near the opposite wall lay his rykor, its beautiful form trapped in gorgeous harness, a dead thing without a guiding kaldane. Luud dismissed the warriors who had accompanied the prisoner. Then he sat with his terrible eyes fixed upon her and without speaking for some time. Tara of Helium could but wait. What was to come she could only guess. When it came would be sufficiently the time to meet it. There was no necessity for anticipating the end. Presently Luud spoke. "You think to escape," he said in the deadly, expressionless monotone of his kind. "The only possible result of orally expressing reason, uninfluenced by sentiment. You will not escape. You are merely the embodiment of 2 imperfect things, an imperfect brain and an imperfect body. The 2 cannot exist together in perfection. There you see a perfect body." He pointed toward the rykor. "It has no brain. Here," and he raised one of his chelae to his head, "is the perfect brain. It needs no body to function perfectly and properly as a brain. You would pit your feeble intellect against mine? Even now you are planning to slay me. If you are thwarted in that you expect to slay yourself. You will learn the power of mind over matter. I am the mind. You are the matter. What brain you have is too weak and ill-developed to deserve the name of brain. You have permitted it to be weakened by impulsive acts, dictated by sentiment. It has no value. It has practically no control over your existence. You will not kill me. You will not kill yourself. When I am through with you, you shall be killed if it seems the logical thing to do. You have no conception of the possibilities for power which lie in a perfectly developed brain. Look at that Rykor. He has no brain. He can move but slightly of his own volition. An inherent mechanical instinct that we have permitted to remain in him allows him to carry food to his mouth, but he could not find food for himself. We have to place it within his reach, and always in the same place. Should we put food at his feet and leave him alone, he would starve to death. But now watch what a real brain may accomplish. He turned his eyes upon the Rykor and squatted there, glaring at the insensate thing. Presently, to the girl's horror, the headless body moved. It rose slowly to its feet and crossed the room to Lud. It stooped and took the hideous head in its hands. It raised the head and set it on its shoulders. What chance have you against such power? Asked Lud. As I did with the Rykor, so can I do with you. Tara of Helium made no reply. Evidently, no vocal reply was necessary. You doubt my ability, stated Lud, which was precisely the fact, though the girl had only thought it, she had not said it. Lud crossed the room and lay down. Then he detached himself from the body and crawled across the floor until he stood directly in front of the circular opening through which she had seen him emerge the day that she had first been brought to his presence. He stopped there and fastened his terrible eyes upon her. He did not speak, but his eyes seemed to be boring straight to the center of her brain. She felt an almost irresistible force urging her toward the kaldane. She fought to resist it. She tried to turn away her eyes, but she could not. They were held as in horrid fascination upon the glittering, lidless orbs of the great brain that faced her. Slowly, every step a painful struggle or resistance, she moved toward the horrific monster. She tried to cry aloud in an effort to awake her numbing faculties, but no sound passed her lips. If those eyes would but turn away, just for an instant, she felt that she might regain the power to control her steps, but the eyes never left hers. They seemed but to burn deeper and deeper, gathering up every vestige of control of her entire nervous system. As she approached the thing, it backed slowly away upon its spider legs. She noticed that its chelae waved slowly to and fro before it as it backed through the round aperture in the wall. Must she follow it there, too? What new and nameless horror lay concealed in that hidden chamber? No, she would not do it. Yet before she reached the wall, she found herself down and crawling upon her hands and knees, straight toward the hole from which the two eyes still clung to hers. At the very threshold of the opening, she made a last heroic stand, battling against the force that drew her on, but in the end she succumbed. With a gasp that ended in a sob, Tara of Helium passed through the aperture into the chamber beyond. The opening was but barely large enough to admit her. Upon the opposite side she found herself in a small chamber. Before her squatted Lud. Against the opposite wall lay a large and beautiful male Rykor. He was without harness or other trappings. "You see now," said Lud, "the futility of revolt." The words seemed to release her momentarily from the spell. Quickly she turned away her eyes. "Look at me!" commanded Lud. Tara of Helium kept her eyes averted. She felt a new strength, or at least a diminution of the creature's power over her. Had she stumbled upon the secret of its uncanny domination over her will? She dared not hope. With eyes averted,
she turned toward the aperture through which those baleful eyes had drawn her. Again Luud commanded her to stop, but the voice alone lacked all authority to influence her. It was not like the eyes. She heard the creature whistle, and knew it was summoning assistance, but because she did not dare look toward it, she did not see it turn and concentrate its gaze upon the great headless body lying by the further wall. The girl was still slightly under the spell of the creature's influence. She had not regained full and independent domination of her powers. She moved as one in the throes of some hideous nightmare, slowly, painfully, as though each limb was hampered by a great weight, or as she were dragging her body through a viscous fluid. The aperture was close, so close, yet struggle as she would, she seemed to be making no appreciable progress toward it. Behind her, urged on by the malevolent power of the great brain, the headless body crawled upon all fours toward her. At last, she had reached the aperture. Something seemed to tell her that once beyond it the domination of the kaldane would be broken. She was almost through it, into the adjoining chamber, when she felt a heavy hand close upon her ankle. The rykor had reached forth and seized her, and though she struggled, the thing dragged her back into the room with Luud. It held her tight and drew her close, and then, to her horror, it commenced to caress her. "You see now," she heard Luud's dull voice, "the futility of revolt and its punishment." Tara of Helium fought to defend herself, but pitifully weak were her muscles against this brainless incarnation of brute power. Yet she fought on in the face of hopeless odds for the honor of the proud name she bore, fought alone, she whom the fighting men of a mighty empire, the flower of Martian chivalry, would gladly have lain down their lives to save. This is the end of the Chessmen of Mars, Chapter 6. Chapter 7. A Repellent Sight. The cruiser Vanator careened through the tempest. That she had not been dashed to the ground, or twisted by the force of the elements into tangled wreckage, was due entirely to the caprice of nature. For all the duration of the storm she rode, a helpless derelict, upon those storm-tossed waves of wind, but for all the dangers and vicissitudes they underwent, she and her crew might have borne charmed lives up to within an hour of the abating of the hurricane. It was then that the catastrophe occurred, a catastrophe indeed to the crew of the Vanator and the kingdom of Gathol. The men had been without food or drink since leaving Helium, and they had been hurled about and buffeted in their lashings until all were worn to exhaustion. There was a brief lull in the storm, during which one of the crew attempted to reach his quarters, after releasing the lashings which had held him to the precarious safety of the deck. The act in itself was a direct violation of orders, and in the eyes of the other members of the crew, the effect, which came with startling suddenness, took the form of a swift and terrible retribution. Scarce had the man released the safety straps ere a swift arm of the storm monster encircled the ship, rolling it over and over, with the result that the foolhardy warrior went overboard at the first turn. Unloosed from their lashing by the constant turning and twisting of the ship and the force of the wind, the boarding and landing tackle had been trailing beneath the keel, a tangled mass of cordage and leather. Upon the occasions that the Vanator rolled completely over, these things would be wrapped around her until another revolution in the opposite direction, or the wind itself, carried them once again clear of the deck to trail, whipping in the storm, beneath the hurtling ship. Into this fell the body of the warrior, and as a drowning man clutches at a straw, so the fellow clutched at the tangled cordage that caught him and arrested his fall. With the strength of desperation he clung to the cordage, seeking frantically to entangle his legs and body in it. With each jerk of the ship, his handholds were all but torn loose, and though he knew that eventually they would be,
and that he must be dashed to the ground beneath, yet he fought with the madness that is born of hopelessness for the pitiful second which but prolonged his agony. It was upon this sight, then, that Gahan of Gathol looked, over the edge of the careening deck of the Vanator, as he sought to learn the fate of his warrior. Lashed to the gunwale close at hand, a single landing leather that had not fouled the tangled mass beneath whipped free from the ship's side, the hook snapping at its outer end. The Jed of Gathol grasped the situation in a single glance. Below him, one of his people looked into the eyes of death. To the Jed's hand lay the means for succor. There was no instant's hesitation. Casting off his deck lashings, he seized the landing leather and slipped over the ship's side. Swinging like a bob upon a mad pendulum, he swung far out and back again, turning and twisting 3,000 feet above the surface of Barsoom, and then, at last, the thing he had hoped for occurred. He was carried within reach of the cordage, where the warrior still clung, though with rapidly diminishing strength. Catching one leg on a loop of the tangled strands, Gahan pulled himself close enough to seize another quite near to the fellow. Clinging precariously to this new hold, the Jed slowly drew in the landing leather, down which he had clambered until he could grasp the hook at its end. This he fastened to a ring in the warrior's harness, just before the man's weakened fingers slipped from their hold upon the cordage. Temporarily, at least, he had saved the life of his subject, and now he turned his attention toward ensuring his own safety. Inextricably entangled in the mess to which he was clinging were numerous other landing hooks, such as he had attached to the warrior's harness, and with one of these he sought to secure himself until the storm should abate sufficiently to permit him to climb to the deck. But even as he reached for one that swung near him, the ship was caught in a renewed burst of the storm's fury. The thrashing cordage whipped and snapped to the lunging of the great craft, and one of the heavy metal hooks, lashing through the air, struck the Jed of Gathol fair between the eyes. Momentarily stunned, Gahan's fingers slipped from their hold upon the cordage, and the man shot downward through the thin air of dying Mars toward the ground 3,000 feet beneath, while upon the deck of the rolling Vanator his faithful warriors clung to their lashings, all unconscious of the fate of their beloved leader. Nor was it until more than an hour later, after the storm had materially subsided, that they realized he was lost, or knew the self-sacrificing heroism of the act that had sealed his doom. The Vanator now rested upon an even keel as she was carried along by a strong though steady wind. The warriors had cast off their deck lashings, and the officers were taking account of losses and damage when a weak cry was heard from oversides, attracting their attention to the man hanging in the cordage beneath the keel. Strong arms hoisted him to the deck, and then it was that the crew of the Vanator learned of the heroism of their Jed and his end. How far they had traveled since his loss they could only vaguely guess, nor could they return in search of him in the disabled condition of the ship. It was a saddened company that drifted onward through the air toward whatever destination fate was to choose for them. And Gahan, Jed of Gathol, what of him? Plummet-like he fell for 1,000 feet, and then the storm seized him in its giant clutch and bore him far aloft again. As a bit of paper borne upon a gale, he was tossed about in mid-air, the sport and plaything of the wind. Over and over it turned him, and upward and downward it carried him, but after each new sally of the element he was brought nearer to the ground. The freaks of cyclonic storms are the rule of cyclonic storms. Demolish giant trees, and in the same gust they transport frail infants for miles and deposit them unharmed in their wake. And so it was with Gahan of Gathol. Expecting momentarily to be dashed to destruction, he presently found himself deposited gently upon the soft ochre moss of a dead sea bottom, bodily no worse off for his harrowing adventure than in the possession of a slight swelling upon his forehead where the metal hook had struck him. Scarcely able to believe that fate had dealt thus gently with him, the Jed arose slowly, as though more than half convinced that he should discover crushed and splintered bones that would not support his weight. But he was intact. He looked about in a vain effort at orientation. The air was filled with flying dust and debris. The sun was obliterated. His vision was confined to a radius of a few hundred yards of ochre moss and dust-filled air. 500 yards away, in any direction, there might have arisen the walls of a great city, and he not known it. It was useless to move from where he was until the air cleared, since he could not know in what direction he was moving, and so he stretched himself upon the moss and waited, pondering the fate of his warriors and his ship, but giving little thought to his own precarious situation. Lashed to his harness were his swords, his pistols, and a dagger, and in his pocket pouch a small quantity of the concentrated rations that form a part of the equipment of the fighting men of Barsoom. These things, together with trained muscles, high courage, and an undaunted spirit, sufficed him for whatever misadventures might lie between him and Gathol, which lay in what direction he knew not, nor at what distance. The wind was falling rapidly, and with it the dust that obscured the landscape. That the storm was over he was convinced, but he chafed at the inactivity the low visibility put upon him, nor did conditions better materially before night fell, so that he was forced to await the new day at the very spot at which the tempest had deposited him. Without his sleeping silks and furs he spent a far from comfortable night, and it was with feelings of unmixed relief that he saw the sudden dawn burst upon him. The air was now clear, and in the light of the new day he saw an undulating plain stretching in all directions about him, while to the northwest there were barely discernible the outlines of low hills. Toward the southeast of Gathol was such a country, and as Gahan surmised the direction and the velocity of the storm to have carried him somewhere in the vicinity of the country he thought he recognized, he assumed that Gathol lay behind the hills he now saw, whereas in reality it lay far to the northeast. It was 2 days before Gahan had crossed the plain and reached the summit of the hills from which he hoped to see his own country, only to meet at last with disappointment. Before him stretched another plain, of even greater proportions than that he had but just crossed, and beyond this other hills. In one material respect this plain differed from that behind him in that it was dotted with occasional isolated hills. Convinced, however, that Gathol lay somewhere in the direction of his search, he descended into the valley and bent his steps toward the northwest. For weeks Gahan of Gathol crossed valleys and hills in search of some familiar landmark that might point his way toward his native land, but the summit of each succeeding ridge revealed but another unfamiliar view. He saw few animals and no men, until he finally came to the belief that he had fallen upon that fabled area of ancient Barsoom which lay under the curse of her olden gods, the once rich and fertile country whose people in their pride and arrogance had denied the deities and whose punishment had been extermination. And then, one day, he scaled low hills and looked into an inhabited valley, a valley of trees and cultivated fields and plots of ground enclosed by stone walls surrounding strange towers. He saw people working in the fields, but he did not rush down to greet them. First, he must know more of them, and whether they might be assumed to be friends or enemies. Hidden by concealing shrubbery, he crawled to a vantage point upon a hill that projected further into the valley, and here he lay, upon his belly, watching the workers closest to him. They were still quite a distance from him, and he could not be quite sure of them, but there was something verging upon the unnatural about them. Their heads seemed out of proportion to their bodies, too large. For a long time he lay watching them, and ever more forcibly it was borne in upon his consciousness that they were not as he, and that it would be rash to trust himself among them. Presently he saw a couple appear from the nearest enclosure and slowly approached those who were working nearest to the hill where he lay in hiding. Immediately he was aware that one of these differed from all the others. Even at the greater distance, he noted that the head was smaller, and as they approached he was confident that the harness of one of them was not as the harness of its companion or of that of any of those who tilled the fields. The two stopped often, apparently in argument, as though one would proceed in the direction that they were going while the other demurred. But each time the smaller won reluctant consent from the other, and so they came closer and closer to the last line of workers toiling between the enclosure from which they had come and the hill where Gahan of Gathol lay watching. And then suddenly the smaller figure struck its companion full in the face. Gahan, horrified, saw the latter's head topple from its body, saw the body stagger and fall to the ground. The man half rose from his concealment the better to view the happening in the valley below. The creature that had felled its companion was dashing madly in the direction of the hill upon which he was hidden. It dodged one of the workers that sought to seize it. Gahan hoped that it would gain its liberty. Why, he did not know, other than at closer range it had every appearance of being a creature of his own race. Then he saw it stumble and go down, and instantly its pursuers were upon it. Then it was that Gahan's eyes chanced to return to the figure of the creature the fugitive had felled. What horror was this that he was witnessing? Or were his eyes playing some ghastly joke upon him? No, impossible though it was true. The head was moving slowly to the fallen body. It placed itself upon the shoulders, the body rose, and the creature, seemingly as good as new, ran quickly to where its fellows were dragging the hapless captive to its feet. The watcher saw the creature take its prisoner by the arm and lead it back to the enclosure, and even across the distance that separated them from him he could note dejection and utter hopelessness in the bearing of the prisoner, and too he was half convinced that it was a woman, perhaps a red Martian of his own race. Could he be sure that this was true? He must make some effort to rescue her, even though the customs of his strange world required it only in case she was of his own country. But he was not sure. She might not be a red Martian at all, or, if she were, it was as possible that she sprang from an enemy people as not. His first duty was to return to his own people with as little personal risk as possible, and though the thought of adventure stirred his blood, he put the temptation aside with a sigh and turned away from the peaceful and beautiful valley that he longed to enter, for it was his intention to skirt its eastern edge and continue his search for Gathol beyond. As Gahan of Gathol turned his steps along the southern slopes of the hills that bound Bantoom upon the south and east, his attention was attracted toward a small cluster of trees a short distance to his right. The low sun was casting long shadows. It would soon be night. The trees were off the path that he had chosen, and he had little mind to be diverted from his way. But as he looked again, he hesitated. There was something there besides boles of trees and underbrush. There were suggestions of familiar lines of the handicraft of man. Gahan stopped and strained his eyes in the direction of the thing that had arrested his attention. No, he must be mistaken. The branches of the trees and a low bush had taken on an unnatural semblance in the horizontal rays of the setting sun. He turned and continued on his way, but as he cast another side glance in the direction of the object of his interest, the sun's rays were shot back into his eyes from a glistening point of radiance among the trees. Gahan shook his head and walked quickly toward the mystery, determined now to solve it. The shining object still lured him on, and when he had come closer to it, his eyes went wide in surprise, for the thing they saw was naught else than the jewel-encrusted emblem upon the prow of a small flier. Gahan, his hand upon his short sword, moved silently forward, but as he neared the craft he saw that he had naught to fear, for it was deserted. Then he turned his attention toward the emblem. As its significance was flashed to his understanding, his face paled and his heart went cold. It was the insignia of the house of the warlord of Barsoom. Instantly, he saw the dejected figure of the captive being led back to her prison in the valley just beyond the hills. Tara of Helium. And he had been so near to deserting her to her fate. The cold sweat stood in beads upon his brow. A hasty examination of the deserted craft unfolded to the young Jed the whole tragic story. The same tempest that had proved his undoing had borne Tara of Helium to this distant country. Here, doubtless, she had landed in hope of obtaining food and water, since without a propeller she could not hope to reach her native city or any other friendly port, other than by the merest caprice of fate. The flier seemed intact, except for the missing propeller, and the fact that it had been carefully moored in the shelter of the clump of trees indicated that the girl had expected to return to it, while the dust and leaves upon its deck spoke of the long days and even weeks since she had landed. Mute yet eloquent proofs, these things, that Tara of Helium was a prisoner, and that she was the very prisoner whose bold dash for liberty he had so recently witnessed, he now had not the slightest doubt. The question now revolved solely about her rescue. He knew to which tower she had been taken, that much and no more. Of the number, the kind, or the disposition of her captors he knew nothing, nor did he care. For Tara of Helium he would face a hostile world alone. Rapidly, he considered several plans for succoring her, but the one that appealed most strongly to him was that which offered the greatest chance of escape for the girl should he be successful in reaching her. His decision reached, he turned his attention quickly toward the flier. Casting off its lashings, he dragged it out from beneath the trees, and, mounting to the deck, tested out the various controls. The motor started at a touch and purred sweetly. The buoyancy tanks were well stocked, and the ship answered perfectly to the controls which regulated her altitude. There was nothing needed but a propeller to make her fit for the long voyage to Helium. Gahan shrugged impatiently. There must not be a propeller within 1,000 haads. But what mattered it? The craft, even without a propeller, would still answer the purpose his plan required of it, provided the captors of Tara of Helium were a people without ships, and he had seen nothing to suggest that they had ships. The architecture of their towers and enclosures assured him that they had not. The sudden Barsoomian night had fallen. Cluros rode majestically the high heavens. The rumbling roar of a banth reverberated among the hills. Gahan of Gathol let the ship rise a few feet from the ground, then seizing a bow rope, he dropped over the side. To tow the little craft was now a thing of ease, and as Gahan moved rapidly toward the brow of the hill above Bantoom, the flier floated behind him as lightly as a swan upon a quiet lake. Now down the hill toward the tower dimly visible in the moonlight, the Gatholian turned his steps. Closer behind him sounded the roar of the hunting banth. He wondered if the beast sought him, or was following some other spoor. He could not be delayed now by any hungry beast of prey, for what might that very instant be befalling Tara of Helium he could not guess, and so he hastened his steps. But closer and closer came the horrid screams of the great carnivore, and now he heard the swift fall of padded feet upon the hillside behind him. He glanced back just in time to see the beast break into a rapid charge. His hand leaped to the hilt of his long sword, but he did not draw, for in the same instant he saw the futility of armed resistance, since behind the first banth came a herd of at least a dozen others. There was but a single alternative to a futile stand, and that he grasped in the instant that he saw the overwhelming numbers of his antagonists. Springing lightly from the ground, he swarmed up the rope toward the bow of the flier. His weight drew the craft slightly lower, and at the very instant that the man drew himself to the deck at the bow of the vessel, the leading banth sprang for the stern. Gahan leaped to his feet and rushed toward the great beast, in the hope of dislodging it before it had succeeded in clambering aboard. At the same instant he saw that others of the banths were racing toward them, with the quite evident intention of following their leader to the ship's deck. Should they reach it in any numbers, he would be lost. There was but a single hope. Leaping for the altitude control, Gahan pulled it wide. Simultaneously, 3 Banths leaped for the deck. The craft rose swiftly. Gahan felt the impact of a body against the keel, followed by the soft thuds of the great bodies as they struck the ground beneath. His act had not been an instant too soon, and now the leader had gained the deck and stood at the stern with glaring eyes and snarling jaws. Gahan drew his sword. The beast, possibly disconcerted by the novelty of its position, did not charge. Instead, it crept slowly towards its intended prey. The craft was rising, and Gahan placed a foot upon the control and stopped the ascent. He did not wish to chance rising to some higher air current that would bear him away. Already the craft was moving slowly toward the tower, carried thither by the impetus of the Banth's heavy body leaping upon it from astern. The man watched the slow approach of the monster, the slavering jowls, the malignant expression of the devilish face. The creature, finding the deck stable, appeared to be gaining confidence, and then the man leaped suddenly to one side of the deck, and the tiny flier heeled as suddenly in response. The Banth slipped and clutched frantically at the deck. Gahan leaped in with his naked sword. The great beast caught itself and reared upon its hind legs to reach forth and seize this presumptuous mortal that dared question its right to the flesh it craved. And then the man sprang to the opposite side of the deck. The Banth toppled sideways at the same instant that it attempted to spring. A raking talon passed close to Gahan's head at the moment that his sword lunged through the savage heart, and as the warrior wrenched his blade from the carcass, it slipped silently over the side of the ship. A glance below showed that the vessel was drifting in the direction of the tower, to which Gahan had seen the prisoner led. In another moment or two it would be directly over it. The man sprang to the control and let the craft drop quickly toward the ground, where followed the Banths, still hot for their prey. To land outside the enclosure spelled certain death, while inside he could see many forms huddled upon the ground, as in sleep. The ship floated now but a few feet above the wall of the enclosure. There was nothing for it but to risk all on a bold bid for fortune, or drift helplessly past without hope of returning through the Banth-infested valley, from many points of which he could now hear the roars and growls of these fierce Barsoomian lions. Slipping over the side, Gahan descended by the trailing anchor rope until his feet touched the top of the wall, where he had no difficulty in arresting the slow drifting of the ship. Then he drew up the anchor and lowered it inside the enclosure. Still there was no movement upon the part of the sleepers beneath. They lay as dead men. Dull lights shone from openings in the tower, but there was no sign of guard or waking inmate. Clinging to the rope, Gahan lowered himself within the enclosure, where he had his first close view of the creatures lying there in what he had thought sleep. With a half-smothered exclamation of horror, the man drew back from the headless bodies of the rykors. At first he thought them the corpses of decapitated humans like himself, which was quite bad enough. But when he saw them move, and realized that they were endowed with life, his horror and disgust became even greater. Here, then, was the explanation of the thing he had witnessed that afternoon, when Tara of Helium had struck the back to its body. And to think that the pearl of Helium was in the power of such hideous things as these. Again the man shuddered, but he hastened to make fast the flier, clamber again to its deck, and lower it to the floor of the enclosure. Then he strode toward a door in the base of the tower, stepping lightly over the recumbent forms of the unconscious rykors, and crossing the threshold, disappeared within. This is the end of the Chessmen of Mars, Chapter 7. Chapter 8. Close Work. Ghek, in his happier days, third foreman of the fields of Lud, sat nursing his anger and his humiliation. Recently, Something had awakened within him the existence of which he had never before even dreamed. Had the influence of the strange captive woman aught to do with this unrest and dissatisfaction? He did not know. He missed the soothing influence of the noise she called singing. Could it be that there were other things more desirable than cold logic and undefiled brain power? Was well-balanced imperfection more to be sought after then than the high development of a single characteristic? He thought of the great ultimate brain toward which all kaldanes were striving. It would be deaf and dumb and blind. 1,000 beautiful strangers might sing and dance about it, but it could derive no pleasure from the singing or the dancing, since it would possess no perceptive faculties. Already had the kaldanes shut themselves off from most of the gratifications of the senses. Ghek wondered if much was to be gained by denying themselves still further, and with the thought came a question as to the whole fabric of their theory. After all, perhaps the girl was right. What purpose could a great brain serve sealed in the bowels of the earth? And he, Ghek, was to die for this theory. Luud had decreed it. The injustice of it overwhelmed him with rage, but he was helpless. There was no escape. Beyond the enclosure, the banths awaited him. Within, his own kind, equally as merciless and ferocious. Among them, there was no such thing as love, or loyalty, or friendship. They were just brains. He might kill Luud, but what would that profit him? Another king would be loosed from his sealed chamber, and Ghek would be killed. He did not know it, but he would not even have the poor satisfaction of satisfied revenge, since he was not capable of feeling so abstruse a sentiment. Ghek, mounted upon his rykor, paced the floor of the tower chamber in which he had been ordered to remain. Ordinarily, he would have accepted the sentence of Luud with perfect equanimity, but since it was but the logical result of reason. But now it seemed different. The stranger woman had bewitched him. Life appeared a pleasant thing. There were great possibilities in it. The dream of the ultimate brain had receded into a tenuous haze far in the background of his thoughts. At that moment there appeared in the doorway of the chamber a red warrior with naked sword. He was a male counterpart of the prisoner whose sweet voice had undermined the cold, calculating reason of the kaldane. "Silence!" admonished the newcomer, his straight brows gathered in an ominous frown and the point of his longsword playing menacingly before the eyes of the kaldane. "I seek the woman, Tara of Helium. Where is she? If you value your life, speak quickly and speak the truth." If he valued his life? It was a truth that Ghek had but just learned. He thought quickly. After all, a great brain is not without its uses. Perhaps here lay escape from the sentence of Luud. "You are of her kind?" he asked. "You come to rescue her?" "Yes." "Listen then. I have befriended her, and because of this I am to die. If I help you to liberate her, will you take me with you?" Gahan of Gathol eyed the weird creature from crown to foot, the perfect body, the grotesque head, the expressionless face. Among such as these had the beautiful daughter of Helium been held captive for days and weeks. "If she lives and is unharmed," he said, "I will take you with us." "When they took her from me she was alive and unharmed," replied Ghek. "I cannot say what has befallen her since. Luud sent for her." "Who is Luud? Where is he? Lead me to him." Gahan spoke quickly in tones vibrant with authority. "Come then," said Ghek, leading the way from the apartment and down a stairway toward the underground burrows of the kaldanes. "Luud is my king. I will take you to his chambers." "Hasten," urged Gahan. "Sheath your sword," warned Ghek, "so that should we pass others of my kind I may say to them that you are a new prisoner with some likelihood of winning their belief." Gahan did as he was bid, but warning the kaldane that his hand was ever ready at his dagger's hilt. "You need have no fear of treachery," said Ghek. "My only hope of life lies in you." "And if you fail me," Gahan admonished him, "I can promise you as sure a death as even your king might guarantee you." Ghek made no reply, but moved rapidly through the winding subterranean corridors until Gahan began to realize how truly was he in the hands of this strange monster. If the fellow should prove false, it would profit Gahan nothing to slay him, since without his guidance the red man might never hope to retrace his way to the tower in freedom. Twice they met and were accosted by other kaldanes, but in both instances Ghek's simple statement that he was taking a new prisoner to Luud appeared to allay all suspicion, and then at last they came to the antechamber of the king. "Here, now, red man, thou must fight if ever," whispered Ghek. "Enter there," and he pointed to a doorway before them. "And you?" asked Gahan, still fearful of treachery. "My rykor is powerful," replied the kaldane. "I shall accompany you and fight at your side. As well die thus as in torture later at the will of Luud. Come." But Gahan had already crossed the room and entered the chamber beyond. Upon the opposite side of the room was a circular opening guarded by two warriors. Beyond this opening he could see two figures struggling upon the floor, and the fleeting glimpse he had of one of the faces suddenly endowed him with the strength of 10 warriors and the ferocity of a wounded banth. It was Tara of Helium, fighting for her honor or her life. The warriors, startled by the unexpected appearance of a red man, stood for a moment in dumb amazement, and in that moment Gahan of Gathol was upon them, and one was down, a sword thrust through its heart. "Strike at the heads," whispered the voice of Ghek in Gahan's ear. The latter saw the head of the fallen warrior crawl quickly within the aperture leading to the chamber where he had seen Tara of Helium in the clutches of a headless body. Then the sword of Ghek struck the kaldane of the remaining warrior from its rykor, and Gahan ran his sword through the repulsive head. Instantly the red warrior leaped for the aperture, while close behind came Ghek. "Look not upon the eyes of Luud," warned the kaldane, "or you are lost." Within the chamber Gahan saw Tara of Helium in the clutches of a mighty body, while close to the wall upon the opposite side of the apartment crouched the hideous, spider-like Luud. Instantly the king realized the menace to himself and sought to fasten his eyes upon the eyes of Gahan, and in doing so he was forced to relax his concentration upon the rykor in whose embraces Tara struggled, so that almost immediately the girl found herself able to tear away from the awful, headless thing. As she rose quickly to her feet, she saw for the first time the cause of the interruption of Luud's plans. A red warrior! Her heart leaped in rejoicing and thanksgiving. What miracle of fate had sent him to her? She did not recognize him, though, this travel-worn warrior in the plain harness which showed no single jewel. How could she have guessed him the same as the scintillant creature of platinum and diamonds that she had seen for a brief hour under such different circumstances at the court of her august sire? Luud saw Ghek following the strange warrior into the chamber. "Strike him down, Ghek," commanded the king. "Strike down the stranger, and your life shall be yours." Gahan glanced at the hideous face of the king. "Seek not his eyes!" screamed Tara in warning, but it was too late. Already the horrid, hypnotic glance of the king kaldane had seized upon the eyes of Gahan. The red warrior hesitated in his stride. His sword point drooped slowly toward the floor. Tara glanced toward Ghek. She saw the creature glaring with his expressionless eyes upon the broad back of the stranger. She saw the hand of the creature's rykor creeping stealthily toward the hilt of its dagger. And then Tara of Helium raised her eyes aloft and poured forth the notes of Mars' most beautiful melody, the song of love. Ghek drew his dagger from its sword. His eyes turned toward the singing girl. Luud's glance wavered from the eyes of the man to the face of Tara, and the instant that the latter's song distracted his attention from his victim, Gahan of Gathol shook himself and as with a supreme effort of will forced his eyes to the wall above Luud's hideous head. Ghek raised his dagger above his right shoulder, took a single quick step forward, and struck. The girl's song ended in a stifled scream as she leaped forward with the evident intention of frustrating the Kaldane's purpose. But she was too late, and well it was, for an instant later she realized the purpose of Ghek's act as she saw the dagger fly from his hand, pass Gahan's shoulder, and sink full to the guard in the soft face of Luud. "Come!" cried the assassin. "We have no time to lose," and started for the aperture through which they had entered the chamber. But in his stride he paused as his glance was arrested by the form of the mighty Rykor lying prone upon the floor. A king's Rykor, the most beautiful, the most powerful that the breeders of Bantoom could produce. Ghek realized that in his escape he could take with him but a single Rykor, and there was none in Bantoom that could give him better service than this giant lying here. Quickly he transferred himself to the shoulders of the great inert hulk. Instantly the latter was transformed to a sentient creature filled with pulsing life and alert energy. "Now," said the Kaldane, "we are ready. Let whoso would revert to nothingness impede me." Even as he spoke, he stooped and crawled into the chamber beyond, while Gahan, taking Tara by the arm, motioned her to follow. The girl looked him full in the eyes for the first time. "The gods of my people have been kind," she said. "You came just in time. To the thanks of Tara of Helium shall be added those of the warlord of Barsoom and his people. Thy reward shall surpass thy greatest desires." Gahan of Gathol saw that she did not recognize him, and quickly he checked the warm greeting that had been upon his lips. "Be thou Tara of Helium or another," he replied, "is immaterial. To serve thus a red woman of Barsoom is in itself sufficient reward." As they spoke, the girl was making her way through the aperture after Ghek, and presently all three had quitted the apartments of Luud and were moving rapidly along the winding corridors toward the tower. Ghek repeatedly urged them to greater speed, but the red men of Barsoom were never keen for retreat, and so the two that followed him moved all too slowly for the Kaldane. "There are none to impede our progress," urged Gahan, "so why tax the strength of the princess by needless haste? I fear not so much opposition ahead, for there are none there who know the thing that has been done in Luud's chambers this night, but the Kaldane of one of the warriors who stood guard before Luud's apartment escaped, and you may count it a truth that he lost no time in seeking aid. That it did not come before we left is due solely to the rapidity with which events transpired in the king's room. Long before we reach the tower they will be upon us from behind, and that they will come in numbers far superior to ours and with great and powerful Rykors I well know." Nor was Ghek's prophecy long in fulfillment. Presently the sounds of pursuit became audible in the distant clanking of accoutrements and the whistling call to arms of the Kaldanes. "The tower is but a short distance now," cried Ghek. "Make haste while yet you may, and if we can barricade it until the sun rises we may yet escape." "We shall need no barricades, for we shall not linger in the tower," replied Gahan, moving more rapidly as he realized from the volume of sound behind them the great number of their pursuers. "But we may not go further than the tower tonight," insisted Ghek. "Beyond the tower await the Banths and certain death." Gahan smiled. "Fear not the Banths," he assured them. "Can we but reach the enclosure a little ahead of our pursuers we have naught to fear from any evil power within this accursed valley." Ghek made no reply, nor did his expressionless face denote either belief or skepticism. The girl looked into the face of the man questioningly. She did not understand. "Your flier," he said. "It is moored before the tower." Her face lighted with pleasure and relief. "You found it!" she exclaimed. "What fortune!" "It was fortune indeed," he replied, "since it not only told that you were a prisoner here, but it saved me from the Banths as I was crossing the valley from the hills to this tower into which I saw them take you this afternoon, after your brave attempt at escape." "How did you know it was I?" she asked, her puzzled brows scanning his face as though she sought to recall from past memories some scene in which he figured. "Who is there but knows of the loss of the Princess of Tara of Helium?" he replied. "And when I saw the device upon your flier, I knew at once, though I had not known when I saw you among them in the fields a short time earlier. Too great was the distance for me to make certain whether the captive was man or woman. Had chance not divulged the hiding place of your flier, I had gone my way, Tara of Helium. I shudder to think how close was the chance at that. But for the momentary shining of the sun upon the emblazoned device on the prow of your craft, I had passed on unknowing." The girl shuddered. "The gods sent you," she whispered, reverently. "The gods sent me, Tara of Helium," he replied. "But I do not recognize you," she said. "I have tried to recall you, but I have failed. Your name, what may it be?" "It is not strange that so great a princess should not recall the face of every roving panthan of Barsoom," he replied with a smile. "But your name?" insisted the girl. "Call me Turan," replied the man, for it had come to him that if Tara of Helium recognized him as the man whose impetuous avowal of love had angered her that day in the gardens of the Warlord, her situation might be rendered infinitely less bearable than were she to believe him a total stranger. Then, too, as a simple panthan, he might win a greater degree of her confidence by his loyalty and faithfulness, and a place in her esteem that seemed to have been closed to the resplendent Jed of Gathol. They had reached the tower now, and as they entered it from the subterranean corridor, a backward glance revealed the van of their pursuers, hideous kaldanes mounted upon swift and powerful rykors. As rapidly as might be the three ascended the stairways leading to the ground level, but after them, even more rapidly, came the minions of Luud. Ghek led the way, grasping one of Tara's hands the more easily to guide and assist her, while Gahan of Gathol followed a few paces in their rear, his bared sword ready for the assault that all realized must come upon them now before ever they reached the enclosure and the flier. "Let Ghek drop behind to your side," said Tara, "and fight with you." "There is but room for a single blade in these narrow corridors," replied the Gatholian. "Hasten on with Ghek and win to the deck of the flier. Have your hand upon the control, and if I come far enough ahead of these to reach the dangling cable you can rise at my word and I can clamber to the deck at my leisure. But if one of them emerges first into the enclosure, you will know that I shall never come, and you will rise quickly and trust to the gods of our ancestors to give you a fair breeze in the direction of a more hospitable people." Tara of Helium shook her head. "We will not desert you, Panthan," she said. Gahan, ignoring her reply, spoke above her head to Ghek. "Take her to the craft moored within the enclosure," he commanded. "It is our only hope. Alone I must win to its deck, but have I to wait upon you two at the last moment, the chances are that none of us will escape. Do as I bid." His tone was haughty and arrogant, the tone of a man who has commanded other men from birth and whose will has been law. Tara of Helium was both angered and vexed. She was not accustomed to being either commanded or ignored, but with all her royal pride she was no fool, and she knew the man was right, that he was risking his life to save hers. So she hastened on with Ghek as she was bid, and after the first flush of anger she smiled, for the realization came to her that this fellow was but a rough, untutored warrior, skilled not in the finer usages of cultured courts. His heart was right, though, a brave and loyal heart, and gladly she forgave him the offense of his tone and manner. But what a tone! Recollection of it gave her sudden pause. Panthans were rough and ready men. Often they rose to positions of high command, so it was not the note of authority in the fellow's voice that seemed remarkable, but something else, a quality that was indefinable yet as distinct as it was familiar. She had heard before when the voice of her great-grandsire, Tardos Mors, Jeddak of Helium, had risen in command, and in the voice of her grandfather, Mor's Kajak, the Jed, and in the ringing tones of her illustrious sire, John Carter, warlord of Barsoom, when he addressed his warriors. But now she had no time to speculate upon so trivial a thing, for behind her came the sudden clash of arms, and she knew that Turan the Panthan had crossed swords with the first of their pursuers. As she glanced back, he was still visible beyond a turn in the stairway, so that she could see the quick sword play that ensued. Daughter of a world's greatest swordsman, she knew well the finest points of the art. She saw the clumsy attack of the Kaldane and the quick, sure return of the Panthan. As she looked down from above upon his almost naked body, trapped only in the simplest of unadorned harness, and saw the play of the lithe muscles beneath the red bronze skin, and witnessed the quick and delicate play of his sword point, to her sense of obligation was added a spontaneous admission of admiration that was but the natural tribute of a woman to skill and bravery, and perchance some trifle to manly symmetry and strength. 3 times the Panthan's blade changed its position, once to fend a savage cut, once to feint, and once to thrust. And as he withdrew it from the last position, the Kaldane rolled lifeless from its stumbling Rykor, and Turan sprang quickly down the steps to engage the next behind. And then Ghek had drawn Tara upward, and a turn in the stairway shut the battling Panthan from her view. But still she heard the ring of steel on steel, the clank of accoutrements, and the shrill whistling of the Kaldanes. Her heart moved her to turn back to the side of her brave defender, but her judgment told her that she could serve him best by being ready at the control of the flyer at the moment he reached the enclosure. This is the end of the Chessmen of Mars, Chapter 8.
Chapter 9. Adrift over strange regions. Presently, Ghek pushed aside a door that opened from the stairway, and before them Tara saw the moonlight flooding the walled court, where the headless Rykors lay beside their feeding troughs. She saw the perfect bodies, muscled as the best of her father's fighting men, and the females, whose figures would have been the envy of many of Helium's most beautiful women. Ah, if she could but endow these with the power to act, then indeed might the safety of the Panthan be assured. But they were only poor lumps of clay, nor had she the power to quicken them to life. Ever must they lie thus until dominated by the cold, heartless brain of the Kaldane. The girl sighed in pity, even as she shuddered in disgust as she picked her way over and among the sprawled creatures toward the flyer. Quickly, she and Ghek mounted to the deck after the latter had cast off the moorings. Tara tested the control, raising and lowering the ship a few feet within the walled space. It responded perfectly. Then she lowered it to the ground again and waited. From the open doorway came the sounds of conflict, now nearing them, now receding. The girl, having witnessed her champion's skill, had little fear of the outcome. Only a single antagonist could face him at a time upon the narrow stairway. He had the advantage of position and of the defensive, and he was a master of the sword, while they were clumsy bunglers by comparison. Their sole advantage was in their numbers, unless they might find a way to come upon him from behind. She paled at the thought. Could she have seen him she might have been further perturbed, for he took no advantage of many opportunities to win nearer the enclosure. He fought coolly, but with a savage persistence that bore little semblance to purely defensive action. Often he clambered over the body of a fallen foe to leap against the next behind, and once there lay 5 dead Kaldanes behind him. So far had he pushed back his antagonists. These Kaldanes that he fought, nor did the girl awaiting them upon the flyer, but Gahan of Gathol was engaged in a more alluring sport than winning to freedom, for he was avenging the indignities that had been put upon the woman he loved. But presently he realized that he might be jeopardizing her safety uselessly, and so he struck down another before him and turning leaped quickly up the stairway, while the leading Kaldanes slipped upon the brain-covered floor and stumbled in pursuit. Gahan reached the enclosure 20 paces ahead of them and raced toward the flier. "Rise!" he shouted to the girl. "I will ascend the cable." Slowly the small craft rose from the ground as Gahan leaped the inert bodies of the rykors lying in his path. The first of the pursuers sprang from the tower just as Gahan seized the trailing rope. "Faster!" he shouted to the girl above, "or they will drag us down." But the ship seemed scarcely to move, though in reality she was rising as rapidly as might have been expected of a one-man flier carrying a load of 3. Gahan swung free above the top of the wall, but the end of the rope still dragged the ground as the kaldanes reached it. They were pouring in a steady stream from the tower into the enclosure. The leader seized the rope. "Quick!" he cried. "Lay hold and we will drag them down." It needed but the weight of a few to accomplish his design. The ship was stopped in its flight and then, to the horror of the girl, she felt it being dragged steadily downward. Gahan too realized the danger and the necessity for instant action. Clinging to the rope with his left hand, he had wound a leg about it, leaving his right hand free for his long sword which he had not sheathed. A downward cut clove the soft head of a kaldane, and another severed the taut rope beneath the panthan's feet. The girl heard a sudden renewal of the shrill whistling of her foes, and at the same time she realized that the craft was rising again. Slowly it drifted upward, out of reach of the enemy, and a moment later she saw the figure of Turan clamber over the side. For the first time in many weeks her heart was filled with the joy of thanksgiving, but her first thought was of another. "You are not wounded?" she asked. "No, Tara of Helium," he replied. "They were scarce worth the effort of my blade, and never were they a menace to me because of their swords." "They should have slain you easily," said Ghek. "So great and highly developed is the power of reason among us that they should have known before you struck just where, logically, you must seek to strike, and so they should have been able to parry your every thrust and easily find an opening to your heart." "But they did not, Ghek," Gahan reminded him. "Their theory of development is wrong, for it does not tend toward a perfectly balanced whole. You have developed the brain and neglected the body, and you can never do with the hands of another what you can do with your own hands. Mine are trained to the sword. Every muscle responds instantly and accurately, and almost mechanically, to the need of the instant. I am scarcely objectively aware that I think when I fight, so quickly does my point take advantage of every opening, or spring to my defense if I am threatened, that it is almost as though the cold steel had eyes and brains. You, with your kaldane brain and your rykor body, never could hope to achieve, in the same degree of perfection, those things that I can achieve. Development of the brain should not be the sum total of human endeavor. The richest and happiest peoples will be those who attain closest to well-balanced perfection of both mind and body, and even these must always be short of perfection. In absolute and general perfection lies stifling monotony and death. Nature must have contrasts. She must have shadows as well as highlights, sorrow with happiness, both wrong and right, and sin as well as virtue." "Always have I been taught differently," replied Ghek. "But since I have known this woman and you, of another race, I have come to believe that there may be other standards fully as high and desirable as those of the kaldanes. At least I have had a glimpse of the thing you call happiness, and I realize that it may be good even though I have no means of expressing it. I cannot laugh nor smile, and yet within me is a sense of contentment when this woman sings, a sense that seems to open before me wondrous vistas of beauty and unguessed pleasure that far transcend the cold joys of a perfectly functioning brain. I would that I had been born of thy race." Caught by a gentle current of air, the flier was drifting slowly toward the northeast, across the valley of Bantoom. Below them lay the cultivated fields, and one after another they passed over the strange towers of Moak and Nolak and the other kings of the swarms that inhabited this weird and terrible land. Within each enclosure surrounding the towers grovelled the rykors, repellent, headless things, beautiful, yet hideous. "A lesson those," remarked Gahan, indicating the rykors in an enclosure above which they were drifting at the time, "to that fortunately small minority of our race which worships the flesh and makes a god of appetite. You know them, Tara of Helium. They can tell you exactly what they had at the midday meal 2 weeks ago, and how the loin of the thoat should be prepared, and what drink should be served with the rump of the zitidar." Tara of Helium laughed. "But not one of them could tell you the name of the man whose painting took the Jeddak's award in the Temple of Beauty this year," she said. "Like the rykors, their development has not been balanced. Fortunate indeed are those in which there is combined a little good and a little bad, a little knowledge of many things outside their own callings, a capacity for love and a capacity for hate, for such as these can look with tolerance upon all, unbiased by the egotism of him whose head is so heavy on one side that all his brains run to that point." As Gahan ceased speaking, Ghek made a little noise in his throat as one does who would attract attention. "You speak as one who has thought much upon many subjects. Is it, then, possible that you of the red race have pleasure in thought? Do you know aught of the joys of introspection? Do reason and logic form any part of your lives?" "Most assuredly," replied Gahan, "but not to the extent of occupying all our time, at least not objectively. You, Ghek, are an example of the egotism of which I spoke. Because you and your kind devote your lives to the worship of mind, you believe that no other created beings think, and possibly we do not in the sense that you do, who think only of yourselves and your great brains. We think of many things that concern the welfare of a world. Had it not been for the red men of Barsoom, even the kaldanes had perished from the planet, for while you may live without air, the things upon which you depend for existence cannot. And there had been no air in sufficient quantities upon Barsoom these many ages, had not a red man planned and built the great atmosphere plant which gave new life to a dying world. What have all the brains of all the kaldanes that have ever lived done to compare with that single idea of a single red man?" Ghek was stumped. Being a kaldane, he knew that brains spelled the sum total of universal achievement, but it had never occurred to him that they should be put to use in practical and profitable ways. He turned away and looked down upon the valley of his ancestors, across which he was slowly drifting. Into what unknown world? He should be a veritable god among the underlings, he knew, but somehow a doubt assailed him. It was evident that these two from that other world were ready to question his preeminence. Even through his great egotism was filtering a suspicion that they patronized him, perhaps even pitied him. Then he began to wonder what was to become of him. No longer would he have many rykors to do his bidding, only this single one, and when it died there could not be another. When it tired, Ghek must lie almost helpless while it rested. He wished that he had never seen this red woman. She had brought him only discontent and dishonor and now exile. Presently Tara of Helium commenced to hum a tune, and Ghek, the kaldane, was content. Gently they drifted beneath the hurtling moons above the mad shadows of a Martian night. The roaring of the banths came in diminishing volume to their ears as their craft passed on beyond the boundaries of Bantoom, leaving behind the terrors of that unhappy land. But to what were they being born? The girl looked at the man sitting cross-legged upon the deck of the tiny flier, gazing off into the night ahead, apparently absorbed in thought. "Where are we?" she asked. "Toward what are we drifting?" Turan shrugged his broad shoulders. "The stars tell me that we are drifting toward the northeast," he replied, "but where we are, or what lies in our path, I cannot even guess." A week since I could have sworn that I knew what lay behind each succeeding ridge that I approached, but now I admit in all humility that I have no conception of what lies a mile in any direction. Tara of Helium, I am lost, and that is all that I can tell you." He was smiling, and the girl smiled back at him. There was a slightly puzzled expression on her face. There was something tantalizingly familiar about that smile of his. She had met many a panthan. They came and went, following the fighting of a world, but she could not place this one. "From what country are you, Turan?" she asked suddenly. "Know you not, Tara of Helium," he countered, "that a panthan has no country? Today he fights beneath the banner of one master, tomorrow beneath that of another." "But you must owe allegiance to some country when you are not fighting," she insisted. "What banner, then, owns you now?" He rose and stood before her, then, bowing low, "And I am acceptable," he said. "I serve beneath the banner of the daughter of the Warlord, now and forever." She reached forth and touched his arm with a slim brown hand. "Your services are accepted," she said, "and if ever we reach Helium I promise that your reward shall be all that your heart could desire." "I shall serve faithfully, hoping for that reward," he said, but Tara of Helium did not guess what was in his mind, thinking rather that he was mercenary. For how could the proud daughter of the Warlord guess that a simple panthan aspired to her hand and heart? The dawn found them moving rapidly over an unfamiliar landscape. The wind had increased during the night and had borne them far from Bantoom. The country below them was rough and inhospitable. No water was visible, and the surface of the ground was cut by deep gorges, while nowhere was any but the most meager vegetation discernible. They saw no life of any nature, nor was there any indication that the country could support life. For 2 days they drifted over this horrid wasteland. They were without food or water and suffered accordingly. Ghek had temporarily abandoned his rykor after enlisting Turan's assistance in lashing it safely to the deck. The less he used it, the less would its vitality be spent. Already it was showing the effects of privation. Ghek crawled about the vessel like a great spider, over the side, down beneath the keel, and up over the opposite rail. He seemed equally at home one place as another. For his companions, however, the quarters were cramped, for the deck of a one-man flier is not intended for 3. Turan sought always for signs of water. Water they must have, or that water-giving plant which makes life possible upon many of the seemingly arid areas of Mars. But there was neither the one nor the other for these 2 days, and now the 3rd night was upon them. The girl did not complain, but Turan knew that she must be suffering, and his heart was heavy within him. Ghek suffered least of all, and he explained to them that his kind could exist for long periods without food or water. Turan almost cursed him as he saw the form of Tara of Helium slowly wasting away before his eyes, while the hideous kaldane seemed as full of vitality as ever. "There are circumstances," remarked Ghek, "under which a gross and material body is less desirable than a highly developed brain." Turan looked at him, but said nothing. Tara of Helium smiled faintly. "One cannot blame him," she said. "Were we not a bit boastful in the pride of our superiority? When our stomachs were filled," she added. "Perhaps there is something to be said for their system," Turan admitted. "If we could but lay aside our stomachs when they cried for food and water, I have no doubt but that we should do so." "I should never miss mine now," assented Tara. "It is mighty poor company." A new day had dawned, revealing a less desolate country, and renewing again the hope that had been low within them. Suddenly Turan leaned forward, pointing ahead. "Look, Tara of Helium," he cried. "A city! As I am Turan the panthan, a city!" Far in the distance The domes and walls and slender towers of a city shone in the rising sun. Quickly, the man seized the control and the ship dropped rapidly behind a low range of intervening hills, for well Turan knew that they must not be seen until they could discover whether friend or foe inhabited the strange city. Chances were that they were far from the abode of friends, and so must the panthan move with the utmost caution, but there was a city, and where a city was water, even though it were a deserted city, and food if it were inhabited. To the red man, food and water, even in the citadel of an enemy, meant food and drink for Tara of Helium. He would accept it from friends or he would take it from enemies. Just so long as it was there he would have it, and there was shown the egotism of a fighting man, though Turan did not see it, nor Tara who came from a long line of fighting men, but Ghek might have smiled had he known how. Turan permitted the flier to drift closer behind the screening hills, and then when he could advance no farther without fear of discovery, he dropped the craft gently to the ground in a little ravine, and leaping over the side made her fast to a stout tree. For several moments they discussed their plans, whether it would be best to wait where they were until darkness hid their movements and then approach the city in search of food and water, or approach it now, taking advantage of what cover they could, until they could glean something of the nature of its inhabitants. It was Turan's plan which finally prevailed. They would approach as close as safety dictated, in the hope of finding water outside the city, food too perhaps. If they did not, they could at least reconnoiter the ground by daylight, and then when night came, Turan could quickly come close to the city and in comparative safety prosecute his search for food and drink. Following the ravine upward they finally topped the summit of the ridge, from which they had an excellent view of that part of the city which lay nearest them, though themselves hidden by the brush behind which they crouched. Ghek had resumed his rykor, which had suffered less than either Tara or Turan through their enforced fast. The first glance at the city, now much closer than when they had first discovered it, revealed the fact that it was inhabited. Banners and pennons broke from many a staff. People were moving about the gate before them. The high white walls were paced by sentinels at far intervals. Upon the roofs of higher buildings the women could be seen airing the sleeping silks and furs. Turan watched it all in silence for some time. "I do not know them," he said at last. "I cannot guess what city this may be, but it is an ancient city. Its people have no flyers and no firearms. It must be old indeed." "How do you know they have not these things?" asked the girl. "There are no landing stages upon the roofs, not one that can be seen from here. While we were looking similarly at Helium we would see hundreds, and they have no firearms because their defenses are all built to withstand the attack of spear and arrow. With spear and arrow, they are an ancient people." "If they are ancient, perhaps they are friendly," suggested the girl. "Did we not learn as children in the history of our planet that it was once peopled by a friendly, peace-loving race?" "But I fear they are not as ancient as that," replied Turan, laughing. "It has long been ages since the men of Barsoom loved peace." "My father loves peace," returned the girl. "And yet he is always at war," said the man. She laughed. "But he says he likes peace." "We all like peace," he rejoined. "Peace with honor, but our neighbors will not let us have it, and so we must fight." "And to fight well, men must like to fight," she added. "And to like to fight, they must know how to fight," he said, "for no man likes to do the thing that he does not know how to do well, or that some other man can do better than he." "And so always there will be wars and men will fight," he concluded, "for always the men with hot blood in their veins will practice the art of war." "We have settled a great question," said the girl, smiling, "but our stomachs are still empty." "Your panthan is neglecting his duty," replied Turan, "and how can he with the great reward always before his eyes?"
She did not guess in what literal sense he spoke. "I go forthwith," he continued, "to wrest food and drink from the ancients." "No," she cried, laying a hand upon his arm. "Not yet. They would slay you or make you a prisoner. You are a brave panthan and a mighty one, but you cannot overcome a city single handed." She smiled up into his face and her hand still lay upon his arm. He felt the thrill of hot blood coursing through his veins. He could have seized her in his arms and crushed her to him. There was only Ghek the kaldane there, but there was something stronger within him that restrained his hand. Who may define it, that inherent chivalry that renders certain men the natural protectors of women? From their vantage point they saw a body of armed warriors ride forth from the gate, and winding along a well-beaten road pass from sight about the foot of the hill from which they watched. The men were red, like themselves, and they rode the small saddle thoats of the red race. Their trappings were barbaric and magnificent, and in their headdress were many feathers, as had been the custom of the ancients. They were armed with swords and long spears, and they rode almost naked, their bodies being painted in ochre and blue and white. There were perhaps a score of them in the party, and as they galloped away on their tireless mounts, they presented a picture at once savage and beautiful. "They have the appearance of splendid warriors," said Turan. "I have a great mind to walk boldly into their city and seek service." Tara shook her head. "Wait," she admonished. "What would I do without you, and if you were captured, how could you collect your reward?" "I should escape," he said. "At any rate I shall try it," and he started to rise. "You shall not," said the girl, her tone all authority. The man looked at her quickly, questioningly. "You have entered my service," she said, a trifle haughtily. "You have entered my service for hire, and you shall do as I bid you." Turan sank down beside her again with a half smile upon his lips. "It is yours to command, Princess," he said. The day passed. Ghek, tiring of the sunlight, had deserted his rykor and crawled down a hole he had discovered close by. Tara and Turan reclined beneath the scant shade of a small tree. They watched the people coming and going through the gate. The party of horsemen did not return. A small herd of zitidars was driven into the city during the day, and once a caravan of broad-wheeled carts drawn by these huge animals wound out of the distant horizon and came down to the city. It, too, passed from their sight within the gateway. Then darkness came, and Tara of Helium bid her panthan search for food and drink, but she cautioned him against attempting to enter the city. Before he left her he bent and kissed her hand as a warrior may kiss the hand of his queen. This is the end of the Chessmen of Mars, Chapter 9. Chapter 10. Entrapped. Turan the panthan approached the strange city under cover of the darkness. He entertained little hope of finding either food or water outside the wall, but he would try and then, if he failed, he would attempt to make his way into the city, for Tara of Helium must have sustenance and have it soon. He saw that the walls were poorly sentineled, but they were sufficiently high to render an attempt to scale them foredoomed to failure. Taking advantage of underbrush and trees, Turan managed to reach the base of the wall without detection. Silently he moved north past the gateway, which was closed by a massive gate which effectively barred even the slightest glimpse within the city beyond. It was Turan's hope to find upon the north side of the city, away from the hills, a level plain where grew the crops of the inhabitants, and here too water from their irrigating system. But though he traveled far along that seemingly interminable wall, he found no fields nor any water. He searched also for some means of ingress to the city, yet here too failure was his only reward. And now, as he went, keen eyes watched him from above, and a silent stalker kept pace with him for a time upon the summit of the wall. But presently the shadower descended to the pavement within,
and hurrying swiftly raced ahead of the stranger without. He came presently to a small gate beside which was a low building, and before the doorway of the building a warrior standing guard. He spoke a few quick words to the warrior and then entered the building only to return almost immediately to the street, followed by fully 40 warriors. Cautiously opening the gate, the fellow peered carefully along the wall upon the outside in the direction from which he had come. Evidently satisfied, he issued a few words of instructions to those behind him, whereupon half the warriors followed the man stealthily through the gateway where they crouched low among the shrubbery in a half circle just north of the gateway, which they had left open. Here they waited in utter silence, nor had they long to wait before Turan the panthan came cautiously along the base of the wall. To the very gate he came, and when he found it and that it was open, he paused for a moment, listening. Then he approached and looked within. Assured that there was none within sight to apprehend him, he stepped through the gateway into the city. He found himself in a narrow street that paralleled the wall. Upon the opposite side rose buildings of an architecture unknown to him, yet strangely beautiful. While the buildings were packed closely together, there seemed to be no two alike, and their fronts were all shapes and heights and of many hues. The skyline was broken by spire and dome and minaret and tall slender towers, while the walls supported many a balcony, and in the soft light of Cluros, the farther moon, now low in the west, he saw to his surprise and consternation the figures of people upon the balconies. Directly opposite him were 2 women and a man. They sat leaning upon the rail of the balcony, looking, apparently, directly at him, but if they saw him they gave no sign. Turan hesitated a moment in the face of almost certain discovery, and then, assured that they must take him for one of their own, he moved boldly into the avenue. Having no idea of the direction in which he might best hope to find what he sought, and not wishing to arouse suspicion by further hesitation, he turned to the left and stepped briskly along the pavement with the intention of placing himself as quickly as possible beyond the observation of those nocturnal watchers. He knew that the night must be far spent, and so he could not but wonder why people should sit upon their balconies when they should have been asleep among their silks and furs. At first he had thought them the late guests of some convivial host, but the windows behind them were shrouded in darkness and utter quiet prevailed, quite upsetting such a theory. And as he proceeded he passed many another group sitting silently upon other balconies. They paid no attention to him, seeming not even to note his passing. Some leaned with a single elbow upon the rail, their chins resting in their palms. Others leaned upon both arms across the balcony, looking down into the street, while several that he saw held musical instruments in their hands, but their fingers moved not upon the strings. And then Turan came to a point where the avenue turned to the right, to skirt a building that jutted from the inside of the city wall, and as he rounded the corner he came full upon 2 warriors standing upon either side of the entrance to a building upon his right. It was impossible for them not to be aware of his presence, yet neither moved, nor gave other evidence that they had seen him. He stood there waiting, his hand upon the hilt of his longsword, but they neither challenged nor halted him. Could it be that these also thought him to be one of their own kind? Indeed, upon no other grounds could he explain their inaction. As Turan had passed through the gateway into the city and taken his unhindered way along the avenue, 20 warriors had entered the city and closed the gate behind them, and then one had taken to the wall and followed along its summit in the rear of Turan, and another had followed him along the avenue, while the third had crossed the street and entered one of the buildings upon the opposite side. The balance of them, with the exception of a single sentinel beside the gate, had re-entered the building from which they had been summoned. They were well built, strapping, painted fellows their naked figures covered now by gorgeous robes against the chill of night. As they spoke of the stranger, they laughed at the ease with which they had tricked him, and were still laughing as they threw themselves upon their sleeping silks and furs to resume their broken slumber. It was evident that they constituted a guard detailed for the gate beside which they slept, and it was equally evident that the gates were guarded and the city watched much more carefully than Turan had believed. Chagrined indeed had been the Jed of Gathol had he dreamed that he was being so neatly tricked. As Turan proceeded along the avenue he passed other sentries beside other doors, but now he gave them small heed, since they neither challenged nor otherwise outwardly noted his passing. But while at nearly every turn of the erratic avenue he passed one or more of these silent sentinels, he could not guess that he had passed one of them many times, and that his every move was watched by silent, clever stalkers. Scarce had he passed a certain one of these rigid guardsmen before the fellow awoke to sudden life, bounded across the avenue, entered a narrow opening in the outer wall where he swiftly followed a corridor built within the wall itself until presently he emerged a little distance ahead of Turan, where he assumed the stiff and silent attitude of a soldier upon guard. Nor did Turan know that a second followed in the shadows of the buildings behind him, nor of the third who hastened ahead of him upon some urgent mission. And so the panthan moved through the silent streets of the strange city in search of food and drink for the woman he loved. Men and women looked down upon him from shadowy balconies, but spoke not, and sentinels saw him pass and did not challenge. Presently, from along the avenue before him came the familiar sound of clanking accouterments, the herald of marching warriors, and almost simultaneously he saw upon his right an open doorway dimly lighted from within. It was the only available place where he might seek to hide from the approaching company, and while he had passed several sentries unquestioned he could scarce hope to escape scrutiny and questioning from a patrol, as he naturally assumed this body of men to be. Inside the doorway he discovered a passage turning abruptly to the right and almost immediately thereafter to the left. There was none in sight within, and so he stepped cautiously around the second turn, the more effectually to be hidden from the street. Before him stretched a long corridor, dimly lighted like the entrance. Waiting there, he heard the party approach the building, he heard someone at the entrance to his hiding place, and then he heard the door past which he had come slam to. He laid his hand upon his sword, expecting momentarily to hear footsteps approaching along the corridor, but none came. He approached the turn and looked around it. The corridor was empty to the closed door. Whoever had closed it had remained upon the outside. Turan waited, listening. He heard no sound. Then he advanced to the door and placed an ear against it. All was silence in the street beyond. A sudden draft must have closed the door, or perhaps it was the duty of the patrol to see to such things. It was immaterial. They had evidently passed on, and now he would return to the street and continue upon his way. Somewhere there would be a public fountain where he could obtain water, and the chance of food lay in the strings of dried vegetables and meat which hung before the doorways of nearly every Barsoomian home of the poorer classes that he had ever seen. It was this district he was seeking, and it was for this reason his search had led him away from the main gate of the city, which he knew would not be located in a poor district. He attempted to open the door, only to find that it resisted his every effort. It was locked upon the outside. Here indeed was a sorry contretemps. Turan the panthan scratched his head. "Fortune frowns upon me," he murmured, but beyond the door, Fate, in the form of a painted warrior, stood smiling. Neatly had he tricked the unwary stranger. The lighted doorway, the marching patrol. These had been planned and timed to a nicety by the third warrior, who had sped ahead of Turan along another avenue, and the stranger had done precisely what the fellow had thought he would do. No wonder, then, that he smiled. This exit barred to him, Turan turned back into the corridor. He followed it cautiously and silently. Occasionally there was a door on one side or the other. These he tried, only to find each securely locked. The corridor wound more erratically the farther he advanced. A locked door barred his way at its end, but a door upon his right opened and he stepped into a dimly lighted chamber, about the walls of which were 3 other doors, each of which he tried in turn. 2 were locked. The other opened upon a runway leading downward. It was spiral, and he could see no further than the first turn. A door in the corridor he had quitted opened after he had passed, and the third warrior stepped out and followed after him. A faint smile still lingered upon the fellow's grim lips. Turan drew his short sword and cautiously descended. At the bottom was a short corridor with a closed door at the end. He approached the single heavy panel and listened. No sound came to him from beyond the mysterious portal. Gently he tried the door, which swung easily toward him at his touch. Before him was a low-ceiled chamber with a dirt floor. Set in its walls were several other doors, and all were closed. As Turan stepped cautiously within, the third warrior descended the spiral runway behind him. The panthan crossed the room quickly and tried a door. It was locked. He heard a muffled click behind him and turned about with ready sword. He was alone, but the door through which he had entered was closed. It was the click of its lock that he heard. With a bound he crossed the room and attempted to open it, but to no avail. No longer did he seek silence, for he knew now that the thing had gone beyond the sphere of chance. He threw his weight against the wooden panel, but the thick steel of which it was constructed would have withstood a battering ram. From beyond came a low laugh. Rapidly Turan examined each of the other doors. They were all locked. A glance about the chamber revealed a wooden table and a bench. Set in the walls were several heavy rings to which rusty chains were attached, all too significant of the purpose to which the room was dedicated. In the dirt floor near the wall were 2 or 3 holes resembling the mouths of burrows, doubtless the habitat of the giant Martian rat. He had observed this much when suddenly the dim light was extinguished, leaving him in darkness, utter and complete. Turan, groping about, sought the table and the bench. Placing the latter against the wall, he drew the table in front of him and sat down upon the bench, his long sword gripped in readiness before him. At least they should fight before they took him. For some time he sat there waiting for he knew not what. No sound penetrated to his subterranean dungeon. He slowly revolved in his mind the incidents of the one evening: the open, unguarded gate, the lighted doorway, the only one he had seen thus open and lighted along the avenue he had followed, the advance of the warriors at precisely the moment that he could find no other avenue of escape or concealment, the corridors and chambers that led past many locked doors to this underground prison, leaving no other path for him to pursue. Be my first ancestor, he swore, but it was simple, and I a simpleton. They tricked me neatly and have taken me without exposing themselves to a scratch. But for what purpose? He wished that he might answer that question, and then his thoughts turned to the girl waiting there on the hill beyond the city for him, and he would never come. He knew the ways of the more savage peoples of Barsoom. No, he would never come now. He had disobeyed her. He smiled at the sweet recollection of those words of command that had fallen from her dear lips. He had disobeyed her, and now he had lost the reward. But what of her? What now would be her fate? starving before a hostile city with only an inhuman kaldane for company. Another thought, a horrid thought, obtruded itself upon him. She had told him of the hideous sights she had witnessed in the burrows of kaldanes, and he knew that they ate human flesh. Ghek was starving. Should he eat his rykor, he would be helpless, but there was sustenance there for them both, for the rykor and the kaldane. Turan cursed himself for a fool. Why had he left her? Far better to have remained and died with her, ready always to protect her, than to have left her at the mercy of the hideous Bantumian. Now Turan detected a heavy odor in the air. It oppressed him with a feeling of drowsiness. He would have risen to fight off the creepy lethargy, but his legs seemed weak, so that he sank again to the bench. Presently his sword slipped from his fingers and he sprawled forward upon the table, his head resting upon his arms. Tara of Helium, as the night wore on and Turan did not return, became more and more uneasy, and when dawn broke with no sign of him, she guessed that he had failed. Something more than her own unhappy predicament brought a feeling of sorrow to her heart, of sorrow and loneliness. She realized now how she had come to depend upon this panthan, not only for protection, but for companionship as well. She missed him, and in missing him realized suddenly that he had meant more to her than a mere hired warrior. It was as though a friend had been taken from her, an old and valued friend. She rose from her place of concealment that she might have a better view of the city. Udor, dwar of the 8th Utan of Otar, Jeddak of Manator, rode back in the early dawn toward Manator from a brief excursion to a neighboring village. As he was rounding the hills south of the city, his keen eyes were attracted by a slight movement among the shrubbery close to the summit of the nearest hill. He halted his vicious mount and watched more closely. He saw a figure rise, facing away from him, and peered down toward Manator beyond the hill. "Come," he signaled to his followers, and with a word to his thoat turned the beast at a rapid gallop up the hillside. In his wake swept 20 savage warriors, the padded feet of their mounts soundless upon the soft turf. It was the rattle of sidearms and harness that brought Tara of Helium suddenly about, facing them. She saw a score of warriors with couched lances bearing down upon her. She glanced at Ghek. What would the Spider-Man do in this emergency? She saw him crawl to his rykor and attach himself. Then he arose, the beautiful body once again animated and alert. She thought that the creature was preparing for flight. Well, it made little difference to her. Against such as were streaming up the hill toward them, a single mediocre swordsman such as Ghek was worse than no defense at all. "Hurry, Ghek," she admonished him. "Back into the hills. You may find there a hiding place." But the creature only stepped between her and the oncoming riders, drawing his long sword. "It is useless, Ghek," she said when she saw that he intended to defend her. "What can a single sword accomplish against such odds?" "I can die but once," replied the kaldane. "You and your panthan saved me from Luud, and I but do what your panthan would do were he here to protect you." "It is brave, but it is useless," she replied. "Sheath your sword. They may not intend us harm." Ghek let the point of his weapon drop to the ground, but he did not sheath it, and thus the two stood waiting as Udor the dwar stopped his thoat before them, while his 20 warriors formed a rough circle about. For a long minute Udor sat his mount in silence, looking searchingly first at Tara of Helium and then at her hideous companion. "What manner of creature are you?" he asked presently, "and what do you before the gates of Manator?" "We are from far countries," replied the girl, "and we are lost and starving. We ask only food and rest and the privilege to go our way, seeking our own homes." Udor smiled a grim smile. "Manator and the hills which guard it alone know the age of Manator," he said.
yet in all the ages that have rolled by since Manator first was, there be no record in the annals of Manator of a stranger departing from Manator." "But I am a princess," cried the girl haughtily, "and my country is not at war with yours. You must give me and my companions aid and assist us to return to our own land. It is the law of Barsoom." "Manator knows only the laws of Manator," replied U Dor. "But come, you shall go with us to the city, where you, being beautiful, need have no fear. I myself will protect you if O Tar so decrees. But as for your companion but hold, you said companions? There are others of your party then?" "You see what you see," replied Tara haughtily. "Be that as it may," said U Dor, "if there be more they shall not escape Manator, for as I was saying, if your companion fights well he too may live, for O Tar is just, and just are the laws of Manator. Come." Ghek demurred. "It is useless," said the girl, seeing that he would have stood his ground and fought them. "Let us go with them. Why pit your puny blade against their mighty ones when there should lie in your great brain the means to outwit them?" She spoke in a low whisper, rapidly. "You are right, Tara of Helium," he replied, and sheathed his sword. And so they moved down the hillside toward the gates of Manator, Tara, Princess of Helium, and Ghek, the kaldane of Bantoom, and surrounding them rode the savage, painted warriors of U Dor, Dwar of the 8th Utan, of O Tar, Jeddak of Manator. This is the end of the Chessmen of Mars, Chapter 10. Chapter 11. The Choice of Tara. The dazzling sunlight of Barsoom clothed Manator in an aureole of splendor as the girl and her captors rode into the city through the Gate of Enemies. Here the wall was some 50 feet thick, and the sides of the passageway within the gate were covered with parallel shelves of masonry from bottom to top. Within these shelves, or long, horizontal niches, stood row upon row of small figures, appearing like tiny, grotesque statuettes of men, their long, black hair falling below their feet and sometimes trailing to the shelf beneath. The figures were scarce a foot in height, and, but for their diminutive proportions, might have been the mummified bodies of once living men. The girl noticed that as they passed, the warriors saluted the figures with their spears after the manner of Barsoomian fighting men in extending a military courtesy, and then they rode on into the avenue beyond, which ran, wide and stately, through the city toward the east. On either side were great buildings wondrously wrought. Paintings of great beauty and antiquity covered many of the walls, their colors softened and blended by the suns of ages. Upon the pavement the life of the newly awakened city was already afoot. Women in brilliant trappings, befeathered warriors, their bodies daubed with paint, artisans, armed but less gaily caparisoned, took their various ways upon the duties of the day. A giant zitidar, magnificent in rich harness, rumbled its broad-wheeled cart along the stone pavement toward the Gate of Enemies. Life and color and beauty wrought together a picture that filled the eyes of Tara of Helium with wonder and admiration, for here was a scene out of the dead past of dying Mars. Such had been the cities of the founders of her race before Throxius, mightiest of oceans, had disappeared from the face of the world, and from balconies on either side men and women looked down in silence upon the scene below. The people in the street looked at the two prisoners, especially at the hideous Ghek, and called out in question or comment to their guard. But the watchers upon the balcony spoke not, nor did one so much as turn a head to note their passing. There were many balconies on each building, and not a one that did not hold its silent party of richly trapped men and women, with here and there a child or two, but even the children maintained their uniform silence and immobility of their elders. As they approached the center of the city,
The girls saw that even the roofs bore companies of these idle watchers, harnessed and bejeweled as for some gala day of laughter and music, but no laughter broke from these silent lips, nor any music from the strings of the instruments that many of them held in jeweled fingers. And now the avenue widened into an immense square, at the far end of which rose a stately edifice gleaming white in virgin marble among the gaily painted buildings surrounding it, and its scarlet sward and gaily flowering green foliaged shrubbery. Toward this U Dor led his prisoners and their guard to the great arched entrance before which a line of 50 mounted warriors barred the way. When the commander of the guard recognized U Dor, the guardsmen fell back to either side, leaving a broad avenue through which the party passed. Directly inside the entrance were inclined runways leading upward on either side. U Dor turned to the left and led them upward to the second floor and down a long corridor. Here they passed other mounted men, and in chambers upon either side they saw more. Occasionally there was another runway leading either up or down. A warrior, his steed at full gallop, dashed into sight from one of those and raced swiftly past them upon some errand. Nowhere as yet had Tara of Helium seen a man afoot in this great building, but when at a turn U Dor led them to the third floor she caught glimpses of chambers in which many riderless thoats were penned, and others adjoining where dismounted warriors lolled at ease or played games of skill or chance, and many there were who played at jetan. And then the party passed into a long, wide hall of state, as magnificent an apartment as even a princess of mighty Helium ever had seen. The length of the room ran an arched ceiling ablaze with countless radium bulbs. The mighty spans extended from wall to wall, leaving the vast floor unbroken by a single column. The arches were of white marble, apparently quarried in single, huge blocks, from which each arch was cut complete. Between the arches, the ceiling was set solid about the radium bulbs with precious stones, whose scintillant fire and color and beauty filled the whole apartment. The stones were carried down the walls, in an irregular fringe for a few feet, where they appeared to hang like a beautiful and gorgeous drapery against the white marble of the wall. The marble ended some 6 or 7 feet from the floor, the walls from that point down being wainscoted in solid gold. The floor itself was of marble richly inlaid with gold. In that single room was a vast treasure equal to the wealth of many a large city. But what riveted the girl's attention even more than the fabulous treasure of decorations were the files of gorgeously harnessed warriors who sat their thoats in grim silence and immobility of either side of the central aisle, rank after rank of them to the farther walls, and as the party passed between them she could not note so much as the flicker of an eyelid or the twitching of a thoat's ear. "The Hall of Chiefs," whispered one of her guard, evidently noting her interest. There was a note of pride in the fellow's voice, and something of hushed awe. Then they passed through a great doorway into the chamber beyond, a large, square room in which a dozen mounted warriors lolled in their saddles. As U Dor and his party entered the room, the warriors came quickly erect in their saddles and formed a line before another door upon the opposite side of the wall. The padwar commanding them saluted U Dor, who, with his party, had halted facing the guard. "Send one to O Tar announcing that U Dor brings 2 prisoners worthy of the observation of the great jeddak," said U Dor. "One because of her extreme beauty, the other because of his extreme ugliness." "O Tar sits in council with the lesser chiefs," replied the lieutenant, "but the words of U Dor the dwar shall be carried to him," and he turned and gave instructions to one who sat his thoat behind him. "What manner of creature is the male?" he asked of U Dor. "It cannot be that both are of one race." "They were together in the hills south of the city," explained U Dor, "and they say they are lost and starving." "The woman is beautiful," said the padwar. "She will not long go begging in the city of Manator.
and then they spoke of other matters, of the doings of the palace, of the expedition of U Dor, until the messenger returned to say that O Tar bade them bring the prisoners to him. They passed then through a massive doorway which, when opened, revealed the great council chamber of O Tar, Jeddak of Manator, beyond. A central aisle led from the doorway the full length of the great hall, terminating at the steps of a marble dais upon which a man sat in a great throne chair. Upon either side of the aisle were ranged rows of highly carved desks and chairs of skeel, a hardwood of great beauty. Only a few of the desks were occupied, those in the front row, just below the rostrum. At the entrance, U Dor dismounted with 4 of his followers, who formed a guard about the 2 prisoners, who were then conducted toward the foot of the throne, following a few paces behind U Dor. As they halted at the foot of the marble steps, the proud gaze of Tara of Helium rested upon the enthroned figure of the man above her. He sat erect, without stiffness, a commanding presence, trapped in the barbaric splendor that the Barsoomian chieftain loves. He was a large man, the perfection of whose handsome face was marred only by the hauteur of his cold eyes and the suggestion of cruelty imparted by 2 thin lips. It needed no second glance to assure the least observing that here indeed was a ruler of men, a fighting jeddak whose people might worship but not love, and for whose slightest favor warriors would vie with one another to go forth and die. This was O Tar, Jeddak of Manator, and as Tara of Helium saw him for the first time, she could not but acknowledge a certain admiration for this savage chieftain who so virally personified the ancient virtues of the god of war. U Dor and the jeddak interchanged the simple greetings of Barsoom, and then the former recounted the details of the discovery and the capture of the prisoners. O Tar scrutinized them both intently during U Dor's narration of events, his expression revealing naught of what passed in the brain behind those inscrutable eyes. When the officer had finished, the jeddak fastened his gaze upon Ghek. "And you," he asked, "what manner of thing are you? From what country? Why are you in Manator?" "I am a kaldane," replied Ghek, "the highest type of created creature upon the face of Barsoom. I am mind, you are matter. I come from Bantoom. I am here because we were lost and starving. And you," O Tar turned suddenly on Tara, "you too are a kaldane?" "I am a princess of Helium," replied the girl. "I was a prisoner in Bantoom. This kaldane and a warrior of my own race rescued me. The warrior left us to search for food and water. He has doubtless fallen into the hands of your people. I ask you to free him and give us food and drink and let us go upon our way. I am a granddaughter of a jeddak, the daughter of a jeddak of jeddaks, the warlord of Barsoom. I ask only the treatment that my people would accord you or yours." "Helium," repeated O Tar. "I know naught of Helium, nor does the jeddak of Helium rule Manator. I, O Tar, am jeddak of Manator. I alone rule. I protect my own. You have never seen a man or a warrior of Manator captive in Helium. Why should I protect the people of another jeddak? It is his duty to protect them. If he cannot, he is weak, and his people must fall into the hands of the strong. I, O Tar, am strong. I will keep you. That," he pointed at Ghek. "Can it fight?" "It is brave," replied Tara of Helium, "but it has not the skill at arms which my people possess." "There is none then to fight for you?" asked O Tar. "We are a just people," he continued, without waiting for a reply, "and had you one to fight for you he might win to freedom for himself and you as well." "But U Dor assured me that no stranger ever had departed from Manator," she answered. O Tar shrugged. "That does not disprove the justice of the laws of Manator," replied O Tar, "but rather that the warriors of Manator are invincible.
Had there come one who could defeat our warriors, that one had won to liberty." "And you fetch my warrior," cried Tara haughtily. "You shall see such swordplay as doubtless the crumbling walls of your decaying city never have witnessed, and if there be no trick in your offer we are already as good as free." O Tar smiled more broadly than before, and U Dor smiled too, and the chiefs and warriors who looked on nudged one another and whispered, laughing, and Tara of Helium knew then that there was some trickery in their justice, but though her situation seemed hopeless she did not cease to hope, for was she not the daughter of John Carter, warlord of Barsoom, whose famous challenge to fate, "I still live," remained the one irreducible defense against despair? At thought of her noble sire the patrician chin of Tara of Helium rose a shade higher. Ah, if he but knew where she was there was little to fear them. The ghosts of Helium would batter at the gates of Manator. The great green warriors of John Carter's savage allies would swarm up from the dead sea bottoms, lusting for pillage and for loot. The stately ships of her beloved navy would soar above the unprotected towers and minarets of the doomed city, which only capitulation and heavy tribute could then save. But John Carter did not know. There was only one other to whom she might hope to look, Turan the Panthan. But where was he? She had seen his sword in play, and she knew that it had been wielded by a master hand, and who should know swordplay better than Tara of Helium, who had learned it well under the constant tutorage of John Carter himself. Tricks she knew that discounted even far greater physical prowess than her own, and a method of attack that might have been at once the envy and despair of the cleverest of warriors. And so it was that her thoughts turned to Turan the Panthan, though not alone because of the protection he might afford her. She had realized, since he had left her in search of food, that there had grown between them a certain comradeship that she now missed. There had been that about him which seemed to have bridged the gulf between their stations in life. With him she had failed to consider that he was a panthan or that she was a princess. They had been comrades. Suddenly she realized that she missed him for himself more than for his sword. She turned toward O Tar. "Where is Turan, my warrior?" she demanded. "You shall not lack for warriors," replied the jeddak. "One of your beauty shall find plenty to fight for her. Possibly it shall not be necessary to look further than the jeddak of Manator. You please me, woman. What say you to such an honor?" Through narrowed lids the Princess of Helium scrutinized the jeddak of Manator, from feathered headdress to sandaled foot and back to feathered headdress. "Honor!" she mimicked in tones of scorn. "I please thee, do I? Then know, swine, that thou pleasest me not, that the daughter of John Carter is not for such as thou." A sudden tense silence fell upon the assembled chiefs. Slowly the blood receded from the sinister face of O Tar, jeddak of Manator, leaving him a sickly purple in his wrath. His eyes narrowed to two thin slits. His lips were compressed to a bloodless line of malevolence. For a long moment there was no sound in the throne room of the palace at Manator. Then the jeddak turned toward U Dor. "Take her away," he said in a level voice that belied his appearance of rage. "Take her away, and at the next games let the prisoners and the common warriors play at jetan for her." "And this?" asked U Dor, pointing at Ghek. "To the pits until the next games," replied O Tar. "So this is your vaunted justice," cried Tara of Helium, "that two strangers who have not wronged you shall be sentenced without trial, and one of them is a woman? The swine of Manator are as just as they are brave." "Away with her!" shouted O Tar, and at a sign from U Dor the guards formed about the two prisoners and conducted them from the chamber. Outside the palace Ghek and Tara of Helium were separated. The girl was led through long avenues toward the center of the city, and finally into a low building topped by lofty towers of massive construction.
Here she was turned over to a warrior who wore the insignia of a dwar, or captain. "It is O Tar's wish," explained U Dor to this one, "that she be kept until the next games, when the prisoners and the common warriors shall play for her. Had she not the tongue of a thoat, she had been a worthy stake for our noblest steel," and U Dor sighed. "Perhaps even yet I may win a pardon for her. It were too bad to see such beauty fall to the lot of some common fellow. I would have honored her myself." "If I am to be imprisoned, imprison me," said the girl. "I do not recall that I was sentenced to listen to the insults of every low born boor who chanced to admire me." "You see, A Kor," cried U Dor, "the tongue that she has. Even so, and worse, spoke she to O Tar the jeddak." "I see," replied A Kor, whom Tara saw was with difficulty restraining a smile. "Come then with me, woman," he said, "and we shall find a safe place within the towers of Jetan. But stay, what ails thee?" The girl had staggered and would have fallen had not the man caught her in his arms. She seemed to gather herself then and bravely sought to stand erect without support. A Kor glanced at U Dor. "Knew ye the woman was ill?" he asked. "Possibly it is lack of food," replied the other. "She mentioned, I believe, that she and her companions had not eaten for several days." "Brave are the warriors of O Tar," sneered A Kor. "Lavish their hospitality, U Dor, whose riches are uncounted, and the brave O Tar, whose squealing thoats are stabled within marble halls and fed from troughs of gold, can spare no crust to feed a starving girl." The black-haired U Dor scowled. "Thy tongue will yet pierce thy heart, son of a slave," he cried. "Once too often mayst thus try the patience of the just O Tar. Hereafter guard thy speech as well as thy towers." "Think not to taunt me with my mother's state," said A Kor. "'Tis the blood of the slave woman that fills my veins with pride, and my only shame is that I am also the son of thy jeddak." "And O Tar heard this?" queried U Dor. "O Tar has already heard it from mine own lips," replied A Kor. "This and more." He turned upon his heels, a supporting arm still around the waist of Tara of Helium, and thus he half led, half carried her into the towers of Jetan, while U Dor wheeled his thoat and galloped back in the direction of the palace. Within the main entrance to the Tower of Jetan lolled a half dozen warriors. To one of these spoke A Kor, keeper of the towers. "Fetch Lan O, the slave girl, and bid her bring food and drink to the upper level of the Thurian tower." Then he lifted the half fainting girl in his arms and bore her along the spiral inclined runway that led upward within the tower. Somewhere in the long ascent Tara lost consciousness. When it returned she found herself in a large circular chamber, the stone walls of which were pierced by windows at regular intervals about the entire circumference of the room. She was lying upon a pile of sleeping silks and furs, while there knelt above her a young woman who was forcing drops of some cooling beverage between her parched lips. Tara of Helium half rose upon an elbow and looked about. In the first moments of returning consciousness there were swept from the screen of recollection the happenings of many weeks. She thought that she awoke in the palace of the warlord at Helium. Her brows knit as she scrutinized the strange face bending over her. "Who are you?" she asked, "and where is Uthia?" "I am Lan O, the slave girl," replied the other. "I know none by the name of Uthia." Tara of Helium sat erect and looked about her. This rough stone was not the marble of her father's halls. "Where am I?" she asked. "In the Thurian tower," replied the girl, and then seeing that the other still did not understand she guessed the truth. "You are a prisoner in the towers of Jetan in the city of Manator," she explained. "You were brought to this chamber, weak and fainting, by A Kor, dwar of the towers of Jetan, who sent me to you with food and drink, for kind is the heart of A Tor." "I remember now," said Tara slowly. "I remember.
But where is Turan, my warrior? Did they speak of him?"
"I heard naught of another," replied Lan O. "You alone were brought to the towers. In that you are fortunate, for there be no nobler man in Manator than A Kor. It is his mother's blood that makes him so. She was a slave girl from Gathol." "Gathol!" exclaimed Tara of Helium. "Lies Gathol close by Manator?" "Not close, yet still the nearest country," replied Lan O. "About 22 degrees east it lies." "Gathol," murmured Tara. "Far Gathol." "But you are not from Gathol," said the slave girl. "Your harness is not of Gathol." "I am from Helium," said Tara. "It is far from Helium to Gathol," said the slave girl, "but in our studies we learned much of the greatness of Helium, we of Gathol, so it seems not so far away." "You too are from Gathol?" asked Tara. "Many of us are from Gathol who are slaves in Manator," replied the girl. "It is to Gathol, nearest country, that the Mantorians look for slaves most often. They go in great numbers at intervals of 3 or 7 years and haunt the roads that lead to Gathol, and thus they capture whole caravans, leaving none to bear warning to Gathol of their fate. Nor do any ever escape from Manator to carry word of us back to Gahan or Jed." Tara of Helium ate slowly and in silence. The girl's words aroused memories of the last hours she had spent in her father's palace and the great midday function at which she had met Gahan of Gathol. Even now she flushed as she recalled his daring words. Upon her reveries the door opened and a burly warrior appeared in the opening, a hulking fellow with thick lips and an evil, leering face. The slave girl sprang to her feet, facing him. "What does this mean, E Med?" she cried. "Was it not the will of A Kor that this woman be not disturbed?" "The will of A Kor, indeed!" and the man sneered. "The will of A Kor is without power in the towers of Jetan or elsewhere, for A Kor lies now in the pits of O Tar and E Med is dwar of the towers." Tara of Helium saw the face of the slave girl pale and the terror in her eyes. This is the end of the Chessmen of Mars, Chapter 11. Chapter 12. Ghek Plays Pranks. While Tara of Helium was being led to the towers of Jetan, Ghek was escorted to the pits beneath the palace where he was imprisoned in a dimly lighted chamber. Here he found a bench and a table standing upon the dirt floor near the wall, and set in the wall several rings from which depended short lengths of chain. At the base of the walls were several holes in the dirt floor. These alone of the several things he saw interested him. Ghek sat down upon the bench and waited in silence, listening. Presently the lights were extinguished. If Ghek could have smiled he would have then, for Ghek could see as well in the dark as in the light. Better, perhaps. He watched the dark openings of the holes in the floor and waited. Presently he detected a change in the air about him. It grew heavy with a strange odor, and once again might Ghek have smiled, could he have smiled. Let them replace all the air in the chamber with their most deadly fumes. It would be all the same to Ghek, the kaldane, who, having no lungs, required no air. With the rykor it might be different. Deprived of air it would die, but if only a sufficient amount of the gas were introduced to stupefy an ordinary creature, it would have no effect upon the rykor, who had no objective mind to overcome. So long as the excess of carbon dioxide in the blood was not sufficient to prevent heart action, the rykor would suffer only a diminution of vitality, but would still respond to the exciting agency of the kaldane's brain. Ghek caused the rykor to assume a sitting position, with its back against the wall, where it might remain without direction from his brain. Then he released his contact with its spinal cord, but remained in position upon its shoulders,
waiting and watching, for the kaldane's curiosity was aroused. He had not long to wait before the lights were flashed on and one of the locked doors opened to admit a half dozen warriors. They approached him rapidly and worked quickly. First, they removed all his weapons, and then, snapping a fetter about one of the rykor's ankles, secured him to the end of one of the chains hanging from the walls. Next, they dragged the long table to a new position and there bolted it to the floor so that an end, instead of the middle, was directly before the prisoner. On the table before him they set food and water, and upon the opposite end of the table they laid the key to the fetter. Then they unlocked and opened all the doors and departed. When Turan the Panthan regained consciousness, it was to the realization of a sharp pain in one of his forearms. The effects of the gas departed as rapidly as they had overcome him, so that as he opened his eyes he was in full possession of all his faculties. The lights were on again, and in their glow there was revealed to the man the figure of a giant Martian rat crouching upon the table and gnawing upon his arm. Snatching his arm away, he reached for his short sword, while the rat, growling, sought to seize his arm again. It was then that Turan discovered that his weapons had been removed: short sword, long sword, dagger, and pistol. The rat charged him then, and striking the creature away with his hand, the man rose and backed off, searching for something with which to strike a harder blow. Again the rat charged, and as Turan stepped quickly back to avoid the menacing jaws, something seemed to jerk suddenly upon his right ankle, and as he drew his left foot back to regain his equilibrium, his heel caught upon a taut chain, and he fell heavily backward to the floor, just as the rat leaped upon his breast and sought his throat. The Martian rat is a fierce and unlovely thing. It is many-legged and hairless, its hide resembling that of a newborn mouse in repulsiveness. In size and weight it is comparable to a large Airedale terrier. Its eyes are small and close set and almost hidden in deep fleshy apertures, but its most ferocious and repulsive feature is its jaws, the entire bony structure of which protrudes several inches beyond the flesh, revealing 5 sharp, spade-like teeth in the upper jaw and the same number of similar teeth in the lower, the whole suggesting the appearance of a rotting face from which much of the flesh has sloughed away. It was such a thing that it leaped upon the breast of the panthan to tear at his jugular. Twice Turan struck it away as he sought to regain his feet, but both times it returned with increased ferocity to renew its attack. Its only weapons are its jaws, since its broad splay feet are armed with blunt talons. With its protruding jaws it excavates its winding burrows, and with its broad feet it pushes the dirt behind it. To keep the jaws from his flesh, then, was Turan's only concern, and this he succeeded in doing until chance gave him a hold upon the creature's throat. After that, the end was but a matter of moments. Rising at last, he flung the lifeless thing from him with a shudder of disgust. Now he turned his attention to a hurried inventory of the new conditions which surrounded him since the moment of his incarceration. He realized vaguely what had happened. He had been anesthetized and stripped of his weapons, and as he rose to his feet he saw that one ankle was fettered to a chain in the wall. He looked about the room. All the doors swung wide open. His captors would render his imprisonment the more cruel by leaving ever before him tempting glimpses of open aisles to the freedom he could not attain. Upon the end of the table and within easy reach was food and drink. This at least was attainable, and at sight of it his starved stomach seemed almost to cry aloud for sustenance. It was with difficulty that he ate and drank in moderation. As he devoured the food, his eyes wandered about the confines of his prison, until suddenly they seized upon a thing that lay on the table at the end farthest from him. It was a key. He raised his fettered ankle and examined the lock. There could be no doubt of it. The key that lay there on the table before him was the key to that very lock. A careless warrior had laid it there and departed, forgetting. Hope surged high in the breast of Gahan of Gathol,
of Turan the panthan. Furtively his eyes sought the open doorways. There was no one in sight. Ah, if he could but gain his freedom, he would find some way from this odious city back to her side, and never again would he leave her until he had won safety for her or death for himself. He rose and moved cautiously toward the opposite end of the table where lay the coveted key. The fettered ankle halted his first step, but he stretched at full length along the table, extending eager fingers toward the prize. They almost laid hold upon it. A little more and they would touch it. He strained and stretched, but still the thing lay just beyond his reach. He hurled himself forward until the iron fetter bit deep into his flesh, but all futilely. He sat back upon the bench then and glared at the open doors and the key, realizing now that they were part of a well-laid scheme of refined torture, none the less demoralizing because it inflicted no physical suffering. For just a moment the man gave way to useless regret and foreboding. Then he gathered himself together, his brows cleared, and he returned to his unfinished meal. At least they should not have the satisfaction of knowing how sorely they had hit him. As he ate, it occurred to him that by dragging the table along the floor he could bring the key within his reach. But when he essayed to do so, he found that the table had been securely bolted to the floor during the period of his unconsciousness. Again Gahan smiled and shrugged and resumed his eating. When the warriors had departed from the prison in which Ghek was confined, the kaldane crawled from the shoulders of the rykor to the table. Here he drank a little water and then directed the hands of the rykor to the balance of it and to the food, upon which the brainless thing fell with avidity. While it was thus engaged, Ghek took his spider-like way along the table to the opposite end where lay the key to the fetter. Seizing it in his chela, he leaped to the floor and scurried rapidly toward the mouth of one of the burrows against the wall, into which he disappeared. For long had the brain been contemplating these burrow entrances. They appealed to his kaldanine tastes, and further, they pointed a hiding place for the key and a lair for the only kind of food that the kaldane relished, flesh and blood. Ghek had never seen an ulsio, since these great Martian rats had long ago disappeared from Bantoom, their flesh and blood having been greatly relished by the kaldanes, but Ghek had inherited, almost unimpaired, every memory of every ancestor, and so he knew that ulsio inhabited these lairs and that ulsio were good to eat, and he knew what ulsio looked like and what his habits were, though he had never seen him nor any picture of him. As we breed animals for the transmission of physical attributes, so the kaldanes breed themselves for the transmission of attributes of the mind, including memory and the power of recollection, and thus have they raised what we term instinct above the level of the threshold of the objective mind, where it may be commanded and utilized by recollection. Doubtless in our own subjective minds lie many of the impressions and experiences of our forebears. These may impinge upon our consciousness in dreams only, or in vague, haunting suggestions that we have before experienced some transient phase of our present existence. Ah, if we had but the power to recall them! Before us would unfold the forgotten story of the lost eons that have preceded us. We might even walk with God in the garden of his stars, while man was still but a budding idea within his mind. Ghek descended into the burrow at a steep incline for some 10 feet. When he found himself in an elaborate and delightful network of burrows, the kaldane was elated. This, indeed, was life. He moved rapidly and fearlessly, and he went as straight to his goal as you could to the kitchen of your own home. This goal lay at a low level in a spheroidal cavity about the size of a large barrel. Here, in a nest of torn bits of silk and fur, lay 6 baby ulsios. When the mother returned, there were but 5 babies and a great spider-like creature, which she immediately sprang to attack, only to be met by powerful chelae which seized and held her so that she could not move. Slowly they dragged her throat toward a hideous mouth, and in a little moment she was dead.
Ghek might have remained in the nest for a long time, since there was ample food for many days, but he did not do so. Instead, he explored the burrows. He followed them into many subterranean chambers of the city of Manator, and upward through walls to rooms above the ground. He found many ingeniously devised traps, and he found poisoned food and other signs of the constant battle that the inhabitants of Manator waged against these repulsive creatures that dwelt beneath their homes and public buildings. His exploration revealed not only the vast proportions of the network of runways that apparently traversed every portion of the city, but the great antiquity of the majority of them. Tons upon tons of dirt must have been removed, and for a long time he wondered where it had been deposited, until in following downward a tunnel of great size and length, he sensed before him the thunderous rush of subterranean waters, and presently came to the bank of a great underground river, tumbling onward, no doubt, the length of a world to the buried sea of Omine. Into this torrential sewer had unthinkable generations of Alcios pushed their few handfuls of dirt in the excavating of their vast labyrinth. For only a moment did Ghek tarry by the river, for his seemingly aimless wanderings were in reality prompted by a definite purpose, and this he pursued with vigor and singleness of design. He followed such runways as appeared to terminate in the pits or other chambers of the inhabitants of the city, and these he explored, usually from the safety of a burrow's mouth, until satisfied that what he sought was not there. He moved swiftly upon his spider legs and covered remarkable distances in short periods of time. His search not being rewarded with immediate success, he decided to return to the pit where his rykor lay chained and look to its wants. As he approached the end of the burrow that terminated in the pit, he slackened his pace, stopping just within the entrance of the runway that he might scan the interior of the chamber before entering it. As he did so, he saw the figure of a warrior appear suddenly in an opposite doorway. The rykor sprawled upon the table, his hands groping blindly for more food. Ghek saw the warrior pause and gaze in sudden astonishment at the rykor. He saw the fellow's eyes go wide and an ashen hue replace the copper bronze of his cheek. He stepped back as though someone had struck him in the face. For an instant only he stood thus, as in a paralysis of fear. Then he uttered a smothered shriek and turned and fled. Again was it a catastrophe that Ghek, the kaldane, could not smile? Quickly entering the room, he crawled to the tabletop and affixed himself to the shoulders of his rykor, and there he waited. And who may say that Ghek, though he could not smile, possessed not a sense of humor? For a half hour he sat there, and then there came to him the sound of men approaching along corridors of stone. He could hear their arms clank against the rocky walls, and he knew that they came at a rapid pace, but just before they reached the entrance to his prison they paused and advanced more slowly. In the lead was an officer, and just behind him, wide-eyed and perhaps still a little ashen, the warrior who had so recently departed in haste. At the doorway they halted, and the officer turned sternly upon the warrior. With upraised finger he pointed at Ghek. "There sits the creature. Didst thou dare lie then to thy dwar?" "I swear," cried the warrior, "that I spoke the truth. But a moment since the thing groveled, headless, upon this very table, and may my first ancestor strike me dead upon the spot if I speak other than a true word." The officer looked puzzled. The men of Mars seldom, if ever, lie. He scratched his head. Then he addressed Ghek. "How long have you been here?" he asked. "Who knows better than those who placed me here and chained me to a wall?" he returned in reply. "Saw you this warrior enter here a few minutes since?" "I saw him," replied Ghek. "And you sat there where you sit now?" continued the officer. "Look thou to my chain, and tell me then where else I might sit," cried Ghek. "Art the people of thy city all fools?" Three other warriors pressed behind the two in front, craning their necks
to view the prisoner while they grinned at the discomfiture of their fellow. The officer scowled at Ghek. "Thy tongue is as venomous as that of the she-banth O Tar sent to the towers of Jetan," he said. "You speak of the young woman who was captured with me?" asked Ghek, his expressionless monotone and face revealing naught of the interest he felt. "I speak of her," replied the dwar, and then turning to the warrior who had summoned him, "Return to thy quarters and remain there until the next games. Perhaps by that time thy eyes may have learned not to deceive thee." The fellow cast a venomous glance at Ghek and turned away. The officer shook his head. "I do not understand it," he muttered. "Always has U Van been a true and dependable warrior. Could it be?" He glanced piercingly at Ghek. "Thou hast a strange head that misfits thy body, fellow," he cried. "Our legends tell us of those ancient creatures that placed hallucinations upon the mind of their fellows. If thou be such, then maybe U Van suffered from thy forbidden powers. If thou be such, O Tar will know well how to deal with thee." He wheeled about and motioned his warriors to follow him. "Wait!" cried Ghek. "Unless I am to be starved, send me food." "You have had food," replied the warrior. "Am I to be fed but once a day?" asked Ghek. "I require food oftener than that. Send me food." "You shall have food," replied the officer. "None may say that the prisoners of Manator are ill fed. Just are the laws of Manator," and he departed. No sooner had the sounds of their passing died away in the distance than Ghek clambered from the shoulders of his rykor and scurried to the burrow where he had hidden the key. Fetching it, he unlocked the fetter from about the creature's ankle, locked it empty, and carried the key farther down into the burrow. Then he returned to his place upon the brainless servitor. After a while he heard footsteps approaching, whereupon he rose and passed into another corridor from that down which he knew the warrior was coming. Here he waited out of sight, listening. He heard the man enter the chamber and halt. He heard a muttered exclamation, followed by the jangle of metal dishes as a salver was slammed upon the table. Then rapidly retreating footsteps, which quickly died away in the distance. Ghek lost no time in returning to the chamber, recovering the key, relocking the rykor to his chain. Then he replaced the key in the burrow and, squatting on the table beside his headless body, directed its hands toward the food. While the rykor ate, Ghek sat listening for the scraping sandals and clattering arms that he knew soon would come. Nor had he long to wait. Ghek scrambled to the shoulders of his rykor as he heard them coming. Again it was the officer who had been summoned by U Van, and with him were 3 warriors. The one directly behind him was evidently the same who had brought the food, for his eyes went wide when he saw Ghek sitting at the table, and he looked very foolish as the dwar turned his stern glance upon him. "It is even as I said," he cried. "He was not here when I brought his food." "But he is here now," said the officer grimly, "and his fetter is locked about his ankle. Look, it has not been opened, but where is the key? It should be upon the table at the end opposite him. Where is the key, creature?" he shouted at Ghek. "How should I, a prisoner, know better than my jailer the whereabouts of the key to my fetters?" he retorted. "But it lay here," cried the officer, pointing to the other end of the table. "Did you see it?" asked Ghek. The officer hesitated. "No, but it must have been there," he parried. "Did you see the key lying there?" asked Ghek, pointing to another warrior. The fellow shook his head negatively. And you," continued the kaldane, addressing the others. They both admitted that they never had seen the key, and if it had been there, how could I have reached it, he continued. "No, he could not have reached it," admitted the officer. "But there shall be no more of this. I Zav, you will remain here on guard with this prisoner until you are relieved." Izavd looked anything but happy as this intelligence was transmitted to him, and he eyed Ghek suspiciously as the dwar and the other warriors turned and left him to his unhappy lot. This is the end of the Chessmen of Mars, Chapter 12. Chapter 13. A Desperate Deed.
Emed crossed the tower chamber toward Tara of Helium and the slave girl Lan-O. He seized the former roughly by a shoulder. "Stand," he commanded. Tara struck his hand from her and rising, backed away. "Lay not your hand upon the person of a princess of Helium, beast," she warned. Emed laughed. "Think you that I play at Jetan for you without first knowing something of the stake for which I play?" he demanded. "Come here." The girl drew herself to her full height, folding her arms across her breast, nor did Emed note that the slim fingers of her right hand were inserted beneath the broad leather strap of her harness, where it passed over her left shoulder. "An Otar learns of this you shall rue it," Emed cried the slave girl. "There be no law in Manator that gives you this girl before you shall have won her fairly." "What cares Otar for her fate?" replied Emed. "Have I not heard? Did she not flout the great Jeddak, heaping abuse upon him? By my first ancestor, I think Otar might make a Jed of the man who subdued her," and again he advanced toward Tara. "Wait," said the girl in low, even tone. "Perhaps you know not what you do. Sacred to the people of Helium are the persons of the women of Helium. For the honor of the humblest of them would the great Jeddak himself unsheath his sword. The greatest nations of Barsoom have trembled to the thunders of war in defense of the person of Dejah Thoris, my mother. We are but mortal and so may die, but we may not be defiled. You may play at Jetan for a princess of Helium, but though you win the match, never may you claim the reward. If thou wouldst possess a dead body, press me too far, but know, man of Manator, that the blood of the warlord flows not in the veins of Tara of Helium for naught. I have spoken. I know naught of Helium, and O-Tar is our warlord," replied Emed, "but I do know that I would examine more closely the prize that I shall play for and win. I would test the lips of her who is to be my slave after the next games. Nor is it well, woman, to drive me too far to anger." His eyes narrowed as he spoke, his visage taking on the semblance of that of a snarling beast. "If you doubt the truth of my words, ask Lan-O, the slave girl." "He speaks truly, O woman of Helium," interjected Lan-O. "Try not the temper of Emed if you value your life." But Tara of Helium made no reply. Already had she spoken. She stood in silence, now facing the burly warrior who approached her. He came close, and then, quite suddenly, he seized her and, bending, tried to draw her lips to his. Lan-O saw the woman from Helium half turn, and with a quick movement jerk her right hand from where it had lain upon her breast. She saw the hand shoot from beneath the arm of Emed and rise between his shoulder, and she saw in the hand a long, slim blade. The lips of the warrior were drawing closer to those of the woman, but they never touched them, for suddenly the man straightened, stiffly, a shriek upon his lips, and then he crumbled like an empty fur and lay a shrunken heap upon the floor. Tara of Helium stooped and wiped her blade upon his harness. Lan-O, wide-eyed, looked with horror upon the corpse. "For this we shall both die," she cried. "And who would live a slave in Manator?" asked Tara of Helium. "I am not so brave as thou," said the slave girl, "and life is sweet, and there is always hope." "Life is sweet," agreed Tara of Helium, "but honor is sacred. But do not fear. When they come I shall tell them the truth, that you had no hand in this and no opportunity to prevent it." For a moment the slave girl seemed to be thinking deeply. Suddenly her eyes lighted. "There is a way, perhaps," she said, "to turn suspicion from us. He has the key to this chamber upon him. Let us open the door and drag him out. Maybe we shall find a place to hide him." "Good!" exclaimed Tara of Helium, and the two immediately set about the matter Lan-O had suggested. Quickly they found the key and unlatched the door, and then, between them, they half carried, half dragged the corpse of Emed from the room and down the stairway to the next level.
where Lan O said there were vacant chambers. The first door they tried was unlatched, and through this the two bore their grisly burden into a small room lighted by a single window. The apartment bore evidence of having been utilized as a living room rather than as a cell, being furnished with a degree of comfort and even luxury. The walls were paneled to a height of about 7 feet from the floor, while the plaster above and the ceiling were decorated with faded paintings of another day. As Tara's eyes ran quickly over the interior, her attention was drawn to a section of paneling that seemed to be separated at one edge from the piece next adjoining it. Quickly she crossed to it, discovering that one vertical edge of an entire panel projected a half-inch beyond the others. There was a possible explanation which piqued her curiosity, and acting upon its suggestion, she seized upon the projecting edge and pulled outward. Slowly the panel swung toward her, revealing a dark aperture in the wall behind. "Look, Lan O," she cried. "See what I have found, a hole in which we may hide the thing upon the floor." Lan O joined her, and together the two investigated the dark aperture, finding a small platform from which a narrow runway led downward into Stygian darkness. Thick dust covered the floor within the doorway, indicating that a great period of time had elapsed since human foot had trod it, a secret way, doubtless unknown to living Manatorians. Here they dragged the corpse of E Med, leaving it upon the platform, and as they left the dark and forbidden closet, Lan O would have slammed to the panel had not Tara prevented. "Wait," she said, and fell to examining the door frame and the stile. "Hurry," whispered the slave girl. "If they come, we are lost." "It may serve us well to know how to open this place again," replied Tara of Helium, and then suddenly she pressed a foot against a section of the carved base at the right of the open panel. "Ah," she breathed, a note of satisfaction in her tone, and closed the panel until it fitted snugly in its place. "Come," she said, and turned toward the outer doorway of the chamber. They reached their own cell without detection, and closing the door, Tara locked it from the inside and placed the key in a secret pocket in her harness. "Let them come," she said. "Let them question us. What could two poor prisoners know of the whereabouts of their noble jailer? I ask you, Lan O, what could they?" "Nothing," admitted Lan O, smiling with her companion. "Tell me of these men of Manator," said Tara presently. "Are they all like E Med, or are some of them like A Kor, who seemed a brave and chivalrous character?" "They are not unlike the peoples of other countries," replied Lan O. "There be among them both good and bad. They are brave warriors and mighty. Among themselves they are not without chivalry and honor, but in their dealings with strangers they know but one law, the law of might. The weak and unfortunate of other lands fill them with contempt and arouse all that is worst in their natures, which doubtless accounts for their treatment of us, their slaves." "But why should they feel contempt for those who have suffered the misfortune of falling into their hands?" queried Tara. "I do not know," said Lan O. "A Kor says that he believes that it is because their country has never been invaded by a victorious foe. In their stealthy raids never have they been defeated, because they have never waited to face a powerful force, and so they have come to believe themselves invincible, and the other peoples are held in contempt as inferior in valor and the practice of arms." "Yet A Kor is one of them," said Tara. "He is a son of O Tar the Jeddak," replied Lan O, "but his mother was a high born Gatholian, captured and made slave by O Tar, and A Kor boasts that in his veins runs only the blood of his mother, and indeed is he different from the others. His chivalry is of a gentler form, though not even his worst enemy has dared question his courage, while his skill with the sword and the spear and the thoat is famous throughout the length and breadth of Manator." "What think you they will do with him?" asked Tara of Helium. "Sentence him to the games," replied Lan O. "If O Tar be not greatly angered he may be sentenced to but a single game, in which case he may come out alive, but if O Tar wishes really to dispose of him he will be sentenced to the entire series, and no warrior has ever survived the full 10, or rather, none who was under a sentence from O Tar." "What are the games? I do not understand," said Tara. "I have heard them speak of playing at jetan, but surely no one can be killed at jetan. We play it often at home." "But not as they play it in the arena at Manator," replied Lan O. "Come to the window," and together the two approached an aperture facing toward the east. Below her, Tara of Helium saw a great field entirely surrounded by the low building and the lofty towers of which that in which she was imprisoned was but a unit. About the arena were tiers of seats, but the thing that caught her attention was a gigantic jetan board laid out upon the floor of the arena in great squares of alternate orange and black. Here they play at jetan with living pieces. They play for great stakes, and usually for a woman, some slave of exceptional beauty. O Tar himself might have played for you had you not angered him, but now you will be played for in an open game by slaves and criminals, and you will belong to the side that wins, not to a single warrior, but to all who survive the game." The eyes of Tara of Helium flashed, but she made no comment. "Those who direct the play do not necessarily take part in it," continued the slave girl, "but sit in those two great thrones which you see at either end of the board, and direct their pieces from square to square." "But where lies the danger?" asked Tara of Helium. "If a piece be taken, it is merely removed from the board. This is a rule of jetan as old almost as the civilization of Barsoom." "But here in Manator, when they play in the great arena with living men, that rule is altered," explained Lan O. "When a warrior is moved to a square occupied by an opposing piece, the two battle to the death for possession of the square, and the one that is successful advantages by the move. Each is caparisoned to simulate the piece he represents, and in addition he wears that which indicates whether he be slave, a warrior serving a sentence, or a volunteer. If serving a sentence, the number of games he must play is also indicated, and thus the one directing the moves knows which pieces to risk and which to conserve. And further than this, a man's chances are affected by the position that is assigned him for the game. Those whom they wish to die are always panthans in the game, for the panthan has the least chance of surviving." "Do those who direct the play ever actually take part in it?" asked Tara. "Oh yes," said Lan O. "Often when two warriors, even of the highest class, hold a grievance against one another, O Tar compels them to settle it upon the arena. Then it is that they take active part and with drawn swords direct their own players from the position of chief. They pick their own players, usually the best of their warriors and slaves, if they be powerful men who possess such, or their friends may volunteer, or they may obtain prisoners from the pits. These are games indeed, the very best that are seen. Often the great chiefs themselves are slain." "It is within this amphitheater that the justice of Manator is meted, then?" asked Tara. "Very largely," replied Lan O. "How then, through such justice, could a prisoner win his liberty?" continued the girl from Helium. "If a man and he survived 10 games his liberty would be his," replied Lan O. "But no one ever survives?" queried Tara. "And if a woman?" "No stranger within the gates of Manator ever has survived 10 games," replied the slave girl. "They are permitted to offer themselves into perpetual slavery if they prefer that to fighting at jetan. Of course they may be called upon, as any warrior, to take part in a game, but their chances then of surviving are increased, since they may never again have the chance of winning to liberty." "But a woman," insisted Tara. "How may a woman win her freedom?" Lan O laughed. "Very simply," she cried derisively. "She has but to find a warrior who will fight through 10 consecutive games for her and survive." "Just are the laws of Manator," quoted Tara scornfully. Then it was that they heard footsteps outside their cell, and a moment later a key turned in the lock and the door opened. A warrior faced them. "Hast seen Emed the dwar?" he asked. "Yes," replied Tara. "He was here some time ago." The man glanced quickly about the bare chamber, and then searchingly first at Tara of Helium and then at the slave girl, Lan O. The puzzled expression upon his face increased. He scratched his head. "It is strange," he said. "A score of men saw him ascend into this tower, and though there is but a single exit, and that well guarded, no man has seen him pass out." Tara of Helium hid a yawn with the back of a shapely hand. "The Princess of Helium is hungry, fellow," she drawled. "Tell your master that she would eat." It was an hour later that food was brought, an officer and several warriors accompanying the bearer. The former examined the room carefully, but there was no sign that aught amiss had occurred there. The wound that had sent Emed the dwar to his ancestors had not bled, fortunately for Tara of Helium. "Woman," cried the officer, turning upon Tara, "you were the last to see Emed the dwar. Answer me now, and answer me truthfully. Did you see him leave this room?" "I did," answered Tara of Helium. "Where did he go from here?" "How should I know? Think you that I can pass through a locked door of skeel?" The girl's tone was scornful. "Of that we do not know," said the officer. "Strange things have happened in the cell of your companion in the pits of Manator. Perhaps you could pass through a locked door of skeel as easily as he performs seemingly more impossible feats." "Whom do you mean?" she cried. "Turan the Panthan? He lives then? Tell me, is he here in Manator unharmed?" "I speak of that thing which calls itself Ghek the Kaldane," replied the officer. "But Turan? Tell me, Padwar, have you heard aught of him?" Tara's tone was insistent and she leaned a little forward toward the officer, her lips slightly parted in expectancy. Into the eyes of the slave girl, Lan O, who was watching her, there crept a soft light of understanding, but the officer ignored Tara's question. What was the fate of another slave to him? "Men do not disappear into thin air," he growled, "and if Emed be not found soon, O Tar himself may take a hand in this. I warn you, woman, if you be one of those horrid Corphals that by commanding the spirits of the wicked dead gains evil mastery over the living, as many now believe the thing called Ghek to be, that lest you return Emed, O Tar will have no mercy on you." "What foolishness is this?" cried the girl. "I am a princess of Helium, as I have told you all a score of times. Even if the fabled Corphals existed, as none but the most ignorant now believes, the lore of the ancients tells us that they entered only into the bodies of wicked criminals of the lowest class. Man of Manator, thou art a fool, and thy Jeddak and all his people," and she turned her royal back upon the Padwar and gazed through the window across the field of Jetan and the roofs of Manator through the low hills and the rolling country and freedom. "And you know so much of Corphals then," he cried. "You know that while no common man dare harm them, they may be slain by the hand of a Jeddak with impunity." The girl did not reply, nor would she speak again, for all his threats and rage, for she knew now that none in all Manator dared harm her save O Tar the Jeddak, and after a while the Padwar left, taking his men with him. And after they had gone, Tara stood for long looking out upon the city of Manator and wondering what more of cruel wrongs fate held in store for her. She was standing thus in silent meditation when there rose to her the strains of martial music from the city below, the deep, mellow tones of the long war trumpets of mounted troops, the clear, ringing notes of foot soldiers' music. The girl raised her head and looked about, listening, and Lan O, standing at an opposite window looking toward the west, motioned Tara to join her. Now they could see across roofs and avenues to the gate of enemies, through which troops were marching into the city. "The great Jed is coming," said Lan O. "None other dares enter thus,
with blaring trumpets, the city of Manator. It is Uthor, Jed of Manatos, second city of Manator. They call him the Great Jed, the length and breadth of Manator, and because the people love him, O-Tar hates him. They say who know that it would need but slight provocation to inflame the two to war. How such a war would end no one could guess, for the people of Manator worship the great O-Tar, though they do not love him. Uthor they love, but he is not the Jeddak, and Tara understood, as only a Martian may, how much that simple statement encompassed. The loyalty of a Martian to his Jeddak is almost an instinct, and second not even to the instinct of self-preservation at that. Nor is this strange in a race whose religion includes ancestor worship, and where families trace their origin back into remote ages, and a Jeddak sits upon the same throne that his direct progenitors have occupied for perhaps hundreds of thousands of years, and rules the descendants of the same people that his forebears ruled. Wicked Jeddaks have been destroyed, but seldom are they replaced by other than members of the Imperial House, even though the law gives to the Jeds the right to select whom they please. "Uthor is a just man and good, then?" asked Tara of Helium. "There be none nobler," replied Lan O. "In Manatos none but wicked criminals who deserve death are forced to play at Jetan, and even then the play is fair and they have their chance for freedom. Volunteers may play, but the moves are not necessarily to the death, a wound, and even sometimes points in swordplay deciding the issue. There they look upon Jetan as a martial sport. Here it is but butchery. And Uthor is opposed to the ancient slave raids and to the policy that keeps Manator forever isolated from the other nations of Barsoom. But Uthor is not Jeddak, and so there is no change." The two girls watched the column moving up the broad avenue from the Gate of Enemies toward the palace of O-Tar. A gorgeous barbaric procession of painted warriors in jewel-studded harness and waving feathers, vicious, squealing thoats caparisoned in rich trappings. Far above their heads the long lances of their riders bore fluttering pennons, foot soldiers swinging easily along the stone pavement, their sandals of zittar hide giving forth no sound, and at the rear of each utan a train of painted chariots drawn by mammoth zitars carrying the equipment of the company to which they were attached. Utan after utan entered through the great gate, and even when the head of the column reached the palace of O-Tar, they were not all within the city. "I have been here many years," said the girl Lan O, "but never have I seen even the great Jed bring so many fighting men into the city of Manator." Through half-closed eyes, Tara of Helium watched the warriors marching up the broad avenue, trying to imagine them the fighting men of her beloved Helium coming to the rescue of their princess. That splendid figure upon the great thoat might be John Carter himself, warlord of Barsoom, and behind him utan after utan of the veterans of the empire. And then the girl opened her eyes again and saw the host of painted, befeathered barbarians, and sighed. But yet she watched, fascinated by the martial scene. And now she noted again the groups of silent figures upon the balconies. No waving silks, no cries of welcome, no showers of flowers and jewels such as would have marked the entry of such a splendid, friendly pageant into the twin cities of her birth. "The people do not seem friendly to the warriors of Manatos," she remarked to Lan O. "I have not seen a single welcoming sign from the people on the balconies." The slave girl looked at her in surprise. "It cannot be that you do not know," she exclaimed. "Why, they are " but she got no further. The door swung open and an officer stood before them. "The slave girl, Tara, is summoned to the presence of O-Tar the Jeddak," he announced. This is the end of the Chessmen of Mars, Chapter 13. Chapter 14. At Ghek's Command. Turan, the Panthon,
chafed in his chains. Time dragged. Silence and monotony prolonged minutes into hours. Uncertainty of the fate of the woman he loved turned each hour into an eternity of hell. He listened impatiently for the sound of approaching footsteps, that he might seek and speak to some living creature and learn, perchance, some word of Tara of Helium. After torturing hours, his ears were rewarded by the rattle of harness and arms. Men were coming. He waited breathlessly. Perhaps they were his executioners, but he would welcome them notwithstanding. He would question them, but if he knew naught of Tara, he would not divulge the location of the hiding place in which he had left her. Now they came, a half-dozen warriors and an officer, escorting an unarmed man, a prisoner doubtless. Of this Turan was not left long in doubt, since they brought the newcomer and chained him to an adjoining ring. Immediately the panthan commenced to question the officer in charge of the guard. "Tell me," he demanded, "why have I been made prisoner, and if other strangers were captured since I entered your city?" "What other prisoners?" asked the officer. "A woman and a man with a strange head," replied Turan. "It is possible," said the officer, "but what were their names?" "The woman was Tara, Princess of Helium, and the man was Ghek, a kaldane of Bantoom." "These were your friends?" asked the officer. "Yes," replied Turan. "It is what I would know," said the officer, and with a curt command to his men to follow him he turned and left the cell. "Tell me of them," cried Turan after him. "Tell me of Tara of Helium. Is she safe?" But the man did not answer, and soon the sound of their departure died in the distance. "Tara of Helium was safe but a short time since," said the prisoner chained by Turan's side. The panthan turned toward the speaker, seeing a large man, handsome of face and with a manner both stately and dignified. "You have seen her?" he asked. "They captured her, then? She is in danger?" "She is being held in the towers of Jetan as a prize for the next games," replied the stranger. "And who are you?" asked Turan, "and why are you here, a prisoner?" "I am A Kor, the dwar, keeper of the towers of Jetan," replied the other. "I am here because I dared speak the truth of O Tar the jeddak to one of his officers." "And your punishment?" asked Turan. "I do not know. O Tar has not yet spoken. Doubtless the games, perhaps the full 10, for O Tar does not love A Kor, his son." "You are the jeddak's son?" asked Turan. "I am the son of O Tar and of a slave, Haja of Gathol, who was a princess in her own land." Turan looked searchingly at the speaker. A son of Haja of Gathol! A son of his mother's sister! This man, then, was his own cousin. Well did Gahan remember the mysterious disappearance of the Princess Haja and an entire utan of her personal troops. She had been upon a visit far from the city of Gathol, and returning home had vanished with her whole escort from the sight of man. So this was the secret of the seeming mystery. Doubtless it explained many other similar disappearances that extended nearly as far back as the history of Gathol. Turan scrutinized his companion, discovering many evidences of resemblance to his mother's people. A Kor might have been 10 years younger than he, but such differences in age are scarce accounted among a people who seldom or never age outwardly after maturity and whose span of life may be 1,000 years. "And where lies Gathol?" asked Turan. "Almost due east of Manator," replied A Kor. "And how far?" "Some 21 degrees it is from the city of Manator to the city of Gathol," replied A Kor, "but little more than 10 degrees between the boundaries of the two countries. Between them, though, there lies a country of torn rocks and yawning chasms." Well did Gahan know this country that bordered his upon the west. Even the ships of the air avoided it because of the treacherous currents that rose from the deep chasms and the almost total absence of safe landings. He knew now where Manator lay, and for the first time in long weeks, the way to his own Gathol. And here was a man, a fellow prisoner, in whose veins flowed the blood of his own ancestors, a man who knew Manator, its people, its customs, and the country surrounding it, one who could aid him, with advice at least, to find a plan for the rescue of Tara of Helium and for escape. But would A Kor, could he dare broach the subject? He could do no less than try. "And O Tar, you think, will sentence you to death?" he asked. "And why?" "He would like to," replied A Kor, "for the people chafe beneath his iron hand, and their loyalty is but the loyalty of a people to the long line of illustrious Jeddaks from which he has sprung. He is a jealous man, and has found the means of disposing of most of those whose blood might entitle them to a claim upon the throne, and whose place in the affections of the people endowed them with any political significance. The fact that I was the son of a slave relegated me to a position of minor importance in the consideration of O Tar, yet I am still the son of a Jeddak and might sit upon the throne of Manator with as perfect congruity as O Tar himself. Combined with this is the fact that of recent years the people, and especially many of the young warriors, have evinced a growing affection for me, which I attribute to certain virtues of character and training derived from my mother, but which O Tar assumes to be the result of an ambition upon my part to occupy the throne of Manator. And now I am firmly convinced he has seized upon my criticism of his treatment of the slave girl Tara as a pretext for ridding himself of me." "But if you could escape and reach Gathol?" suggested Turan. "I have thought of that," mused A Kor, "but how much better off would I be? In the eyes of the Gatholians I would be not a Gatholian, but a stranger, and doubtless they would accord me the same treatment that we of Manator accord strangers." "Could you convince them that you are the son of the Princess Haja, your welcome would be assured," said Turan, "while on the other hand you could purchase your freedom and citizenship with a brief period of labor in the diamond mines." "How know you all these things?" asked A Kor. "I thought you were from Helium." "I am a panthan," replied Turan, "and I have served many countries, among them Gathol." "It is what the slaves from Gathol have told me," said A Kor thoughtfully, "and my mother before O Tar sent her to live at Manatos. I think he must have feared her power and influence among the slaves from Gathol and their descendants, who numbered perhaps 1,000,000 people throughout the land of Manator." "Are these slaves organized?" asked Turan. A Kor looked straight into the eyes of the panthan for a long moment before he replied. "You are a man of honor," he said. "I read it in your face, and I am seldom mistaken in my estimate of a man, but," and he leaned closer to the other, "even the walls have ears," he whispered, and Turan's question was answered. It was later in the evening that warriors came and unlocked the fetter from Turan's ankle and led him away to appear before O Tar the Jeddak. They conducted him toward the palace along narrow, winding streets and broad avenues, but always from the balconies there looked down upon them in endless ranks the silent people of the city. The palace itself was filled with life and activity. Mounted warriors galloped through the corridors and up and down the runways connecting adjacent floors. It seemed that no one walked within the palace other than a few slaves. Squealing, fighting thoats were stabled in magnificent halls while their riders, if not upon some duty of the palace, played at jetan with small figures carved from wood. Turan noted the magnificence of the interior architecture of the palace, the lavish expenditure of precious jewels and metals, the gorgeous mural decorations which depicted almost exclusively martial scenes, and principally duels which seemed to be fought upon jetan boards of heroic size. The capitals of many of the columns supporting the ceilings of the corridors and chambers through which they passed were wrought into formal likenesses of jetan pieces. Everywhere there seemed to be a suggestion of the game. Along the same path that Tara of Helium had been led, Turan was conducted toward the throne room of O Tar the Jeddak, and when he entered the Hall of Chiefs his interest turned to wonder and admiration as he viewed the ranks of statuesque thoatmen, decked in their gorgeous martial panoply. Never, he thought, had he seen upon Barsoom more soldierly figures or thoats so perfectly trained to perfection of immobility as these. Not a muscle quivered, not a tail lashed, and the riders were as motionless as their mounts, each warlike eye straight to the front, the great spears inclined at the same angle. It was a picture to fill the breast of a fighting man with awe and reverence. Nor did it fail in its effect upon Turan as they conducted him the length of the chamber, where he waited before great doors until he should be summoned into the presence of the ruler of Manator. When Tara of Helium was ushered into the throne room of O Tar, she found the great hall filled with the chiefs and officers of O Tar and U Thor, the latter occupying the place of honor at the foot of the throne as was his due. The girl was conducted to the foot of the aisle and halted before the jeddak, who looked down upon her from his high throne with scowling brows and fierce, cruel eyes. "The laws of Manator are just," said O Tar, addressing her. "Thus is it that you have been summoned here again to be judged by the highest authority of Manator. Word has reached me that you are suspected of being a Corphal. What word have you to say in refutation of the charge?" Tara of Helium could scarce restrain a sneer as she answered the ridiculous accusation of witchcraft. "So ancient is the culture of my people," she said, "that authentic history reveals no defense of that which we know existed only in the ignorant and superstitious minds of the most primitive peoples of the past. To those who are yet so untutored as to believe in the existence of Corphals, there can be no argument that will convince them of their error. Only long ages of refinement and culture can accomplish their release from the bondage of ignorance. I have spoken." "Yet you do not deny the accusation?" said O Tar. "It is not worthy the dignity of a denial," she responded haughtily. "And I were you, woman," said a deep voice at her side, "I should, nevertheless, deny it." Tara of Helium turned to see the eyes of U Thor, the great Jed of Manatos, upon her. Brave eyes they were, but neither cold nor cruel. O Tar rapped impatiently upon the arm of his throne. "U Thor forgets," he cried, "that O Tar is a jeddak." "U Thor remembers," replied the Jed of Manatos, "that the laws of Manator permit any who may be accused to have advice and counsel before their judge." Tara of Helium saw that for some reason this man would have assisted her, and so she acted upon his advice. "I deny the charge," she said. "I am no Corphal." "Of that we shall learn," snapped O Tar. "U Dor, where are those who have knowledge of the powers of this woman?" And U Dor brought several who recounted the little that was known of the disappearance of E Med, and others who told of the creature of Ghek and Tara, suggesting by deduction that having been found together they had sufficient in common to make it reasonably certain that one was as bad as the other, and that therefore it remained but to convict one of them of Corphalism to make certain the guilt of both. And then O Tar called for Ghek, and immediately the hideous kaldane was dragged before him by warriors who could not conceal the fear in which they held this creature. "And you," said O Tar in cold, accusing tones, "already have I been told enough of you to warrant me in passing through your heart the jeddak's steel, and of how you stole the brains from the warrior U Van, so that he thought he saw your headless body still endowed with life, of how you caused another to believe that you had escaped, making him to see naught but an empty bench and a blank wall where you had been." "Ah, O Tar, but that is as nothing," cried a young Padwar who had come in command of the escort that brought Ghek. "The thing which he did to I Zav would prove his guilt alone." "What did he to the warrior I Zav?" demanded O Tar. "Let I Zav speak." The warrior I Zav, a great fellow of bulging muscles and thick neck, advanced to the foot of the throne. He was pale, and still trembling visibly as from a nervous shock. "Let my first ancestor be my witness, O Tar, that I speak the truth," he began. "I was left to guard this creature, who sat upon a bench, shackled to the wall. I stood by the open doorway at the opposite end of the chamber. He could not reach me, yet, O Tar, may Iss engulf me if he did not drag me to him helpless as an unhatched egg. He dragged me to him, greatest of Jedaks, with his eyes. With his eyes he seized upon my eyes and dragged me to him, and he made me lay my swords and dagger upon the table and back off into a corner, and still keeping his eyes upon my eyes, his head quitted his body, and crawling upon 6 short legs it descended to the floor and backed part way into the hole of an ulsio, but not so far that the eyes were not still upon me, and then it returned with the key to its fetter, and after resuming its place upon its shoulders it unlocked the fetter and again dragged me across the room and made me to sit upon the bench where it had been, and there it fastened the fetter about my ankle, and I could do naught for the power of its eyes and the fact that it wore my 2 swords and my dagger. And then the head disappeared down the hole of the ulsio with the key, and when it returned it resumed its body and stood guard over me at the doorway until the padwar came to fetch it hither." "It is enough," said O Tar sternly. "Both shall receive the jeddak steel," and rising from his throne he drew his long sword and descended the marble steps toward them, while 2 brawny warriors seized Tara by either arm and 2 seized Ghek, holding them facing the naked blade of the jeddak. "Hold, just O Tar," cried U Dor. "There be yet another to be judged. Let us confront him who calls himself Turan with these his fellows before they die." "Good!" exclaimed O Tar, pausing halfway down the stairs. "Fetch Turan, the slave." When Turan had been brought into the chamber he was placed a little to Tara's left and a step nearer the throne. O Tar eyed him menacingly. "You are Turan," he asked, "friend and companion of these?" The panthan was about to reply when Tara of Helium spoke. "I know not this fellow," she said. "Who dares say that he be a friend and companion of the Princess Tara of Helium?" Turan and Ghek looked at her in surprise, but at Turan she did not look, and to Ghek she passed a quick glance of warning, as to say, "Hold thy peace." The panthan tried not to fathom her purpose, for the head is useless when the heart usurps its functions, and Turan knew only that the woman he loved had denied him, and though he tried not even to think it, his foolish heart urged but a single explanation: that she refused to recognize him lest she be involved in his difficulties. O Tar looked first at one and then at another of them, but none of them spoke. "Were they not captured together?" he asked of U Dor. "No," replied the dwar. "He who is called Turan was found seeking entrance to the city and was enticed to the pits. The following morning I discovered the other 2 upon the hill beyond the Gate of Enemies." "But they are friends and companions," said a young padwar, "for this Turan inquired of me concerning these 2, calling them by name and saying that they were his friends." "It is enough," stated O Tar, "that all 3 shall die," and he took another step downward from the throne. "For what shall we die?" asked Ghek. "Your people prate of the just laws of Manator, and yet you would slay 3 strangers without telling them of what crime they are accused." "He is right," said a deep voice. It was the voice of U Thor, the great jed of Manatos. O Tar looked at him and scowled, but there came voices from other portions of the chamber, seconding the demand for justice. "Then know, now you shall die anyway," cried A Tor, "that all 3 are convicted of Corphalism, and that as only a jeddak may slay such as you in safety, you are about to be honored with the steel of O Tar." "Fool!" cried Turan. "Know you not that in the veins of this woman flows the blood of 10,000 jeddaks, that greater than yours is her power in her own land? She is Tara, Princess of Helium, great granddaughter of Tardos Mors, daughter of John Carter, warlord of Barsoom. She cannot be a Corphal. Nor is this creature Ghek,
nor am I, and you would know more. I can prove my right to be heard, and to be believed, if I may have word with the Princess Haja of Gathol, whose son is my fellow prisoner in the pits of O Tar, his father." At this, U Thor rose to his feet and faced O Tar. "What means this?" he asked. "Speaks the man the truth? Is the son of Haja a prisoner in thy pits, O Tar?" "And what is it to the Jed of Manatos, who be the prisoners in the pits of his jeddak?" demanded O Tar angrily. "It is this to the Jed of Manatos," replied U Thor in a voice so low as to be scarce more than a whisper, and yet that was heard the whole length and breadth of the great throne room of O Tar, Jeddak of Manator. "You gave me a slave woman, Haja, who had been a princess in Gathol, because you feared her influence among the slaves from Gathol. I have made of her a free woman, and I have married her and made her thus a princess of Manatos. Her son is my son, O Tar, and though thou be my jeddak, I say to you that for any harm that befalls A Kor, you shall answer to U Thor of Manatos." O Tar looked long at U Thor, but he made no reply. Then he turned again to Turan. "If one be a Corphal," he said, "then all of you be Corphals, and we know well from the things that this creature has done," he pointed at Ghek, "that he is a Corphal, for no mortal has such powers as he. And as you are all Corphals, you all must die." He took another step downward when Ghek spoke. "These two have no such powers as I," he said. "They are but ordinary, brainless things such as yourself. I have done all the things that your poor, ignorant warriors have told you, but all this only demonstrates that I am of a higher order than yourselves, as is indeed the fact. I am a kaldane, not a Corphal. There is nothing supernatural or mysterious about me, other than that to the ignorant all things which they cannot understand are mysterious. Easily might I have eluded your warriors and escaped your pits, but I remained in the hope that I might help these two foolish creatures who have not the brains to escape without help. They befriended me and saved my life. I owe them this debt. Do not slay them. They are harmless. Slay me if you will. I offer my life if it will appease your ignorant wrath. I cannot return to Bantoom, and so I might as well die, for there is no pleasure in intercourse with the feeble intellects that cumber the face of the world outside the valley of Bantoom." "Hideous egotist," said O Tar. "Prepare to die and assume not to dictate to O Tar the jeddak. He has passed sentence and all three of you shall feel the jeddak's naked steel. I have spoken." He took another step downward and then a strange thing happened. He paused, his eyes fixed upon the eyes of Ghek. His sword slipped from nerveless fingers, and still he stood there, swaying forward and back. A Jed rose to rush to his side, but Ghek stopped him with a word. "Wait," he cried. "The life of your jeddak is in my hands. You believe me a Corphal, and so you believe too that only the sword of a jeddak may slay me. Therefore your blades are useless against me. Offer harm to any one of us, or seek to approach your jeddak until I have spoken, and he will sink lifeless to the marble. Release the two prisoners and let them come to my side. I would speak to them privately. Quick! Do as I say. I would as lief as not slay O Tar. I but let him live that I may gain freedom for my friends. Obstruct me and he dies." The guards fell back, releasing Tara and Turan, who came closer to Ghek's side. "Do as I tell you, and do it quickly," whispered the kaldane. "I cannot hold this fellow long, nor could I kill him thus. There are many minds working against mine, and presently mine will tire, and O Tar will be himself again. You must make the best of your opportunity while you may. Behind the arras that you see hanging in the rear of the throne above you is a secret opening. From it a corridor leads to the pits of the palace, where there are storerooms containing food and drink. Few people go there. From these pits lead others to all parts of the city. Follow one that runs due west
and it will bring you to the gate of the enemies. The rest will then lie with you. I can do no more. Hurry before my waning powers fail me. I am not as Luud, who was a king. He could have held this creature forever. Make haste! Go!" This is the end of the Chessmen of Mars, Chapter 14. Chapter 15. The Old Man of the Pits. "I shall not desert you, Ghek," said Tara of Helium simply. "Go, go," whispered the kaldane. "You can do me no good. Go, or all I have done is for naught." Tara shook her head. "I cannot," she said. "They will slay her," said Ghek to Turan, and the panthan, torn between loyalty to this strange creature who had offered its life for him and love of the woman, hesitated but a moment. Then he swept Tara from her feet and lifting her in his arms leaped up the steps that led to the throne of Manator. Behind the throne he parted the arras and found the secret opening. Into this he bore the girl and down a long, narrow corridor and winding runways that led to lower levels until they came to the pits of the palace of O Tar. Here was a labyrinth of passages and chambers, presenting 1,000 hiding places. As Turan bore Tara up the steps toward the throne, a score of warriors rose as though to rush forward to intercept them. "Stay!" cried Ghek, "or your jeddak dies," and they halted in their tracks, waiting the will of this strange, uncanny creature. Presently Ghek took his eyes from the eyes of O Tar, and the jeddak shook himself as one who would be rid of a bad dream and straightened up, half dazed still. "Look," said Ghek, then, "I have given your jeddak his life, nor have I harmed one of those whom I might easily have slain when they were in my power. No harm have I or my friends done in the city of Manator. Why then should you persecute us? Give us our lives. Give us our liberty." O Tar, now in command of his faculties, stooped and regained his sword. In the room was silence as all waited to hear the jeddak's answer. "Just are the laws of Manator," he said at last. "Perhaps, after all, there is truth in the words of the stranger. Return him then to the pits and pursue the others and capture them. Through the mercy of O Tar they shall be permitted to win their freedom upon the field of Jetan in the coming games." Still ashen was the face of the jeddak as Ghek was led away, and his appearance was that of a man who had been snatched from the brink of eternity into which he has gazed, not with the composure of great courage, but with fear. There were those in the throne room who knew that the execution of the 3 prisoners had been but delayed and the responsibility placed upon the shoulders of others, and one of those who knew was U Thor, the great jed of Manatos. His curling lip betokened his scorn of the jeddak who had chosen humiliation rather than death. He knew that O Tar had lost more of prestige in those few moments than he could regain in a lifetime, for the Martians are jealous of the courage of their chiefs. There can be no evasions of stern duty, no temporizing with honor. That there were others in the room who shared U Thor's belief was evidenced by their silence and the grim scowls. O Tar glanced quickly around. He must have sensed the hostility and guessed its cause, for he went suddenly angry, and as one who seeks by the vehemence of his words to establish the courage of his heart, he roared forth what could be considered as naught other than a challenge. "The will of O Tar, the jeddak, is the law of Manator," he cried, "and the laws of Manator are just. They cannot err. Udor, dispatch those who will search the palace, the pits, and the city, and return the fugitives to their cells. And now for you, Udor of Manatos. Think you with impunity to threaten your jeddak? To question his right to punish traitors and instigators of treason? What am I to think of your own loyalty, who takes to wife a woman I have banished from my court because of her intrigues against the authority of her jeddak and her master? But O Tar is just. Make your explanations and your peace, then, before it is too late."
"Uthor has nothing to explain," replied the Jed of Manatos. "Nor is he at war with his jeddak, but he has the right that every Jed and every warrior enjoys, of demanding justice at the hands of the jeddak for whomsoever he believes to be persecuted. With increasing rigor has the jeddak of Manator persecuted the slaves from Gathol since he took to himself the unwilling Princess Haja. If the slaves from Gathol have harbored thoughts of vengeance and escape, 'tis no more than might be expected from a proud and courageous people. Ever have I counseled greater fairness in our treatment of our slaves, many of whom, in their own lands, are people of great distinction and power, but always has O the jeddak, flouted with arrogance my every suggestion. Though it has been through none of my seeking that the question has arisen now, I am glad that it has, for the time was bound to come when the Jeds of Manator would demand from O the respect and consideration that is their due from the man who holds his high office at their pleasure. Know then, O that you must free A Kor the dwar forthwith or bring him to fair trial before the assembled Jeds of Manator. I have spoken." "You have spoken well and to the point, Uthor," cried O "for you have revealed to your jeddak and your fellow Jeds the depth of the disloyalty that I have long suspected. A Kor already has been tried and sentenced by the Supreme Tribunal of Manator, O the jeddak, and you too shall receive justice from the same unfailing source. In the meantime you are under arrest. To the pits with him! To the pits with Uthor, the false Jed!" He clapped his hands to summon the surrounding warriors to do his bidding. A score leaped forward to seize Uthor. They were warriors of the palace, mostly, but 20 leaped to defend Uthor, and with ringing steel they fought at the foot of the steps to the throne of Manator where stood O the jeddak, with drawn sword ready to take his part in the melee. At the clash of steel, palace guards rushed to the scene from other parts of the great building, until those who would have defended Uthor were outnumbered 2 to 1, and then the Jed of Manatos slowly withdrew with his forces, and fighting his way through the corridors and chambers of the palace came at last to the avenue. Here he was reinforced by the little army that had marched with him into Manator. Slowly they retreated toward the Gate of Enemies between the rows of silent people looking down upon them from the balconies, and there, within the city walls, they made their stand. In a dimly lighted chamber beneath the palace of O the jeddak, Turan the panthan lowered Tara of Helium from his arms and faced her. "I am sorry, Princess," he said, "that I was forced to disobey your commands, or to abandon Ghek, but there was no other way. Could he have saved you I would have stayed in his place. Tell me that you forgive me." "How could I do less?" she replied graciously, "but it seemed cowardly to abandon a friend." "Had we been 3 fighting men it had been different," he said. "We could only have remained and died together, fighting; but you know, Tara of Helium, that we may not jeopardize a woman's safety even though we risk the loss of honor." "I know that, Turan," she said, "but no one may say that you have risked honor who knows the honor and bravery that are yours." He heard her with surprise, for these were the first words that she had spoken to him that did not savor of the attitude of a princess to a panthan, though it was more in her tone than the actual words that he apprehended the difference. How at variance were they to her recent repudiation of him? He could not fathom her, and so he blurted out the question that had been in his mind since he had told O that she did not know him. "Tara of Helium," he said, "your words are balm to the wound you gave me in the throne room of O Tell me, Princess, why you denied me." She turned her great, deep eyes up to his and in them was a little of reproach. "You did not guess," she asked, "that it was my lips alone and not my heart that denied you? O had ordered that I die, more because I was a companion of Ghek than because of any evidence against me, and so I knew that if I acknowledged you as one of us you would be slain too." "It was to save me then?" he cried, his face suddenly lighting.
"It was to save my brave panthan," she said in a low voice. "Tara of Helium," said the warrior, dropping to one knee, "your words are as food to my hungry heart," and he took her fingers in his and pressed them to his lips. Gently she raised him to his feet. "You need not tell me, kneeling," she said softly. Her hand was still in his as he rose, and they were very close, and the man was still flushed with the contact of her body since he had carried her from the throne room of O Tar. He felt his heart pounding in his breast and the hot blood surging through his veins as he looked at her beautiful face with its downcast eyes and the half-parted lips that he would have given a kingdom to possess. And then he swept her to him, and as he crushed her against his breast his lips smothered hers with kisses. But only for an instant. Like a tigress the girl turned upon him, striking him and thrusting him away. She stepped back, her head high and her eyes flashing fire. "You would dare?" she cried. "You would dare thus defile a princess of Helium?" His eyes met hers squarely, and there was no shame and no remorse in them. "Yes, I would dare," he said. "I would dare love Tara of Helium, but I would not dare defile her or any woman with kisses that were not prompted by love of her alone." He stepped closer to her and laid his hands upon her shoulders. "Look into my eyes, daughter of the Warlord," he said, "and tell me that you do not wish the love of Turan the panthan." "I do not wish your love," she cried, pulling away. "I hate you!" And then turning away she bent her head into the hollow of her arm and wept. The man took a step toward her as though to comfort her when he was arrested by the sound of a crackling laugh behind him. Wheeling about he discovered a strange figure of a man standing in a doorway. It was one of those rarities occasionally to be seen upon Barsoom, an old man with the signs of age upon him. Bent and wrinkled, he had more the appearance of a mummy than a man. "Love in the pits of O Tar!" he cried, and again his thin laughter jarred upon the silence of the subterranean vaults. "A strange place to woo! A strange place to woo, indeed! When I was a young man we roamed in the gardens beneath giant pimeles and stole our kisses in the brief shadows of hurtling Thuria. We came not to the gloomy pits to speak of love, but times have changed and ways have changed, though I had never thought to live to see the time when the way of a man with a maid, or a maid with a man, would change. Ah, but we kissed them then, and what if they objected, eh? What if they objected? Why, we kissed them more. Eh, those were the days," and he crackled again. "Eh, well do I recall the first of them I ever kissed, and I've kissed an army of them since. She was a fine girl, but she tried to slip a dagger into me while I was kissing her. Eh, those were the days. But I kissed her. She's been dead over 1,000 years now, but she was never kissed again like that while she lived, I'll swear, not since she's been dead either." And then there was the other, but Turan, seeing 1,000 or more years of osculatory memoirs portending, interrupted. "Tell me, ancient one, not of thy loves, but of thyself. Who are you? What do you do here in the pits of O Tar?" "I might ask you the same, young man," replied the other. "Few there are who visit the pits other than the dead, except my pupils, eh? That is it, you are new pupils. Good. But never before have they sent a woman to learn the great art from the greatest artist. But times have changed. Now in my day the women did no work. They were just for kissing and loving. Eh, those were the women. I mind the one we captured in the south, eh? She was a devil, but how she could love. She had breasts of marble and a heart of fire. Why she—" "Yes, interrupted Turan. "We are pupils, and we are anxious to get to work. Lead on, and we will follow." Yes, come. All is rush and hurry as though there were not another countless myriad of ages ahead. Yes, as many as lie behind. 2,000 years have passed since I broke my shell,
and always rush, 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 yet I cannot see that aught has been accomplished. Manator is the same today as it was then, except the girls. We had the girls then. There was one that I gained upon the fields of Jetan. But you should have seen—" "Lead on!" cried Turan. "After we are at work you shall tell us of her." "Yes," said the old fellow, and shuffled off down a dimly lighted passage. "Follow me." "You are going with him?" asked Tara. "Why not?" replied Turan. "We know not where we are, or the way from these pits, for I know not east from west; but he doubtless knows, and if we are shrewd we may learn from him that which we would know. At least we cannot afford to arouse his suspicions," and so they followed him. Followed along winding corridors and through many chambers until they came at last to a room in which there were several marble slabs raised upon pedestals some 3 feet above the floor, and upon each slab lay a human corpse. "Here we are!" exclaimed the old man. "These are fresh, and we shall have to get to work upon them soon. I am working now on one for the Gate of Enemies. He slew many of our warriors. Truly is he entitled to a place in the gate. Come, you shall see him." He led them to an adjoining apartment. Upon the floor were many fresh human bones, and upon a marble slab a mass of shapeless flesh. "You will learn this later," announced the old man, "but it will not harm you to watch me now, for there are not many thus prepared, and it may be long before you have the opportunity to see another prepared for the Gate of Enemies. First, you see, I remove all the bones, carefully that the skin may be damaged as little as possible. The skull is the most difficult, but it can be removed by a skillful artist. You see, I have made but a single opening. This I now sew up, and that done, the body is hung so," and he fastened a piece of rope to the hair of the corpse and swung the horrid thing to a ring in the ceiling. Directly below it was a circular manhole in the floor from which he removed the cover, revealing a well partially filled with a reddish liquid. "Now we lower it into this, the formula for which you shall learn in due time. We fasten it thus to the bottom of the cover, which we now replace. In a year it will be ready, but it must be examined often in the meantime and the liquid kept above the level of its crown. It will be a very beautiful piece, this one, when it is ready. And you are fortunate again, for there is one to come out today." He crossed to the opposite side of the room and raised another cover, reached in and dragged a grotesque looking figure from the hole. It was a human body, shrunk by the action of the chemical in which it had been immersed, to a little figure scarce a foot high. "Is it not fine?" cried the little old man. "Tomorrow it will take its place in the Gate of Enemies." He dried it off with cloths and packed it away carefully in a basket. "Perhaps you would like to see some of my life work," he suggested, and without waiting for their assent led them to another apartment, a large chamber in which were 40 or 50 people. All were sitting or standing quietly about the walls, with the exception of one huge warrior who bestrode a great thoat in the very center of the room, and all were motionless. Instantly there sprang to the minds of Tara and Turan the rows of silent people upon the balconies that lined the avenues of the city, and the noble array of mounted warriors in the Hall of Chiefs, and the same explanation came to both, but neither dared voice the question that was in his mind, for fear of revealing by his ignorance the fact that they were strangers in Manator, and therefore impostors in the guise of pupils. "It is very wonderful," said Turan. "It must require great skill and patience and time." "That it does," replied the old man, "though having done it so long I am quicker than most, but mine are the most natural. Why, I would defy the wife of that warrior to say that in so far as appearances are concerned he does not live," and he pointed at the man upon the thoat. "Many of them, of course, are brought here wasted or badly wounded, and these I have to repair. That is where great skill is required, for everyone wants his dead to look as they did at their best in life. but you shall learn to mount them and paint them and repair them, and sometimes to make an ugly one look beautiful, and it will be a great comfort to be able to mount your own. Why, for 1500 years no one has mounted my own dead but myself. I have many. My balconies are crowded with them, but I keep a great room for my wives. I have them all, as far back as the first one, and many is the evening I spend with them, quiet evenings and very pleasant. And then the pleasure of preparing them and making them even more beautiful than in life partially recompenses one for their loss. I take my time with them, looking for a new one while I am working on the old. When I am not sure about a new one, I bring her to the chamber where my wives are and compare her charms with theirs, and there is always a great satisfaction at such times in knowing that they will not object. I love harmony. "Did you prepare all the warriors in the Hall of Chiefs?" asked Turan. "Yes, I prepare them and repair them," replied the old man. "O Tar will trust no other. Even now I have two in another room who were damaged in some way and brought down to me. O Tar does not like to have them gone long, since it leaves two riderless thoats in the hall, but I shall have them ready presently. He wants them all there in the event any momentous question arises upon which the living Jeds cannot agree, or do not agree with O Tar. Such questions he carries to the Jeds in the Hall of Chiefs. Then he shuts himself up alone with the great chiefs who have attained wisdom through death. It is an excellent plan, and there is never any friction or misunderstandings. O Tar has said that it is the finest deliberative body upon Barsoom, much more intelligent than that composed of the living Jeds. But come, we must get to work. Come into the next chamber, and I will begin your instruction." He led the way into the chamber, in which lay the several corpses upon their marble slabs, and going to a cabinet he donned a pair of huge spectacles and commenced to select various tools from little compartments. This done, he turned again toward his two pupils. "Now let me have a look at you," he said. "My eyes are not what they once were, and I need these powerful lenses for my work, or to see distinctly the features of those around me." He turned his eyes upon the two before him. Turan held his breath, for he knew that now the man must discover that they wore not the harness or insignia of Manator. He had wondered before why the old fellow had not noticed it, for he had not known that he was half blind. The other examined their faces, his eyes lingering long upon the beauty of Tara of Helium, and then they drifted to the harness of the two. Turan thought that he noted an appreciable start of surprise on the part of the taxidermist, but if the old man noticed anything, his next words did not reveal it. "Come with I Gos," he said to Turan. "I have materials in the next room that I would have you fetch hither. Remain here, woman, we shall be gone but a moment." He led the way to one of the numerous doors opening into the chamber and entered ahead of Turan. Just inside the door he stopped and pointing to a bundle of silks and furs upon the opposite side of the room directed Turan to fetch them. The latter had crossed the room and was stooping to raise the bundle when he heard the click of a lock behind him. Wheeling instantly he saw that he was alone in the room and that the single door was closed. Running rapidly to it he strove to open it, only to find that he was a prisoner. I Gos, stepping out and locking the door behind him, turned toward Tara. "Your leather betrayed you," he said, laughing his crackling laugh. "You sought to deceive old I Gos, but you found that though his eyes are weak his brain is not. But it shall not go ill with you. You are beautiful, and I Gos loves beautiful women. I might not have you elsewhere in Manator, but here there is none to deny old I Gos. Few come to the pits of the dead, only those who bang the dead, and they hasten away as fast as they can. No one will know that I Gos has a beautiful woman locked with his dead. I shall ask you no questions, and then I will not have to give you up, for I will not know to whom you belong, eh? And when you die I shall mount you beautifully and place you in the chamber with my other women. Will that not be fine, eh?" He had approached until he stood close beside the horrified girl.
Come," he cried, seizing her by the wrist. "Come to I Gos." This is the end of the Chessmen of Mars, Chapter 15. Chapter 16. Another Change of Name. Turan dashed himself against the door of his prison in a vain effort to break through the solid skeel to the side of Tara, whom he knew to be in grave danger. But the heavy panels held and he succeeded only in bruising his shoulders and arms. At last he desisted and set about searching his prison for some other means of escape. He found no other opening in the stone walls, but his search revealed a heterogeneous collection of odds and ends of arms and apparel, of harness and ornaments and insignia, and sleeping silks and furs in great quantities. There were swords and spears and several large two-bladed battle axes, the heads of which bore a striking resemblance to the propeller of a small flier. Seizing one of these, he attacked the door once more with great fury. He expected to hear something from I Gos at this ruthless destruction, but no sound came to him from beyond the door, which was, he thought, too thick for the human voice to penetrate, but he would have wagered much that I Gos heard him. Bits of the hard wood splintered at each impact of the heavy axe, but it was slow work and heavy. Presently he was compelled to rest, and so it went for what seemed hours, working almost to the verge of exhaustion and then resting for a few minutes. But ever the hole grew larger, though he could see nothing of the interior of the room beyond, because of the hanging that I Gos had drawn across it after he had locked Turan within. At last, however, the panthan had hewn an opening through which his body could pass, and seizing a long sword that he had brought close to the door for the purpose, he crawled through into the next room. Flinging aside the arras, he stood ready, sword in hand, to fight his way to the side of Tara of Helium, but she was not there. In the center of the room lay I Gos, dead upon the floor, but Tara of Helium was nowhere to be seen. Turan was nonplussed. It must have been her hand that had struck down the old man, yet she made no effort to release Turan from his prison. And then he thought of those last words of hers: "I do not want your love. I hate you." And the truth dawned upon him. She had seized upon this first opportunity to escape him. With downcast heart, Turan turned away. What should he do? There could be but one answer. While he lived, and she lived, he must still leave no stone unturned to effect her escape and safe return to the land of her people. But how? How was he even to find his way from this labyrinth? How was he to find her again? He walked to the nearest doorway. It chanced to be that which led into the room containing the mounted dead, awaiting transportation to balcony or grim room or whatever place was to receive them. His eyes traveled to the great painted warrior on the thoat, and as they ran over the splendid trappings and the serviceable arms a new light came into the pain-dulled eyes of the panthan. With a quick step he crossed to the side of the dead warrior and dragged him from his mount. With equal celerity he stripped him of his harness and his arms, and tearing off his own, donned the regalia of the dead man. Then he hastened back to the room in which he had been trapped, for there he had seen that which he needed to make his disguise complete. In a cabinet he found them, pots of paint that the old taxidermist had used to place the war paint in its wide bands across the cold faces of dead warriors. A few moments later Gahan of Gathol emerged from the room, a warrior of Manator in every detail of harness, equipment, and ornamentation. He had removed from the leather of the dead man the insignia of his house and rank, so that he might pass, with the least danger of arousing suspicion, as a common warrior. To search for Tara of Helium in the vast, dim labyrinth of the pits of O Tar seemed to the Gatholian a hopeless quest, foredoomed to failure. It would be wiser to seek the streets of Manator, where he might hope to learn first if she had been recaptured and, if not, then he could return to the pits and pursue the hunt for her. To find egress from the maze he must perforce travel a considerable distance through the winding corridors and chambers, since he had no idea as to the location or direction of any exit. In fact, he could not have retraced his steps 100 yards toward the point at which he and Tara had entered the gloomy caverns, and so he set out in the hope that he might find by accident either Tara of Helium or a way to the street level above. For a time he passed room after room filled with the cunningly preserved dead of Manator, many of which were piled in tiers after the manner that firewood is corded, and as he moved through corridor and chamber he noticed hieroglyphics painted upon the walls above every opening and at each fork or crossing of corridors, until by observation he reached the conclusion that these indicated the designations of passageways, so that one who understood them might travel quickly and surely through the pits. But Turan did not understand them. Even could he have read the language of Manator, they might not materially have aided one unfamiliar with the city, but he could not read them at all since, though there is but one spoken language upon Barsoom, there are as many different written languages as there are nations. One thing, however, soon became apparent to him. The hieroglyphic of a corridor remained the same until the corridor ended. It was not long before Turan realized from the distance that he had traveled that the pits were part of a vast system undermining, possibly, the entire city. At least he was convinced that he had passed beyond the precincts of the palace. The corridors and chambers varied in appearance and architecture from time to time. All were lighted, though usually quite dimly, with radium bulbs. For a long time he saw no signs of life other than an occasional ulsio. Then quite suddenly he came face to face with a warrior at one of the numerous crossings. The fellow looked at him, nodded, and passed on. Turan breathed a sigh of relief as he realized that his disguise was effective, but he was caught in the middle of it by a hail from the warrior who had stopped and turned toward him. The panthan was glad that a sword hung at his side, and glad too that they were buried in the dim recesses of the pits, and that there would be but a single antagonist, for time was precious. "Heard you any word of the other?" called the warrior to him. "No," replied Turan, who had not the faintest idea to whom or what the fellow referred. "He cannot escape," continued the warrior. "The woman ran directly into our arms, but she swore that she knew not where her companion might be found." "They took her back to O Tar?" asked Turan, for now he knew whom the other meant, and he would know more. "They took her back to the towers of Jetan," replied the warrior. "Tomorrow the games commence, and doubtless she will be played for, though I doubt if any wants her, beautiful as she is. She fears not even O Tar, by Cluros, but she would make a hard slave to subdue. A regular she banth she is, not for me," and he continued on his way, shaking his head. Turan hurried on, searching for an avenue that led to the level of the streets above, when suddenly he came to the open doorway of a small chamber in which sat a man who was chained to the wall. Turan voiced a low exclamation of surprise and pleasure as he recognized that the man was A Kor, and that he had stumbled by accident upon the very cell in which he had been imprisoned. A Kor looked at him questioningly. It was evident that he did not recognize his fellow prisoner. Turan crossed the table and leaning close to the other whispered to him. "I am Turan the panthan," he said, "who was chained beside you." A Kor looked at him closely. "Your own mother would never know you," he said. "But tell me what has transpired since they took you away." Turan recounted his experiences in the throne room of O Tar and in the pits beneath. "And now," he continued, "I must find these towers of Jetan and see what may be done toward liberating the Princess of Helium." A-Kor shook his head. "Long was I dwar of the towers," he said, "and I can say to you, stranger, that you might as well attempt to reduce Manator single-handed as to rescue a prisoner from the towers of Jetan." "But I must," replied Turan. "Are you better than a good swordsman?" asked A-Kor presently. "I am accounted so," replied Turan. "Then there is a way. Sst!" and he was suddenly silent and pointing toward the base of the wall at the end of the room. Turan looked in the direction the other's forefinger indicated to see projecting from the mouth of an ulsio's burrow 2 large chelae and a pair of protruding eyes. "Ghek!" he cried, and immediately the hideous kaldane crawled out upon the floor and approached the table. A-Kor drew back with a half stifled ejaculation of repulsion. "Do not fear," Turan reassured him. "It is my friend, he whom I told you held O-Tar while Tara and I escaped." Ghek climbed to the tabletop and squatted between the 2 warriors. "You are safe in assuming," he said, addressing A-Kor, "that Turan the Panthan has no master in all Manator where the art of swordplay is concerned. I overheard your conversation. Go on." "You are his friend," continued A-Kor, "and so I may explain safely in your presence the only plan I know whereby he may hope to rescue the Princess of Helium. She is to be the stake of one of the games, and it is O-Tar's desire that she be won by slaves and common warriors, since she repulsed him. Thus would he punish her. Not a single man, but all who survive upon the winning side are to possess her. With money, however, one may buy off the others before the game. That you could do, and if your side won and you survived, she would become your slave. But how may a stranger and a hunted fugitive accomplish this?" asked Turan. "No one will recognize you. You will go tomorrow to the Keeper of the Towers and enlist in that game for which the girl is to be the stake, telling the Keeper that you are from Manataj, the farther city of Manator. If he questions you, you may say that you saw her when she was brought into the city after her capture. If you win her, you will find thoats stabled at my palace, and you will carry from me a token that will place all that is mine at your disposal." "But how can I buy off the others in the game without money?" asked Turan. "I have none, not even of my own country." A-Kor opened his pocket pouch and drew forth a packet of Manatorian money. "Here is sufficient to buy them off twice over," he said, handing a portion of it to Turan. "But why do you do this for a stranger?" asked the panthan. "My mother was a captive princess here," replied A-Kor. "I but do for the Princess of Helium what my mother would have me do." "Under the circumstances, then, Manatorian," replied Turan, "I cannot but accept your generosity on behalf of Tara of Helium and live in hope that some day I may do for you something in return." "Now you must be gone," advised A-Kor. "At any minute a guard may come and discover you here. Go directly to the Avenue of the Gates, which circles the city just within the outer wall. There you will find many places devoted to the lodging of strangers. You will know them by the thoat's head carved above the doors. Say that you are here from Manataj to witness the games. Take the name of U Kal. It will arouse no suspicion, nor will you if you can avoid conversation. Early in the morning seek the Keeper of the Towers of Jetan. May the strength and fortune of all your ancestors be with you." Bidding goodbye to Ghek and A-Kor, the panthan, following directions given him by A-Kor, set out to find his way to the Avenue of the Gates. Nor had he any great difficulty. On the way he met several warriors, but beyond a nod they gave him no heed. With ease he found a lodging place where there were many strangers from other cities of Manator. As he had had no sleep since the previous night, he threw himself among the silks and furs of his couch to gain the rest which he must have was he to give the best possible account of himself in the service of Tara of Helium the following day.
It was already morning when he awoke, and rising he paid for his lodgings, sought a place to eat, and a short time later was on his way toward the towers of Jetan, which he had no difficulty in finding, owing to the great crowds that were winding along the avenues toward the games. The new keeper of the towers who had succeeded E Med was too busy to scrutinize entries closely, for in addition to the many volunteer players there were scores of slaves and prisoners being forced into the games by their owners or the government. The name of each must be recorded, as well as the position he was to play and the game or games in which he was to be entered. And then there were the substitutes for each that was entered in more than a single game, one for each additional game that an individual was entered for, that no succeeding game might be delayed by the death or disablement of a player. "Your name?" asked the clerk as Turan presented himself. "U Kal," replied the panthan. "Your city?" "Manataj." The keeper, who was standing beside the clerk, looked at Turan. "You have come a great way to play at Jetan," he said. "It is seldom that the men of Manataj attend other than the decennial games. Tell me of Ozar. Will he attend next year? Ah, but he was a noble fighter. If you be half the swordsman, U Kal, the fame of Manataj will increase this day. But tell me, what of Ozar?" "He is well," replied Turan glibly, "and he sent greetings to his friends in Manator." "Good!" exclaimed the keeper. "And now, in what game would you enter?" "I would play for the Heliumetic Princess, Tara," replied Turan. "But man, she is to be the stake of a game for slaves and criminals," cried the keeper. "You would not volunteer for such a game." "But I would," replied Turan. "I saw her when she was brought into the city, and even then I vowed to possess her." "But you will have to share her with the survivors even if your color wins," objected the other. "They may be brought to reason," insisted Turan. "And you will chance incurring the wrath of O Tar, who has no love for this savage barbarian," explained the keeper. "And I win her, O Tar will be rid of her," said Turan. The keeper of the towers of Jetan shook his head. "You are rash," he said. "I would that I might dissuade the friend of my friend Ozar from such madness." "Would you favor the friend of Ozar?" asked Turan. "Gladly," exclaimed the other. "What may I do for him?" "Make me chief of the Black, and give me for my pieces all slaves from Gathol, for I understand that those be excellent warriors," replied the panthan. "It is a strange request," said the keeper, "but for my friend Ozar I would do even more, though of course," he hesitated, "it is customary for one who would be chief to make some slight payment." "Certainly," Turan hastened to assure him. "I had not forgotten that. I was about to ask you what the customary amount is." "For the friend of my friend it shall be nominal," replied the keeper, naming a figure that Gahan, accustomed to the high price of wealthy Gathol, thought ridiculously low. "Tell me," he said, handing the money to the keeper, "when the game for the Heliumite is to be played." "It is the second in order of the day's games, and now if you will come with me you may select your pieces." Turan followed the keeper to a large court which lay between the towers and the Jetan field, where hundreds of warriors were assembled. Already chiefs for the games of the day were selecting their pieces and assigning them to positions, though for the principal games these matters had been arranged for weeks before. The keeper led Turan to a part of the courtyard where the majority of the slaves were assembled. "Take your choice of those not assigned," said the keeper, "and when you have your quota conduct them to the field. Your place will be assigned you by an officer there, and there you will remain with your pieces until the second game is called. I wish you luck, U Kal, though from what I have heard you will be more lucky to lose than to win the slave from Helium." After the fellow had departed, Turan approached the slaves. "I seek the best swordsmen for the second game," he announced. "Men from Gathol I wish, for I have heard that these be noble fighters." A slave rose and approached him. "It is all the same in which game we die," he said. "I would fight for you as a panthan in the second game." Another came. "I am not from Gathol," he said. "I am from Helium, and I would fight for the honor of a princess of Helium." "Good!" exclaimed Turan. "Art a swordsman of repute in Helium?" "I was a dwar under the great Warlord, and I have fought at his side in a score of battles from the Golden Cliffs to the Carrion Caves. My name is Val Dor. Who knows Helium knows my prowess." The name was well known to Gahan, who had heard the man spoken of on his last visit to Helium, and his mysterious disappearance discussed, as well as his renown as a fighter. "How could I know aught of Helium?" asked Turan. "But if you be such a fighter as you say, no position could suit you better than that of Flier. What say you?" The man's eyes denoted sudden surprise. He looked keenly at Turan, his eyes running quickly over the other's harness. Then he stepped quite close, so that his words might not be overheard. "Methinks you may know more of Helium than of Manator," he whispered. "What mean you, fellow?" demanded Turan, seeking to cudgel his brains for the source of this man's knowledge, guess, or inspiration. "I mean," replied Val Dor, "that you are not of Manator, and that if you wish to hide the fact it is well that you speak not to a Manatorian as you did just speak to me of Fliers. There be no Fliers in Manator, and no piece in their game of jetan bearing that name. Instead they call him who stands next to the chief or princess Odwar. The piece has the same moves and power that the Flier has in the game as played outside Manator. Remember this then, and remember too that if you have a secret it be safe in the keeping of Val Dor of Helium." Turan made no reply, but turned to the task of selecting the remainder of his pieces. Val Dor, the Heliumite, and Floran, the volunteer from Gathol, were of great assistance to him, since one or the other of them knew most of the slaves from whom his selection was to be made. The pieces all chosen, Turan led them to the place beside the playing field where they were to wait their turn, and here he passed the word around that they were to fight for more than the stake he offered for the princess should they win. This stake they accepted, so that Turan was sure of possessing Tara if his side was victorious, but he knew that these men would fight even more valorously for chivalry than for money, nor was it difficult to enlist the interest even of the Gatholians in the service of the princess. And now he held out the possibility of a still further reward. "I cannot promise you," he explained, "but I may say I have heard that this day which makes it possible that should we win this game we may even win your freedom." They leaped to their feet and crowded around him with many questions. "It may not be spoken of aloud," he said, "but Floran and Val Dor know, and they assure me that you may all be trusted. Listen. What I would tell you places my life in your hands, but you must know that every man will realize that he is fighting today the greatest battle of his life, for the honor and the freedom of Barsoom's most wondrous princess, and for his own freedom as well, for the chance to return each to his own country and to the woman who awaits him there. First, then, is my secret. I am not of Manator. Like yourselves, I am a slave, though for the moment disguised as a Manatorian from Manataj. My country and my identity must remain undisclosed for reasons that have no bearing upon our game today. I, then, am one of you. I fight for the same things that you will fight for. And now for that which I have but just learned. Uthor, the great Jed of Manatos, quarreled with O Tar in the palace the day before yesterday, and their warriors set upon one another. Uthor was driven as far as the Gate of Enemies, where he now lies encamped. At any moment the fight may be renewed, but it is thought that Uthor has sent to Manatos for reinforcements.
Now, men of Gathol, here is the thing that interests you. U Thor has recently taken to wife the Princess Haja of Gathol, who is slave to O Tar, and whose son A Kor was Dwar of the Towers of Jetan. Haja's heart is filled with loyalty for Gathol and compassion for her sons who are here enslaved, and this latter sentiment she has to some extent transmitted to U Thor. Aid me, therefore, in freeing the Princess Tara of Helium, and I believe that I can aid you and her and myself to escape the city. Bend close your ears, slaves of O Tar, that no cruel enemy may hear my words." And Gahan of Gathol whispered in low tones the daring plan he had conceived. "And now," he demanded when he had finished, "let him who does not dare speak now." None replied. "Is there none?" "And it would not betray you should I cast my sword at thy feet. It had been done ere this," said one in low tones pregnant with suppressed feelings. "And I, and I, and I," chorused the others in vibrant whispers. This is the end of the Chessmen of Mars, Chapter 16.
Chapter 17. A Play to the Death. Clear and sweet a trumpet spoke across the fields of Jetan. From the high tower its cool voice floated across the city of Manator and above the babble of human discords rising from the crowded mass that filled the seats of the stadium below. It called the players for the first game, and simultaneously there fluttered to the peaks of 1,000 staffs on tower and battlement and the great wall of the stadium the rich, gay pennons of the fighting chiefs of Manator. Thus was marked the opening of the Jeddak's Games, the most important of the year, and second only to the Grand Decennial Games. Gahan of Gathol watched every play with eagle eye. The match was an unimportant one, being but to settle some petty dispute between two chiefs, and was played with professional Jetan players for points only. No one was killed, and there was but little blood spilled. It lasted about an hour, and was terminated by the chief of the losing side deliberately permitting himself to be outpointed that the game might be called a draw. Again the trumpet sounded, this time announcing the second and last game of the afternoon. While this was not considered an important match, those being reserved for the 4th and 5th days of the games, it promised to afford sufficient excitement, since it was a game to the death. The vital difference between the game played with living men and that in which inanimate pieces are used lies in the fact that while in the latter the mere placing of a piece upon a square occupied by an opponent piece terminates the move, in the former the two pieces thus brought together engage in a duel for possession of the square. Therefore there enters into the former game not only the strategy of Jetan, but the personal prowess and bravery of each individual piece, so that a knowledge not only of one's own men but of each player upon the opposing side is of vast value to a chief. In this respect was Gahan handicapped, though the loyalty of his players did much to offset his ignorance of them, since they aided him in arranging the board to the best advantage and told him honestly the faults and virtues of each. One fought best in a losing game, another was too slow, another too impetuous. This one had fire and a heart of steel, but lacked endurance. Of the opponents, though, they knew little or nothing, and now as the two sides took their places upon the black and orange squares of the great Jetan board Gahan obtained, for the first time, a close view of those who opposed him. The Orange Chief had not yet entered the field, but his men were all in place. Val Dor turned to Gahan. "They are all criminals from the pits of Manator," he said. "There is no slave among them. We shall not have to fight against a single fellow countryman, and every life we take will be the life of an enemy." "It is well," replied Gahan, "but where is their chief, and where the two princesses?" "They are coming now, see!" and he pointed across the field to where two women could be seen approaching under guard. As they came nearer, Gahan saw that one was indeed Tara of Helium, but the other he did not recognize, and then they were brought to the center of the field, midway between the two sides, and there waited until the Orange Chief arrived. Floran voiced an exclamation of surprise when he recognized him. "By my ancestor, if it is not one of their great chiefs," he said, "and we were told that slaves and criminals were to play for the stake of this game." His words were interrupted by the Keeper of the Towers, whose duty it was not only to announce the games and the stakes, but to act as referee as well. "Of this, the second game of the first day of the Jeddak's Games in the 433rd year of Otar, Jeddak of Manator, the princesses of each side shall be the sole stakes, and to the survivors of the winning side shall belong both the princesses, to do with as they shall see fit. The Orange Princess is the slave woman Lano of Gathol. The Black Princess is the slave woman Tara, a princess of Helium. The Black Chief is Ukal of Manataj, a volunteer player. The Orange Chief is the Dwar Udor of the 8th Utan of the Jeddak of Manator, also a volunteer player. The squares shall be contested to the death. Just are the laws of Manator. I have spoken." The initial move was won by Udor, following which the two chiefs escorted their respective princesses to the square each was to occupy. It was the first time Gahan had been alone with Tara since she had been brought to the field. He saw her scrutinizing him closely as he approached to lead her to her place, and wondered if she recognized him, but if she did, she gave no sign of it. He could not but remember her last words, "I hate you," and her desertion of him when he had been locked in the room beneath the palace by I Gos, the taxidermist, and so he did not seek to enlighten her as to his identity. He meant to fight for her, to die for her if necessary, and if he did not die, to go on fighting to the end for her love. Gahan of Gathol was not easily to be discouraged, but he was compelled to admit that his chances of winning the love of Tara of Helium were remote. Already she had repulsed him twice, once as Jed of Gathol and again as Turan the Panthan. Before his love, however, came her safety, and the former must be relegated to the background until the latter had been achieved. Passing among the players already at their stations, the two took their places upon their respective squares. At Tara's left was the Black Chief, Gahan of Gathol. Directly in front of her, the Princess Panthan, Floran of Gathol, and at her right, the Princess Adwar, Valdor of Helium. And each of these knew the part that he was to play, win or lose, as did each of the other black players. As Tara took her place, Valdor bowed low. "My sword is at your feet, Tara of Helium," he said. She turned and looked at him, an expression of surprise and incredulity upon her face. "Valdor the Dwar!" she exclaimed. "Valdor of Helium, one of my father's trusted captains. Can it be possible that my eyes speak the truth?" "It is Valdor, Princess," the warrior replied, "and here to die for you if need be, as is every wearer of the black upon this field of Jetan today. Know, Princess," he whispered, "that upon this side is no man of Manator, but each and every is an enemy of Manator." She cast a quick meaning glance toward Gahan. "But what of him?" she whispered, and then she caught her breath quickly in surprise. "Shade of the first Jeddak!" she exclaimed. "I did but just recognize him through his disguise." "And you trust him?" asked Valdor. "I know him not, but he spoke fairly as an honorable warrior, and we have taken him at his word." "You have made no mistake," replied Tara of Helium. "I would trust him with my life, with my soul, and you too may trust him." Happy indeed would have been Gahan of Gathol could he have heard those words, but fate who is usually unkind to the lover in such matters, ordained it otherwise, and then the game was on. U Dor moved his Princess Odwar 3 squares diagonally to the right, which placed the piece upon the Black Chief's Odwar's 7th. The move was indicative of the game that U Dor intended playing, a game of blood rather than of science, and evidenced his contempt for his opponents. Gahan followed with his Odwar's Panthon, 1 square straight forward, a more scientific move, which opened up an avenue for himself through his line of Panthons, as well as announcing to the players and spectators that he intended having a hand in the fighting himself, even before the exigencies of the game forced it upon him. The move elicited a ripple of applause from those sections of seats reserved for the common warriors and their women, showing perhaps that U Dor was none too popular with these, and, too, it had its effect upon the morale of Gahan's pieces. A chief may, and often does, play almost an entire game without leaving his own square, where, mounted upon a thoat, he may overlook the entire field and direct each move. Nor may he be reproached for lack of courage should he elect thus to play the game, since, by the rules, were he to be slain or so badly wounded as to be compelled to withdraw, a game that might otherwise have been won by the science of his play and the prowess of his men would be drawn. To invite personal combat, therefore, denotes confidence in his own swordsmanship and great courage, 2 attributes that were calculated to fill the black players with hope and valor when evinced by their chief thus early in the game. U Dor's next move placed Lano's Odwar upon Tara's Odwar's 4th, within striking distance of the Black Princess. Another move, and the game would be lost to Gahan unless the Orange Odwar was overthrown, or Tara moved to a position of safety. But to move his princess now would be to admit his belief in the superiority of the Orange. In the 3 squares allowed him, he could not place himself squarely upon the square occupied by the Odwar of U Dor's princess. There was only one player upon the black side that might dispute the square with the enemy, and that was the chief's Odwar, who stood upon Gahan's left. Gahan turned upon his thoat and looked at the man. He was a splendid-looking fellow, resplendent in the gorgeous trappings of an Odwar, the 5 brilliant feathers which denoted his position rising defiantly erect from his thick black hair. In common with every player upon the field, and every spectator in the crowded stands, he knew what was passing in his chief's mind. He dare not speak, the ethics of the game forbade it, but what his lips might not voice, his eyes expressed in martial fire, and eloquently. The honor of the Black and the safety of our princess are secure with me. Gahan hesitated no longer. Chief's Odwar to Princess Odwar's 4th, he commanded. It was the courageous move of a leader who had taken up the gauntlet thrown down by his opponent. The warrior sprang forward and leaped into the square occupied by U Dor's piece. It was the first disputed square of the game. The eyes of the players were fastened upon the contestants. The spectators leaned forward in their seats after the first applause that had greeted the move, and silence fell upon the vast assemblage. If the black went down to defeat, U Dor could move his victorious piece on to the square occupied by Tara of Helium, and the game would be over in 4 moves, and lost to Gahan of Gathol. If the Orange lost, U Dor would have sacrificed one of his most important pieces, and more than lost what advantage the first move might have given him. Physically, the 2 men appeared perfectly matched, and each was fighting for his life, but from the first it was apparent that the Black Odwar was the better swordsman, and Gahan knew that he had another and perhaps a greater advantage over his antagonist. The latter was fighting for his life only, without the spur of chivalry or loyalty. The Black Odwar had these to strengthen his arm, and besides these, the knowledge of the thing that Gahan had whispered into the ears of his players before the game, and so he fought for what is more than life to the man of honor. It was a duel that held those who witnessed it in spellbound silence. The weaving blades gleamed in the brilliant sunlight, ringing to the parries of cut and thrust. The barbaric harness of the duelist lent splendid color to the savage, martial scene. The Orange Odwar, forced upon the defensive, was fighting madly for his life. The Black, with cool and terrible efficiency, was forcing him steadily, step by step, into a corner of the square, a position from which there could be no escape. To abandon the square was to lose it to his opponent and win for himself ignoble and immediate death before the jeering populace. Spurred on by the seeming hopelessness of his plight, the Orange Odwar burst into a sudden fury of offense that forced the Black back a half a dozen steps, and then the sword of U Dor's piece leaped in and drew first blood from the shoulder of his merciless opponent. An ill-smothered cry of encouragement went up from U Dor's men. The Orange Odwar, encouraged by his single success, sought to bear down the Black by the rapidity of his attack. There was a moment in which the swords moved with a rapidity that no man's eye might follow, and then the Black Odwar made a lightning parry of a vicious thrust, leaned quickly forward into the opening he had effected, and drove his sword through the heart of the Orange Odwar. To the hilt he drove it through the body of the Orange Odwar. A shout arose from the stands, for wherever may have been the favor of the spectators, none there was who could say that it had not been a pretty fight, or that the better man had not won, and from the Black players came a sigh of relief as they relaxed from the tension of the past moments. I shall not weary you with the details of the game. Only the high features of it are necessary to your understanding of the outcome. The fourth move after the victory of the Black Odwar found Gahan upon U Dor's fourth. An orange panthan was on the adjoining square diagonally to his right, and the only opposing piece that could engage him other than U Dor himself. It had been apparent to both players and spectators for the past two moves that Gahan was moving straight across the field into the enemy's country to seek personal combat with the Orange Chief, that he was staking all upon his belief in the superiority of his swordsmanship, since if the two chiefs engage, the outcome decides the game. U Dor could move out and engage Gahan, or he could move his Princess Panthan upon the square occupied by Gahan, in the hope that the former would defeat the Black Chief, and thus draw the game, which is the outcome if any other than a chief slays the opposing chief. Or he could move away and escape, temporarily, the necessity for personal combat, or at least that is evidently what he had in mind, as was obvious to all who saw him scanning the board about him, and his disappointment was apparent when he finally discovered that Gahan had so placed himself that there was no square to which U Dor could move, that it was not within Gahan's power to reach at his own next move. U Dor had placed his own princess 4 squares east of Gahan when her position had been threatened, and he had hoped to lure the Black Chief after her and away from U Dor, but in that he had failed. He now discovered that he might play his own Odwar into personal combat with Gahan, but he had already lost one Odwar and could ill spare the other. His position was a delicate one, since he did not wish to engage Gahan personally, while it appeared that there was little likelihood of his being able to escape. There was just one hope, and that lay in his Princess Panthan, so, without more deliberation, he ordered the piece onto the square occupied by the Black Chief. The sympathies of the spectators were all with Gahan now. If he lost, the game would be declared a draw, nor did they think better of drawn games upon Barsoom than do Earthmen. If he won, it would doubtless mean a duel between the two chiefs, a development for which they were all hoping. The game already bade fair to a short one, and it would be an angry crowd should it be decided a draw with only 2 men slain. There were great, historic games on record, where of the 40 pieces on the field when the game opened, only 3 survived: the 2 princesses and the victorious chief. They blamed U Dor, though in fact he was well within his rights in directing his play as he saw fit. Nor was a refusal on his part to engage the Black Chief necessarily an imputation of cowardice. He was a great chief who had conceived the notion to possess the slave Tara. There was no honor that could not accrue to him from engaging in combat with slaves and criminals, or an unknown warrior from Manataj, nor was the stake of sufficient import to warrant the risk. But now the duel between Gahan and the Orange Panthan was on, and the decision of the next move was no longer in other hands than theirs. It was the first time that these Manatorians had seen Gahan of Gathol fight, but Tara of Helium knew that he was a master of the sword. Could he have seen the proud light in her eyes as he crossed blades with the wearer of the orange, he might easily have wondered if they were the same eyes that had flashed fire and hatred at him that time he had covered her lips with mad kisses, in the pits of the palace of O Tar. As she watched him, she could not but compare his swordplay with that of the greatest swordsman of two worlds, her father, John Carter, of Virginia, a prince of Helium, warlord of Barsoom, and she knew that the skill of the Black Chief suffered little by the comparison. Short and to the point was the duel that decided possession of the Orange Chief's fourth. The spectators had settled themselves for an interesting engagement of at least average duration when they were brought almost standing by a brilliant flash of rapid swordplay that was over ere one could catch his breath. They saw the Black Chief step quickly back, his point upon the ground, while his opponent, his sword slipping from his fingers, clutched his breast, sank to his knees, and then lunged forward upon his face. And then Gahan of Gathol turned his eyes directly upon U Dor of Manator, 3 squares away. 3 squares is a chief's move. 3 squares in any direction or combination of directions, only provided that he does not cross the same square twice in a given move. The people saw and guessed Gahan's intention. They rose and roared forth their approval as he moved deliberately across the intervening squares toward the Orange Chief. O Tar, in the royal enclosure, sat frowning upon the scene. O Tar was angry. He was angry with U Dor for having entered this game for possession of a slave, for whom it had been his wish only slaves and criminals should strive. He was angry with the warrior from Manataj for having so far out-generaled and out-fought the men from Manator. He was angry with the populace because of their open hostility toward one who had basked in the sunshine of his favor for long years. O Tar, the jeddak, had not enjoyed the afternoon. Those who surrounded him were equally glum. They too scowled upon the field, the players, and the people. Among them was a bent and wrinkled old man who gazed through weak and watery eyes upon the field and the players. As Gahan entered his square, U Dor leaped toward him with drawn sword with such fury as might have overborne a less skilled and powerful swordsman. For a minute the fighting was fast and furious, and by comparison reducing to insignificance all that had gone before. Here indeed were 2 magnificent swordsmen, and here was to be a battle that bade fair to make up for whatever the people felt they had been defrauded of by the shortness of the game. Nor had it continued long before many there were who would have prophesied that they were witnessing a duel that was to become historic in the annals of Jetan and Manator. Every trick, every subterfuge known to the art of fence these men employed. Time and again each scored a point and brought blood to his opponent's copper hide until both were red with gore, but neither seemed able to administer the coup de grace. From her position upon the opposite side of the field, Tara of Helium watched the long-drawn battle. Always it seemed to her that the Black Chief fought upon the defensive, or when he assumed to push his opponent, he neglected 1,000 openings that her practiced eyes beheld. Nor did he seem in real danger, nor never did he appear to exert himself to quite the pitch needful for victory. The duel already had been long contested, and the day was drawing to a close. Presently The sudden transition from daylight to darkness which, owing to the tenuity of the air upon Barsoom, occurs almost without the warning twilight of Earth, would occur. Would the fight never end? Would the game be called a draw after all? What ailed the Black Chief? Tara wished that she might answer at least the last of these questions, for she was sure that Turan the Panthan, as she knew him, while fighting brilliantly, was not giving of himself all that he might. She could not believe that fear was restraining his hand, but that there was something beside inability to push U Dor more fiercely she was confident. What it was, however, she could not guess. Once she saw Gahan glance quickly up toward the sinking sun. In 30 minutes it would be dark, and then she saw, and all those others saw, a strange transition steal over the swordplay of the Black Chief. It was as though he had been playing with the great dwar U Dor all these hours, and now he still played with him, but there was a difference. He played with him terribly as a carnivore plays with its victim in the instant before the kill. The Orange Chief was helpless now in the hands of a swordsman so superior that there could be no comparison, and the people sat in open-mouthed wonder and awe as Gahan of Gathol cut his foe to ribbons and then struck him down with a blow that cleft him to the chin. In 20 minutes the sun would set. But what of that? This is the end of the Chessmen of Mars. Chapter 17. Chapter 18. A Task for Loyalty. Long and loud was the applause that rose above the field of Jetan at Manator, as the Keeper of the Towers summoned the two princesses and the victorious chief to the center of the field, and presented to the latter the fruits of his prowess, and then, as custom demanded, the victorious players, headed by Gahan and the two princesses, formed in procession behind the Keeper of the Towers and were conducted to the place of victory before the royal enclosure, that they might receive the commendation of the jeddak. Those who were mounted gave up their thoats to slaves, as all must be on foot for this ceremony. Directly beneath the royal enclosure are the gates to one of the tunnels that, passing beneath the seats, give ingress or egress to or from the field. Before this gate the party halted, while O Tar looked down upon them from above. Val Dor and Floran, passing quietly ahead of the others, went directly to the gates, where they were hidden from those who occupied the enclosure with O Tar. The Keeper of the Tower may have noticed them, but so occupied was he with the formality of presenting the victorious chief to the jeddak that he paid no attention to them. "I bring you, O Tar, jeddak of Manator, U Kal of Manataj," he cried in a loud voice that might be heard by as many as possible, "victor over the Orange in the second of the Jeddak's games of the 433rd year of O Tar, and the slave woman Tara, and the slave woman Lan O, that you may bestow these, the stakes, upon U Kal." As he spoke, a little, wrinkled old man peered over the rail of the enclosure down upon the three who stood directly behind the keeper, and strained his weak and watery eyes in an effort to satisfy the curiosity of old age in a matter of no particular import. For what were these two slaves and a common warrior from Manataj to any who sat with O Tar the jeddak? "U Kal of Manataj," said O Tar, "you have deserved the stakes. Seldom have we looked upon more noble swordplay. And you Tyr of Manataj, there always be here in the city of Manator a place for you in the jeddak's guard." While the jeddak was speaking, the little old man, failing clearly to discern the features of the Black Chief, reached into his pocket pouch and drew forth a pair of thick lensed spectacles, which he placed upon his nose. For a moment he scrutinized Gahan closely. Then he leaped to his feet, and addressing O Tar, pointing a shaking finger at Gahan. As he rose, Tara of Helium clutched the Black Chief's arms.
"Turan," she whispered. "It is I Gos, whom I thought to have slain in the pits of O Tar. It is I Gos, and he recognizes you and will " But what I Gos would do was already transpiring. In his falsetto voice he fairly screamed: "It is the slave Turan who stole the woman Tara from your throne room, O Tar. He desecrated the dead chief I Mal and wears his headdress now." Instantly all was pandemonium. Warriors drew their swords and leaped to their feet. Gahan's victorious players rushed forward in a body, sweeping the keeper of the towers from his feet. Valdor and Floran threw open the gates beneath the royal enclosure, opening the tunnel that led to the avenue in the city beyond the towers. Gahan, surrounded by his men, drew Tara and Lan O into the passageway, and at a rapid pace the party sought to reach the opposite end of the tunnel before their escape could be cut off. They were successful, and when they emerged into the city the sun had set and darkness had come, relieved only by an antiquated and ineffective lighting system, which cast but a pale glow over the shadowy streets. Now it was that Tara of Helium guessed why the Black Chief had drawn out his duel with U Dor, and realized that he might have slain his man at almost any moment he had elected. The whole plan that Gahan had whispered to his players before the game was thoroughly understood. They were to make their way to the Gate of Enemies, and there offer their services to U Thor, the great Jed of Manatos. The fact that most of them were Gatholians and that Gahan could lead rescuers to the pit where A Kor, the son of U Thor's wife, was confined, convinced the Jed of Gathol that they would meet with no rebuff at the hands of U Thor. But even should he refuse them, still were they bound together to go on toward freedom, if necessary, cutting their way through the forces of U Thor at the Gate of Enemies, 20 men against a small army. But of such stuff are the warriors of Barsoom. They had covered a considerable distance along the almost deserted avenue before signs of pursuit developed, and then there came upon them suddenly from behind a dozen warriors mounted on thoats, a detachment, evidently, from the Jeddak's guard. Instantly the avenue was a pandemonium of clashing blades, cursing warriors, and squealing thoats. In the first onslaught life blood was spilled upon both sides. 2 of Gahan's men went down, and upon the enemy's side 3 riderless thoats attested at least a portion of their casualties. Gahan was engaged with a fellow who appeared to have been selected to account for him only, since he rode straight for him and sought to cut him down without giving the slightest heed to several who slashed at him as he passed them. The Gatholian, practiced in the art of combating a mounted warrior from the ground, sought to reach the left side of the fellow's thoat a little to the rider's rear, the only position in which he would have any advantage over his antagonist, or rather the position that would most greatly reduce the advantage of the mounted man, and similarly the Manatorian strove to thwart his design. And so the guardsman wheeled and turned his vicious, angry mount, while Gahan leaped in and out in an effort to reach the coveted vantage point, but always seeking some other opening in his foe's defense. And while they jockeyed for position, a rider swept swiftly past them. As he passed behind Gahan, the latter heard a cry of alarm. "Turan! They have me!" came to his ears in the voice of Tara of Helium. A quick glance across his shoulder showed him the galloping thoatman in the act of dragging Tara to the withers of the beast, and then, with the fury of a demon, Gahan of Gathol leaped for his own man, dragged him from his mount, and as he fell smote his head from his shoulders with a single cut of his keen sword. Scarce had the body touched the pavement when the Gatholian was upon the back of the dead warrior's mount and galloping swiftly down the avenue after the diminishing figures of Tara and her abductor, the sounds of the fight waning in the distance as he pursued his quarry along the avenue that passes the palace of O Tar and leads to the Gate of the Enemies. Gahan's mount, carrying but a single rider, gained upon that of the Manatorian, so that as they neared the palace Gahan was scarce 100 yards behind, and now, to his consternation, he saw the fellow turn into the great entranceway. For a moment only was he halted by the guards, and then he disappeared within. Gahan was almost upon him then, but evidently he had warned the guards, for they leaped out to intercept the Gatholian. But no, the fellow could not have known that he was pursued, since he had not seen Gahan seize a mount, nor would he have thought that pursuit would come so soon. If he had passed then, so could Gahan pass, for did he not wear the trappings of a Manatorian? The Gatholian thought quickly, and stopping his throat, called to the guardsmen to let him pass. "In the name of O They hesitated a moment. "Aside!" cried Gahan. "Must the Jeddak's messenger parley for the right to deliver his message?" "To whom would you deliver it?" asked the padwar of the gate. "Saw you not him who just entered?" cried Gathon, and without waiting for a reply urged his thoat straight past them into the palace, and while they were deliberating what was best to be done, it was too late to do anything, which is not unusual. Along the marble corridors Gahan guided his thoat, and because he had gone that way before, rather than because he knew which way Tara had been taken, he followed the runways and passed through the chambers that led to the throne room of O Tar. On the second level he met a slave. "Which way went he who carried the woman before him?" he asked. The slave pointed toward a nearby runway that led to a third level, and Gahan dashed rapidly on in pursuit. At the same moment a thoatman, riding at a furious pace, approached the palace and halted his mount at the gate. "Saw you aught of a warrior pursuing one who carried a woman before him on his thoat?" he shouted to the guard. "He but just passed in," replied the padwar, "saying that he was O Tar's messenger." "He lied!" cried the newcomer. "He was Turan, the slave, who stole the woman from the throne room 2 days ago. Arouse the palace! He must be seized, and alive if possible. It is O Tar's command." Instantly warriors were dispatched to search for the Gatholian and warn the inmates of the palace to do likewise. Owing to the games, there were comparatively few retainers in the great building, but those whom they found were immediately enlisted in the search, so that presently at least 50 warriors were seeking through the countless chambers and corridors of the palace of O Tar. As Gahan's thoat bore him to the third level, the man glimpsed the hindquarters of another thoat disappearing at the turn of a corridor far ahead. Urging his own animal forward, he raced swiftly in pursuit, and making the turn discovered only an empty corridor ahead. Along this he hurried to discover near its farther end a runway to the fourth level, which he followed upward. Here he saw that he had gained upon his quarry, who was just turning through a doorway 50 yards ahead. As Gahan reached the opening he saw that the warrior had dismounted and was dragging Tara toward a small door on the opposite side of the chamber. At the same instant the clank of harness to his rear caused him to cast a glance behind, where along the corridor he had just traversed he saw 3 warriors approaching on foot at a run. Leaping from his thoat, Gahan sprang into the chamber where Tara was struggling to free herself from the grasp of her captor, slammed the door behind him, shot the great bolt into its seat, and drawing his sword crossed the room at a run to engage the Manatorian. The fellow, thus menaced, called aloud to Gahan to halt, at the same time thrusting Tara at arm's length and threatening her heart with the point of his short sword. "Stay!" he cried, "or the woman dies, for such is the command of O Tar, rather than that she again fall into your hands." Gahan stopped. But a few feet separated him from Tara and her captor, yet he was helpless to aid her. Slowly the warrior backed toward the open doorway behind him, dragging Tara with him. The girl struggled and fought, but the warrior was a powerful man, and having seized her by the harness from behind was able to hold her in a position of helplessness. "Save me, Turan!" she cried. "Let them not drag me to a fate worse than death. Better that I die now, while my eyes behold a brave friend, than later, fighting alone among enemies in defense of my honor." He took a step nearer. The warrior made a threatening gesture with his sword close to the soft, smooth skin of the princess, and Gahan halted. "I cannot, Tara of Helium," he cried. "Think not ill of me that I am weak, that I cannot see you die. Too great is my love for you, daughter of Helium." The Manatorian warrior, a derisive grin upon his lips, backed steadily away. He had almost reached the doorway when Gahan saw another warrior in the chamber toward which Tara was being borne. A fellow who moved silently, almost stealthily, across the marble floor as he approached Tara's captor from behind. In his right hand he grasped a long sword. 2 to 1, thought Gahan, and a grim smile touched his lips, for he had no doubt that once they had Tara safely in the adjoining chamber, the two would set upon him. If he could not save her, he could at least die for her. And then, suddenly, Gahan's eyes fastened with amazement upon the figure of the warrior behind the grinning fellow who held Tara and was forcing her to the doorway. He saw the newcomer step almost within arm's reach of the other. He saw him stop, an expression of malevolent hatred upon his features. He saw the great sword swing through the arc of a great circle, gathering swift and terrific momentum from its own weight backed by the brawn of the steel thews that guided it. He saw it pass through the feathered skull of the Manatorian, splitting his sardonic grin in twain, and open him to the middle of his breastbone. As the dead hand relaxed its grasp upon Tara's wrist, the girl leaped forward without a backward glance to Gahan's side. His left arm encircled her, nor did she draw away, as with ready sword the Gatholian awaited fate's next decree. Before them, Tara's deliverer was wiping the blood from his sword upon the hair of his victim. He was evidently a Manatorian, his trappings those of the Jeddak's guard, and so his act was inexplicable to Gahan and to Tara. Presently he sheathed his sword and approached them. "When a man chooses to hide his identity behind an assumed name," he said, looking straight into Gahan's eyes, "whatever friend pierces the deception were no friend if he divulged the other's secret." He paused, as though awaiting a reply. "Your integrity has perceived and your lips voiced an unalterable truth," replied Gahan, whose mind was filled with wonder if the implication could by any possibility be true, that this Manatorian had guessed his identity. "We are thus agreed," continued the other, "and I may tell you that though I am here known as A Sor, my real name is Tasor." He paused and watched Gahan's face intently for any sign of the effect of this knowledge, and was rewarded with a quick though guarded expression of recognition. Tasor! Friend of his youth! The son of that great Gatholian noble who had given his life so gloriously, however futilely, in an attempt to defend Gahan's sire from the daggers of the assassins. Tasor, an under padwar in the guard of O Tar, Jeddak of Manator. It was inconceivable, and yet it was he. There could be no doubt of it. Tasor, Gahan repeated aloud, but it is no Manatorian name. The statement was half interrogatory, for Gahan's curiosity was aroused. He would know how his friend and loyal subject had become a Manatorian. Long years had passed since Tasor had disappeared as mysteriously as the Princess of Haja and many others of Gahan's subject. The Jed of Gathol had long supposed him dead. "No," replied Tasor, "nor is it a Manatorian name. Come while I search for a hiding place for you in some forgotten chamber in one of the untenanted proportions of the palace. And as we go, I will tell you briefly how Tasor the Gatholian became Asor the Manatorian. It befell that as I rode with a dozen of my warriors along the western border of Gathol, searching for zitidars that had strayed from my herds, we were set upon and surrounded by a great company of Manatorians. They overpowered us, though not before half our number was slain and the balance helpless from wounds. And so I was brought a prisoner to Manataj, a distant city of Manator, and there sold into slavery. A woman bought me, a princess of Manataj, whose wealth and position were unequaled in the city of her birth. She loved me, and when her husband discovered her infatuation, she beseeched me to slay him, and when I refused, she hired another to do it. Then she married me, but none would have aught to do with her in Manataj, for they suspected her guilty of knowledge of her husband's murder. And so we set out from Manataj for Manatos, accompanied by a great caravan bearing all her worldly goods and jewels and precious metals, and on the way she caused the rumor to be spread that she and I had died. Then we came to Manator instead, she taking a new name and I the name Azor, that we might not be traced through our names. With her great wealth she bought me a post in the Jeddak's guard, and none knows that I am not a Manatorian, for she is dead. She was beautiful, but she was a devil." "And you never sought to return to your native city?" asked Gahan. "Never has the hope been absent from my heart, or my mind empty of a plan," replied Tasor. "I dream of it by day and by night, but always must I return to the same conclusion, that there can be but a single means for escape. I must wait until fortune favors me with a place in a raiding party to Gathol. Then once within the boundaries of my own country they shall see me no more." "Perhaps your opportunity lies already within your grasp," said Gahan. "Has not your fealty to your own Jed been undermined by years of association with the men of Manator?" The statement was half challenge. "And my Jed stood before me now," cried Tasor, "and my avowal could be made without violating his confidence. I should cast my sword at his feet and beg the high privilege of dying for him as my sire died for his sire." There could be no doubt of his sincerity, nor any that he was cognizant of Gahan's identity. The Jed of Gathol smiled. "And if your Jed were here there is little doubt but that he would command you to devote your talents and your prowess to the rescue of the Princess Tara of Helium," he said meaningly. "And he possessed the knowledge I have gained during my captivity he would say to you, 'Go, Tasor, to the pit where A Kor, son of Haja of Gathol, is confined, and set him free, and with him arouse the slaves from Gathol and march to the Gate of Enemies, and offer your services to U Thor of Manataj, who is wed to Haja of Gathol, and ask of him in return that he attack the palace of O Tar and rescue Tara of Helium, and when that thing is accomplished that he free the slaves of Gathol and furnish them with the arms and the means to return to their own country. That, Tasor of Gathol, is what Gahan, your Jed, would demand of you." "And that, Turan the slave, is what I shall bend my every effort to accomplish after I have found a safe refuge for Tara of Helium and her panthan," replied Tasor. Gahan's glance carried to Tasor an intimation of his Jed's gratification and filled him with a chivalrous determination to do the thing required of him or die, for he considered that he had received from the lips of his beloved ruler a commission that placed upon his shoulders a responsibility that encompassed not alone the life of Gahan and Tara, but the welfare, perhaps the whole future, of Gathol. And so he hastened them onward through the musty corridors of the old palace, where the dust of ages lay undisturbed upon the marble tiles. Now and again he tried a door until he found one that was unlocked. Opening it, he ushered them into a chamber heavy with dust. Crumbling silks and furs adorned the walls, with ancient weapons and great paintings whose colors were toned by age to wondrous softness. "This be as good as any place," he said. "No one comes here. Never have I been here before, so I know no more of the other chambers than you, but this one at least I can find again when I bring you food and drink. O Mai, the Cruel, occupied this portion of the palace during his reign, 5,000 years before O Tar. In one of these apartments he was found dead, his face contorted in an expression of fear so horrible that it drove to madness those who looked upon it, yet there was no mark of violence upon him. Since then the quarters of O Mai have been shunned, for the legends have it that the ghosts of Corphals pursue the spirit of the wicked Jeddak nightly through these chambers, shrieking and moaning as they go. But," he added, as though to reassure himself as well as his companions, "such things may not be countenanced by the culture of Gathol or Helium." Gahan laughed. "And if all who looked upon him were driven mad, who then was there to perform the last rites, or prepare the body of the jeddak for them?" "There was none," replied Tasor. "Where they found him they left him, and there to this very day his moldering bones lie hid in some forgotten chamber of this forbidden suite." Tasor left them then, assuring them that he would seek the first opportunity to speak with A Kor, and upon the following day he would bring them food and drink. After Tasor had gone, Tara turned to Gahan, and approaching laid a hand upon his arm. "So swiftly have events transpired since I recognized you beneath your disguise," she said, "that I have had no opportunity to assure you of my gratitude and the high esteem that your valor has won for you in my consideration. Let me now acknowledge my indebtedness, and if promises be not vain from one whose life and liberty are in grave jeopardy, accept my assurance of the great reward that awaits you at the hand of my father in Helium." "I desire no reward," he replied, "other than the happiness of knowing that the woman I love is happy." For an instant the eyes of Tara of Helium blazed as she drew herself haughtily to her full height, and then they softened, and her attitude relaxed as she shook her head sadly. "I have it not in my heart to reprimand you, Turan," she said, "however great your fault, for you have been an honorable and a loyal friend to Tara of Helium, but you must not say what my ears must not hear." "You mean," he asked, "that the ears of a princess must not listen to the words of love from a panthan?" "It is not that, Turan," she replied, "but rather that I may not in honor listen to words of love from another than him to whom I am betrothed, a fellow countryman, Djor Kantos." "You mean, Tara of Helium," he cried, "that were it not for that you would " "Stop!" she commanded. "You have no right to assume aught else than my lips testify." "The eyes are ofttimes more eloquent than the lips, Tara," he replied, "and in yours I have read that which is neither hatred nor contempt for Turan the panthan, and my heart tells me that your lips bore false witness when they cried in anger, 'I hate you.'" "I do not hate you, Turan, nor yet may I love you," said the girl simply. "When I broke my way from the chamber of I Gos I was indeed upon the verge of believing that you did hate me," he said, "for only hatred, it seemed to me, could account for the fact that you had gone without making an effort to liberate me. But presently both my heart and my judgment told me that Tara of Helium could not have deserted a companion in distress, and though I still am in ignorance of the facts, I know that it was beyond your power to aid me." "It was indeed," said the girl. "Scarce had I Gos fallen at the bite of my dagger than I heard the approach of warriors. I ran then to hide until they passed, and thinking to return and liberate you, but in seeking to elude the party I had heard I ran full into the arms of another. They questioned me as to your whereabouts, and I told them that you had gone ahead and that I was following you, and thus I led them from you." "I knew," was Gahan's only comment, but his heart was glad with elation, as a lover's must be who has heard from the lips of his divinity an avowal of interest and loyalty, however little tinged by a suggestion of warmer regard it may be. To be abused, even by the mistress of one's heart, is better than to be ignored. As the two conversed in the ill-lit chamber, the dim bulbs of which were encrusted with the accumulated dust of centuries, a bent and withered figure traversed slowly the gloomy corridors without, his weak and watery eyes peering through thick lenses at the signs of passage written upon the dusty floor. This is the end of the Chessmen of Mars, Chapter 18. Chapter 19. The Menace of the Dead. The night was still young when there came one to the entrance of the banquet hall
where O Tar of Manator dined with his chiefs, and brushing past the guards entered the great room with the insolence of a privileged character, as in truth he was. As he approached the head of the long board O Tar took notice of him. "Well, hoary one," he cried, "what brings you out of your beloved and stinking burrow again this day? We thought that the sight of the multitude of living men at the games would drive you back to your corpses as quickly as you could go." The cackling laugh of I Gos acknowledged the royal sally. "Eh, O Tar?" squeaked the ancient one. "I Gos goes out not upon pleasure bound, but when one does ruthlessly desecrate the dead of I Gos, vengeance must be had." "You refer to the act of the slave Turan?" demanded O Tar. "Turan, yes, and the slave Tara, who slipped beneath my hide a murderous blade, and I Gos, ancient and wrinkled covering were even now in some apprentice tanner's hands. Eh?" "But they have again eluded us," cried O Tar. "Even in the palace of the great jeddak twice have they escaped the stupid knaves I call the Jeddak's Guard." O Tar had risen and was angrily emphasizing his words with heavy blows upon the table, dealt with a golden goblet. "O Tar, they elude thy guard, but not the wise old callet, I Gos." "What mean you? Speak!" commanded O Tar. "I know where they are hid," said the ancient taxidermist. "In the dust of unused corridors their feet have betrayed them." "You followed them? You have seen them?" demanded the jeddak. "I followed them and I heard them speaking beyond a closed door," replied I Gos, "but I did not see them." "Where is that door?" cried O Tar. "We will send at once and fetch them." He looked about the table as though to decide to whom he would entrust this duty. A dozen warrior chiefs arose and laid their hands upon their swords. "To the chambers of O Mai the Cruel I trace them," squeaked I Gos. "There you will find them where the moaning Corphals pursue the shrieking ghost of O Mai, eh?" And he turned his eyes from O Tar toward the warriors who had arisen, only to discover that to a man they were hurriedly resuming their seats. The cackling laughter of I Gos broke derisively the hush that had fallen upon the room. The warriors looked sheepishly at the food upon their plates of gold. O Tar snapped his fingers impatiently. "Be there only cravens among the chiefs of Manator?" he cried. "Repeatedly have these presumptuous slaves flouted the majesty of your jeddak. Must I command one to go and fetch them?" Slowly a chief arose, and two others followed his example, though with ill-concealed reluctance. "All, then, are not cowards," commented O Tar. "The duty is distasteful, therefore all three of you shall go, taking as many warriors as you wish." "But do not ask for volunteers," interrupted I Gos, "or you will go alone." The three chiefs turned and left the banquet hall, walking slowly like doomed men to their fate. Gahan and Tara remained in the chamber to which Tasor had led them, the man brushing away the dust from a deep and comfortable bench where they might rest in comparative comfort. He had found the ancient sleeping silks and furs too far gone to be of any service, crumbling to powder at a touch, thus removing any chance of making a comfortable bed for the girl, and so the two sat together, talking in low tones of the adventures through which they already had passed and speculating upon the future, planning means of escape and hoping Tasor would not be long gone. They spoke of many things, of Hastor and Helium and Tharp, and finally the conversation reminded Tara of Gathol. "You have served there?" she asked. "Yes," replied Turan. "I met Gahan the Jed of Gathol at my father's palace," she said, "the very day before the storm snatched me from Helium. He was a presumptuous fellow, magnificently trapped in platinum and diamonds. Never in my life saw I so gorgeous a harness as his, and you must well know, Turan, that the splendor of all Barsoom passes through the court at Helium, but in my mind I could not see so resplendent a creature drawing that jeweled sword in mortal combat. I fear me that the Jed of Gathol, though a pretty picture of a man, is little else." In the dim light
Tara did not perceive the wry expression upon the half averted face of her companion. "You thought little, then, of the Jed of Gathol?" he asked. "Then or now," she replied, and with a little laugh, "how it would pique his vanity to know, if he might, that a poor panthan had won a higher place in the regard of Tara of Helium," and she laid her fingers gently upon his knee. He seized the fingers in his and carried them to his lips. "O Tara of Helium," he cried, "think you that I am a man of stone?" One arm slipped about her shoulders and drew the yielding body toward him. "May my first ancestor forgive me my weakness," she cried, as her arm stole about his neck and she raised her panting lips to his. For long they clung there in love's first kiss, and then she pushed him away gently. "I love you, Turan," she half sobbed. "I love you so. It is my only poor excuse for having done this wrong to Djor Kantos, whom now I know I never loved, who knew not the meaning of love. And if you love me as you say, Turan, your love must protect me from greater dishonor, for I am but as clay in your hands." Again he crushed her to him and then as suddenly released her, and rising, strode rapidly to and fro across the chamber as though he endeavored by violent exercise to master and subdue some evil spirit that had laid hold upon him. Ringing through his brain and heart and soul like some joyous pagan were those words that had so altered the world for Gahan of Gathol: "I love you, Turan. I love you so." And it had come so suddenly. He had thought that she felt for him only gratitude for his loyalty and then, in an instant, her barriers were all down. She was no longer a princess, but instead his reflections were interrupted by a sound from beyond the closed door. His sandals of zitidar hide had given forth no sound upon the marble floor he strode, and as his rapid pacing carried him past the entrance to the chamber there came faintly from the distance of the long corridor the sound of metal on metal, the unmistakable herald of the approach of armed men. For a moment Gahan listened intently, close to the door, until there could be no doubt but that a party of warriors was approaching. From what Tasor had told him he guessed correctly that they would be coming to this portion of the palace but for a single purpose: to search for Tara and himself, and it behooved him therefore to seek immediate means for eluding them. The chamber in which they were had other doorways beside that at which they had entered, and to one of these he must look for some safer hiding place. Crossing to Tara, he acquainted her with his suspicion, leading her to one of the doors which they found unsecured. Beyond it lay a dimly lighted chamber at the threshold of which they halted in consternation, drawing back quickly into the chamber they had just quitted, for their first glance revealed 4 warriors seated around a jetan board. That their entrance had not been noted was attributed by Gahan to the absorption of the 2 players and their friends in the game. Quietly closing the door, the fugitives moved silently to the next, which they found locked. There was now but another door which they had not tried, and this they approached quickly, as they knew that the searching party must be close to the chamber. To their chagrin they found this avenue of escape barred. Now indeed were they in a sorry plight, for should the searchers have information leading them to this room they were lost. Again leading Tara to the door behind which were the jetan players, Gahan drew his sword and waited, listening. The sound of the party in the corridor came distinctly to their ears. They must be quite close, and doubtless they were coming in force. Beyond the door were but 4 warriors who might be readily surprised. There could, then, be but one choice, and acting upon it, Gahan quietly opened the door again, stepped through into the adjoining chamber, Tara's hand in his, and closed the door behind them. The 4 at the jetan board evidently failed to hear them. One player had either just made or was contemplating a move, for his fingers grasped a piece that still rested upon the board. The other 3 were watching his move. For an instant Gahan looked at them,
playing jetan there in the dim light of this forgotten and forbidden chamber, and then a slow smile of understanding lighted his face. "Come," he said to Tara. "We have nothing to fear from these. For more than 5,000 years they have sat thus, a monument to the handiwork of some ancient taxidermist." As they approached more closely, they saw that the lifelike figures were coated with dust, but that otherwise the skin was in as fine a state of preservation as the most recent of I Gos groups, and then they heard the door of the chamber they had quitted open and knew that the searchers were close upon them. Across the room they saw the opening of what appeared to be a corridor, and which investigation proved to be a short passageway terminating in a chamber in the center of which was an ornate sleeping dais. This room, like the others, was but poorly lighted, time having dimmed the radiance of its bulbs and coated them with dust. A glance showed that it was hung with heavy goods and contained considerable massive furniture in addition to the sleeping platform. A second glance at which revealed what appeared to be the form of a man lying partially on the floor and partially on the dais. No doorways were visible other than that at which they had entered, though both knew that others might be concealed by the hangings. Gahan, his curiosity aroused by the legends surrounding this portion of the palace, crossed to the dais to examine the figure that apparently had fallen from it, to find the dried and shriveled corpse of a man lying upon his back on the floor, with arms outstretched and fingers stiffly outspread. One of his feet was doubled partially beneath him, while the other was still entangled in the sleeping silks and furs upon the dais. After 5,000 years, the expression of the withered face and the eyeless sockets retained the aspects of horrid fear to such an extent that Gahan knew that he was looking upon the body of O Mai the Cruel. Suddenly Tara, who stood close beside him, clutched his arm and pointed to a far corner of the room. Gahan looked, and looking felt the hairs upon his neck rising. He threw his left arm about the girl, and with bared sword stood between her and the hangings that they watched, and then slowly Gahan of Gathol backed away, for in this grim and somber chamber, which no human foot had trod for 5,000 years and to which no breath of wind might enter, the heavy hangings in the far corner had moved. Not gently had they moved as a draught might have moved them had there been a draught, but suddenly they had bulged out as though pushed against from behind. To the opposite corner backed Gahan until they stood with their backs against the hangings there, and then hearing the approach of their pursuers across the chamber beyond, Gahan pushed Tara through the hangings and following her, kept open with his left hand, which he had disengaged from the girl's grasp, a tiny opening through which he could view the apartment and the doorway upon the opposite side through which the pursuers would enter, if they came this far. Behind the hangings there was a space of about 3 feet in width between them and the wall, making a passageway entirely around the room, broken only by the single entrance opposite them, this being a common arrangement especially in the sleeping apartments of the rich and powerful upon Barsoom. The purposes of this arrangement were several. The passageway afforded a station for guards in the same room with their master without intruding entirely upon his privacy. It concealed secret exits from the chamber. It permitted the occupant of the room to hide eavesdroppers and assassins for use against enemies that he might lure to his chamber. The 3 chiefs, with a dozen warriors, had had no difficulty in following the tracks of the fugitives through the dust of the corridors and chambers they had traversed. To enter this portion of the palace at all had required all the courage they possessed, and now that they were within the very chambers of O Mai, their nerves were pitched to the highest key. Another turn and they would snap, for the people of Manator are filled with weird superstitions. As they entered the outer chamber they moved slowly, with drawn swords, no one seeming anxious to take the lead, and the 12 warriors hanging back in unconcealed and shameless terror, while the 3 chiefs spurred on by fear of O Tar and by pride, pressed together for mutual encouragement as they slowly crossed the dimly lighted room. Following the tracks of Gahan and Tara, they found that though each doorway had been approached, only one threshold had been crossed, and this door they gingerly opened, revealing to their astonished gaze the 4 warriors at the jetan table. For a moment they were on the verge of flight, for though they knew what they were, coming as they did upon them in this mysterious and haunted suite, they were as startled as though they had beheld the very ghosts of the departed. But they presently regained their courage sufficiently to cross this chamber too, and enter the short passageway that led to the ancient sleeping apartment of O Mai the Cruel. They did not know that this awful chamber lay just before them, or it were doubtful that they would have proceeded farther, but they saw that those they sought had come this way, and so they followed. But within the gloomy interior of the chamber they halted, the 3 chiefs urging their followers in low whispers to close in behind them, and there, just within the entrance, they stood until, their eyes becoming accustomed to the dim light, one of them pointed suddenly to the thing lying upon the floor with one foot tangled in the coverings of the dais. "Look!" he gasped. "It is the corpse of O Mai, ancestor of ancestors. We are in the forbidden chamber." Simultaneously there came from behind the hangings beyond the gruesome dead a hollow moan followed by a piercing scream, and the hangings shook and bellied before their eyes. With one accord, chieftains and warriors, they turned and bolted for the doorway, a narrow doorway where they jammed, fighting and screaming in an effort to escape. They threw away their swords and clawed at one another to make a passage for escape. Those behind climbed upon the shoulders of those in front, and some fell and were trampled upon, but at last they all got through, and, the swiftest first, they bolted across the 2 intervening chambers to the outer corridor beyond, nor did they halt their mad retreat before they stumbled, weak and trembling, into the banquet hall of O Tar. At sight of them the warriors who had remained with the jeddak leaped to their feet with drawn swords, thinking that their fellows were pursued by many enemies, but no one followed them into the room, and the 3 chieftains came and stood before O Tar with bowed heads and trembling knees. "Well?" demanded the jeddak. "What ails you? Speak!" "O Tar," cried one of them when at last he could master his voice, "when have we 3 failed you in battle or combat? Have our swords been not always among the foremost in defense of your safety and honor?" "Have I denied this?" demanded O Tar. "Listen then, O jeddak, and judge us with leniency. We followed the 2 slaves to the apartments of O Mai the Cruel. We entered the accursed chambers, and still we did not falter. We came at last to the horrid chamber no human eye had scanned before in 50 centuries, and we looked upon the dead face of O Mai laying as he has lain for all this time. To the very death chamber of O Mai the Cruel we came, and yet we were ready to go farther, when suddenly there broke upon our horrified ears the moans and the shrieking that mark these haunted chambers, and the hangings moved and rustled in the dead air. O Tar, it was more than human nerves could endure. We turned and fled. We threw away our swords and fought with one another to escape. With sorrow, but without shame, I tell it, for there be no man in all Manator that would not have done the same. If these slaves be corporals, they are safe among their fellow ghosts. If they be not corporals, then already are they dead in the chambers of O Mai, and there may they rot for all of me, for I would not return to that accursed spot for the harness of a jeddak, and the half of Barsoom for an empire. I have spoken." O Tar knitted his scowling brows. "Are all my chieftains cowards and cravens?" he demanded presently in sneering tones. From among those who had not been of a searching party a chieftain arose and turned a scowling face upon O Tar. "The jeddak knows," he said, "that in the annals of Manator her jeddaks have ever been accounted the bravest of her warriors. Where my jeddak leads I will follow, nor may any jeddak
call me a coward or a craven unless I refuse to go where he dares to go. I have spoken." After he had resumed his seat there was a painful silence, for all knew that the speaker had challenged the courage of O Tar, the jeddak of Manator, and all awaited the reply of their ruler. In every mind was the same thought: O Tar must lead them at once to the chamber of O Mai the Cruel, or accept forever the stigma of cowardice, and there could be no coward upon the throne of Manator. That they all knew, and that O Tar knew as well. But O Tar hesitated. He looked about upon the faces of those around him at the banquet board, but he saw only the grim visages of relentless warriors. There was no trace of leniency in the face of any. And then his eyes wandered to a small entrance at one side of the great chamber. An expression of relief expunged the scowl of anxiety from his features. "Look!" he exclaimed. "See who has come!" This is the end of the Chessmen of Mars, Chapter 19. Chapter 20. The Charge of Cowardice. Gahan, watching through the aperture between the hangings, saw the frantic flight of their pursuers. A grim smile rested upon his lips as he viewed the mad scramble for safety, and saw them throw away their swords and fight with one another to be first from the chamber of fear. And when they were all gone he turned back toward Tara, the smile still upon his lips. But the smile died the instant that he turned, for he saw that Tara had disappeared. "Tara!" he called in a loud voice, for he knew that there was no danger that the pursuers would return, but there was no response, unless it was a faint sound as of cackling laughter from afar. Hurriedly he searched the passageway behind the hangings, finding several doors, one of which was ajar. Through this he entered the adjoining chamber, which was lighted more brilliantly for the moment by the soft rays of hurtling Thuria taking her mad way through the heavens. Here he found the dust upon the floor disturbed, and the imprint of sandals. They had come this way, Tara and whatever the creature was that had stolen her. But what could it have been? Gahan, a man of culture and high intelligence, held few, if any, superstitions. In common with nearly all the races of Barsoom he clung, more or less inherently, to a certain exalted form of ancestor worship, though it was rather the memory or legends of the virtues and heroic deeds of his forebears that he deified rather than themselves. He never expected any tangible evidence of their existence after death. He did not believe that they had the power either for good or for evil other than the effect that their example while living might have had upon the following generations. He did not believe, therefore, in the materialization of dead spirits. If there was a life hereafter, he knew nothing of it, for he knew that science had demonstrated the existence of some material cause for every seemingly supernatural phenomenon of ancient religions and superstitions. Yet he was at a loss to know what power might have removed Tara so suddenly and mysteriously from his side in a chamber that had not known the presence of man for 5,000 years. In the darkness he could not see whether there were the imprints of other sandals than Tara's, only that the dust was disturbed, and when it led him into gloomy corridors he lost the trail altogether. A perfect labyrinth of passages and apartments were now revealed to him as he hurried on through the deserted quarters of O Mai. Here was an ancient bath, doubtless that of the jeddak himself, and again he passed through a room in which a meal had been laid upon the table 5,000 years before, the untasted breakfast of O Mai, perhaps. There passed before his eyes, in the brief moments that he traversed the chambers, a wealth of ornaments and jewels and precious metals that surprised even the Jed of Gathol, whose harness was of diamonds and platinum and whose riches were the envy of a world. But at last his search of O Mai's chambers ended in a small closet in the floor of which was the opening to a spiral runway leading straight down into the Stygian darkness. The dust at the entrance of the closet had been freshly disturbed, and as this was the only possible indication that Gahan had of the direction taken by the abductor of Tara, it seemed as well to follow on as to search elsewhere. So, without hesitation, he descended into the utter darkness below. Feeling with a foot before taking a forward step, his descent was necessarily slow, but Gahan was a Barsoomian, and so knew the pitfalls that might await the unwary in such dark, forbidden portions of a Jeddak's palace. He had descended for what he judged might be 3 full levels and was pausing, as he occasionally did, to listen when he distinctly heard a peculiar shuffling, scraping sound approaching him from below. Whatever the thing was, it was ascending the runway at a steady pace and would soon be near him. Gahan laid his hand upon the hilt of his sword and drew it slowly from its scabbard that he might make no noise that would apprise the creature of his presence. He wished that there might be even the slightest lessening of the darkness. If he could see but the outline of the thing that approached him, he would feel that he had a fairer chance in the meeting, but he could see nothing, and then, because he could see nothing, the end of his scabbard struck the stone side of the runway, giving off a sound that the stillness and the narrow confines of the passage and the darkness seemed to magnify to a terrific clatter. Instantly the shuffling sound of approach ceased. For a moment Gahan stood in silent waiting, then casting aside discretion he moved on again down the spiral. The thing, whatever it might be, gave forth no sound now by which Gahan might locate it. At any moment it might be upon him, and so he kept his sword in readiness. Down, ever downward the steep spiral led. The darkness and the silence of the tomb surrounded him, yet somewhere ahead was something. He was not alone in that horrid place. Another presence that he could not hear or see hovered before him. Of that he was positive. Perhaps it was the thing that had stolen Tara. Perhaps Tara herself, still in the clutches of some nameless horror, was just ahead of him. He quickened his pace. It became almost a run at the thought of the danger that threatened the woman he loved, and then he collided with a wooden door that swung open to the impact. Before him was a lighted corridor. On either side were chambers. He had advanced but a short distance from the bottom of the spiral when he recognized that he was in the pits below the palace. A moment later he heard behind him the shuffling sound that had attracted his attention in the spiral runway. Wheeling about, he saw the author of the sound emerging from a doorway he had just passed. It was Ghek, the kaldane. "Ghek!" exclaimed Gahan. "It was you in the runway? Have you seen Tara of Helium?" "It was I in the spiral," replied the kaldane, "but I have not seen Tara of Helium. I have been searching for her. Where is she?" "I do not know," replied the Gatholian, "but we must find her and take her from this place." "We may find her," said Ghek, "but I doubt our ability to take her away. It is not so easy to leave Manator as it is to enter it. I may come and go at will through the ancient burrows of the ulsios, but you are too large for that, and your lungs need more air than may be found in some of the deeper runways." "But U Thor!" exclaimed Gahan. "Have you heard aught of him or his intentions?" "I have heard much," replied Ghek. "He camps at the Gate of Enemies. That spot he holds, and his warriors lie just beyond the gate, but he has not sufficient force to enter the city and take the palace. An hour since and you might have made your way to him, but now every avenue is strongly guarded since O Tar learned that A Kor has escaped to U Thor." "A Kor has escaped and joined U Thor!" exclaimed Gahan. "But little more than an hour since. I was with him when a warrior came. a man whose name is Tasor, who brought a message from you. It was decided that Tasor should accompany A Kor in an attempt to reach the camp of U Thor, the great Jed of Manatos, and exact from him the assurances you required. Then U Thor was to return and take food to you and the Princess of Helium. I accompanied them. We won through easily and found U Thor more than willing to respect your every wish. But when Tasor would have returned to you, the way was blocked by the warriors of O Tar. Then it was that I volunteered to come to you and report and find food and drink, and then go forth among the Gatholian slaves of Manator and prepare them for their part in the plan that U Thor and Tasor conceived. And what was this plan? U Thor had sent for reinforcements. To Manatos he has sent, and to all the outlying districts that are his. It will take a month to collect and bring them hither, and in the meantime the slaves within the city are to organize secretly, stealing and hiding arms against the day that the reinforcements arrive. When that day comes, the forces of U Thor will enter the gate of enemies, and as the warriors of O Tar rush to repulse them, the slaves from Gathol will fall upon them from the rear with the majority of their numbers, while the balance will assault the palace. They hope thus to divert so many from the gate that U Thor will have little difficulty in forcing an entrance to the city. Perhaps they will succeed, commented Gahan, but the warriors of O Tar are many, and those who fight in defense of their homes and their jeddak have always an advantage. Ah, Ghek, would that we had the great warships of Gathol or of Helium to pour their merciless fire into the streets of Manator while U Thor marched to the palace over the corpses of the slain. He paused, deep in thought, and then turned his gaze again upon the kaldane. Have you aught of the party that escaped with me from the field of Jetan, of Floran, Valdor, and the others? What of them? 10 of these won through to U Thor at the gate of enemies, and were well received by him. 8 fell in the fighting upon the way. Valdor and Floran live, I believe, for I am sure that I heard U Thor address 2 warriors by these names. Good! Exclaimed Gahan. Go then through the burrows of the Alcios to the gate of enemies, and carry to Floran the message that I shall write in his own language. Come while I write the message. In a nearby room they found a bench and table, and there Gahan sat and wrote in the strange, stenographic characters of Martian script a message to Floran of Gathol. Why, he asked when he had finished it, did you search for Tara through the spiral runway where we nearly met? Tasor told me where you were to be found, and as I have explored the greater part of the palace by means of the Alcio runways and the darker, less frequented passages, I knew precisely where you were and how to reach you. This secret spiral ascends from the pits to the roof of the loftiest of the palace towers. It has secret openings at every level, but there is no living Manatorian, I believe, who knows of its existence. At least, never have I met one within it, and I have used it many times. Thrice have I been in the chamber where Omai lives, though I knew nothing of his identity, or the story of his death, until Tasor told it to us in the camp of U Thor. You know the palace thoroughly, then? Gahan interrupted. Better than O Tar himself or any of his servants. Good, and you would serve the Princess Tara? Ghek, you may serve her best by accompanying Floran and following his instructions. I will write them here at the close of my message to him, for the walls have ears, Ghek, while none but a Gatholian may read what I have written to Floran. He will transmit it to you. Can I trust you? I may never return to Bantoom, replied Ghek. Therefore I have but 2 friends in all Barsoom. What better may I do than serve them faithfully? You may trust me, Gatholian, who with a woman of your kind has taught me that there be finer and nobler things than perfect mentality, uninfluenced by the unreasoning tuitions of the heart. I go. As O Tar pointed to the little doorway, all eyes turned in the direction he indicated, and surprise was writ large upon the faces of the warriors when they recognized the 2 who had entered the banquet hall. There was Igos, and he dragged behind him one who was gagged and whose hands were fastened behind with a ribbon of tough silk. It was the slave girl. I Gos' cackling laughter rose above the silence of the room. "Eh, eh!" he shrilled. "What the young warriors of O Tar cannot do, old I Gos does alone." "Only a Corphal may capture a Corphal," growled one of the chiefs who had fled from the chambers of O Mai. I Gos laughed. "Terror turns your heart to water," he replied, "and shame your tongue to libel. This be no Corphal, but only a woman of Helium, her companion a warrior who can match blades with the best of you and cut your putrid hearts. Not so in the days of I Gos' youth. Ah, then there were men in Manator. Well do I recall the day that I—" "Peace, doddering fool!" commanded O Tar. "Where is the man?" "Where I found the woman, in the death chamber of O Mai. Let your wise and brave chieftains go thither and fetch him. I am an old man and could bring but one." "You have done well, I Gos," O Tar hastened to assure him, for when he learned that Gahan might still be in the haunted chambers he wished to appease the wrath of I Gos, knowing well the vitriolic tongue and temper of the ancient one. "You think she is no Corphal, then, I Gos?" he asked, wishing to carry the subject from the man who was still at large. "No more than you," replied the ancient taxidermist. O Tar looked long and searchingly at Tara. All the beauty that was hers seemed suddenly to be carried to every fiber of his consciousness. She was still garbed in the rich harness of a black princess of Jetan, and as O Tar the Jeddak gazed upon her he realized that never before had his face rested upon a more perfect figure, a more beautiful face. "She is no Corphal," he murmured to himself. "She is no Corphal, and she is a princess of Helium, and by the golden hair of the holy Hakkador, she is beautiful." "Take the gag from her mouth and release her hands," he commanded aloud. "Make room for the Princess Tara of Helium at the side of O Tar of Manator. She shall dine as becomes a princess." Slaves did as O Tar bid, and Tara of Helium stood with flashing eyes behind the chair that was offered her. "Sit!" commanded O Tar. The girl sank into the chair. "I sit as a prisoner," she said, "not as a guest at the board of my enemy, O Tar of Manator." O Tar motioned his followers from the room. "I would speak alone with the Princess of Helium," he said. The company and the slaves withdrew, and once more the Jeddak of Manator turned toward the girl. "O Tar of Manator would be your friend," he said. Tara of Helium sat with arms folded upon her small, firm breasts, her eyes flashing from behind narrowed lids. Nor did she deign to answer his overture. O Tar leaned closer to her. He noted the hostility of her bearing, and he recalled his first encounter with her. She was a Shebanth, but she was beautiful. She was by far the most desirable woman that O Tar had ever looked upon, and he was determined to possess her. He told her so. "I could take you as my slave," he said to her, "but it pleases me to make you my wife. You shall be Jeddara of Manator. You shall have 7 days in which to prepare for the great honor that O Tar is conferring upon you, and at this hour of the 7th day you shall become an empress and the wife of O Tar in the throne room of the Jeddaks of Manator." He struck a gong that stood beside him upon the table, and when a slave appeared he bade him recall the company. Slowly the chiefs filed in and took their places at the table. Their faces were grim and scowling, for there was still unanswered the question of their Jeddak's courage. If O Tar had hoped they would forget, he had been mistaken in his men. O Tar arose. "In 7 days," he announced, "there will be a great feast in honor of the new Jeddara of Manator," and he waved his hand toward Tara of Helium. "The ceremony will occur at the beginning of the 7th Zode in the throne room. In the meantime, the Princess of Helium will be cared for in the tower of the women's quarters of the palace. Conduct her thither, Ethos, with a suitable guard of honor, and see to it that slaves and eunuchs be placed at her disposal, who shall attend upon all her wants and guard her carefully from harm." Now Ethos knew that the real meaning concealed in these fine words was that he should conduct the prisoner under a strong guard to the women's quarters and confine her there in the tower for 7 days, placing about her trustworthy guards who would prevent her escape and frustrate any attempted rescue. As Tara was departing from the chamber with Ethos and the guard, O Tar leaned close to her ear and whispered, "Consider well, during these 7 days, the high honor I have offered you, and its sole alternative." As though she had not heard him, the girl passed out of the banquet hall, her head high and her eyes straight to the front. After Ghek had left him, Gahan roamed the pits and the ancient corridors of the deserted portions of the palace, seeking some clue to the whereabouts or the fate of Tara of Helium. He utilized the spiral runway in passing from level to level until he knew every foot of it from the pits to the summit of the high tower, and into what apartments it opened at the various levels, as well as the ingenious and hidden mechanism that operated the locks of the cleverly concealed doors leading to it. For food, he drew upon the stores he found in the pits, and when he slept, he lay upon the royal couch of O Mai in the forbidden chamber, sharing the dais with the dead foot of the ancient jeddak. In the palace about him seethed, all unknown to Gahan, a vast unrest. Warriors and chieftains pursued the duties of their vocations with dour faces, and little knots of them were collecting here and there, and with frowns of anger discussing some subject that was uppermost in the minds of all. It was upon the 4th day following Tara's incarceration in the tower that Ethos, the major domo of the palace and one of O Tar's creatures, came to his master upon some trivial errand. O Tar was alone in one of the smaller chambers of his personal suite when the major domo was announced, and after the matter upon which Ethos had come was disposed of, the jeddak signed him to remain. "From the position of an obscure warrior I have elevated you, Ethos, to the honors of a chief. Within the confines of the palace your word is second only to mine. You are not loved for this, Ethos, and should another jeddak ascend the throne of Manator, what would become of you, whose enemies are among the most powerful of Manator?" "Speak not of it, O Tar," begged Ethos. "These last few days I have thought upon it much, and I would forget it. But I have sought to appease the wrath of my worst enemies. I have been very kind and indulgent with them." "You, too, read the voiceless message in the air?" demanded the jeddak. Ethos was palpably uneasy, and he did not reply. "Why did you not come to me with your apprehensions?" demanded O Tar. "Be this loyalty?" "I feared, O mighty jeddak," replied Ethos. "I feared that you would not understand, and that you would be angry." "What know you? Speak the whole truth," commanded O Tar. "There is much unrest among the chieftains and the warriors," replied Ethos. "Even those who were your friends fear the power of those who speak against you." "What say they?" growled the jeddak. "They say that you are afraid to enter the apartments of O Mai in search of the slave Turan." "Oh, do not be angry with me, jeddak. It is but what they say that I repeat. I, your loyal Ethos, believe no such foul slander." "No? No, why should I fear?" demanded O Tar. "We do not know that he is there. Did not my chiefs go thither and see nothing of him?" "But they say that you did not go," pursued Ethos, "and that they will have none of a coward upon the throne of Manator." "They said that? Treason?" O Tar almost shouted. "They said that and more, great jeddak," answered the major domo. "They said that not only did you fear to enter the chambers of O Mai, but that you feared the slave Turan, and they blame you for your treatment of A Corps, whom they all believe to have been murdered at your command. They were fond of A Corps, and there are many now who say aloud that A Corps would have made a wondrous jeddak." "They dare!" screamed O Tar. "They dare suggest the name of a slave's bastard for the throne of O Tar?" "He is your son, O Tar," Ethos reminded him, "nor is there a more beloved man in Manator. I but speak to you of facts which may not be ignored, and I dare do so because only when you realize the truth may you seek a cure for the ills that draw about your throne." O Tar had slumped down upon his bench. Suddenly he looked shrunken and tired and old. "Cursed be the day," he cried, "that saw those three strangers enter the city of Manator. Would that U Dor had been spared to me. He was strong. My enemies feared him, but he is gone, dead at the hands of that hateful slave Turan. May the curse of Isis be upon him." "My jeddak, what shall we do?" begged Ethos. "Cursing the slave will not solve your problems." "But the great feast and the marriage is but 3 days off," pled O Tar. "It shall be a great gala occasion. The warriors and the chief all know that. It is the custom. Upon that day gifts and honors shall be bestowed. Tell me, who are the most bitter against me? I will send you among them, and let it be known that I am planning rewards for their past services to the throne. We will make jeds of the chiefs, and chiefs of warriors, and grant them palaces and slaves. Eh, Ethos?" The other shook his head. "It will not do, O Tar. They will have nothing of your gifts or honors. I have heard them say as much." "What do they want?" demanded O Tar. "They want a jeddak as brave as the bravest," replied Ethos, though his knees shook as he said it. "They think I am a coward?" cried the jeddak. "They say you are afraid to go to the apartments of O Mai the Cruel." For a long time O Tar sat, his head sunk upon his breast, staring blankly at the floor. "Tell them," he said at last, in a hollow voice that sounded not at all like the voice of a great jeddak. "Tell them that I will go to the chambers of O Mai and search for Turan the slave." This is the end of the Chessmen of Mars, Chapter 20. Chapter 21. A Risk or Love.
Eh? Yes, Craven, and he called me doddering fool.
The speaker was Igos, and he addressed a knot of chieftains in one of the chambers of the palace of O Tar, jeddak of Manator.
"If A Corps was alive, there were a jeddak for us."
"Who says that A Corps is dead?" demanded one of the chiefs.
"Where is he then?" asked Igos. "Have not others disappeared, whom O Tar thought too well beloved for men so near the throne as they?"
The chief shook his head. "And I thought that, or knew it rather, I'd join U Thor at the gate of enemies." "Sst!" cautioned one. "Here comes the licker of feet," and all eyes were turned upon the approaching Ethos. "Kaor, friends!" he exclaimed as he stopped among them, but his friendly greeting elicited naught but a few surly nods. "Have you heard the news?" he continued, unabashed by treatment to which he was becoming accustomed.
"What? Has O Tar seen an Alceo and fainted?"
demanded Igos with broad sarcasm. "Men have died for less than that, ancient one," Ethos reminded him.
"I am safe,"
retorted Igos.
"for I am not a brave and popular son of the jeddak of Manator."
This was indeed open treason, but Ethos feigned not to hear it. He ignored Igos and turned to the others. "O Tar goes to the chamber of O Mai this night in search of Turan the slave," he said. "He sorrows that his warriors have not the courage for so mean a duty, and that their jeddak is thus compelled to arrest a common slave." with which taunt Ethos passed on to spread the word in other parts of the palace. As a matter of fact, the latter part of his message was purely original with himself, and he took great delight in delivering it to the discomfiture of his enemies. As he was leaving the little group of men, I Gos called after him.
"At what hour does O Tar intend visiting the chambers of O Mai?"
he asked. "Toward the end of the 8th Zode," replied the major domo, and went his way.
"We shall see," stated I Gos.
"What shall we see?" asked the warrior.
"We shall see whether O Tar visits the chamber of O Mai."
"How?"
"I shall be there myself, and if I see him I will know that he has been there. If I don't see him I will know that he is not," explained the old taxidermist.
"Is there anything there to fill an honest man with fear?" asked the chieftain. "What have you seen?"
"It was not so much what I saw, though that was bad enough, as what I heard," said I Gos.
"Tell us, what heard and saw you?"
"I saw the dead O Mai,"
said I Gos. The others shuddered. "And you went not mad?" they asked.
"Am I mad?"
retorted I Gos. "And you will go again?"
"Yes."
"Then indeed you are mad," cried one. "You saw the dead O Mai, but what heard you that was worse?" whispered another.
"I saw the dead O Mai lying upon the floor of his sleeping chamber, with one foot tangled in the sleeping silks and furs upon his couch. I heard horrid moans and frightful screams."
"And you are not afraid to go there again?" demanded several.
"The dead cannot harm me," said I Gos. "He has lain thus for 5,000 years, nor can a sound harm me. I heard it once and lived. I can hear it again. It came from almost at my side, where I hid behind the hangings and watched the slave Turan before I snatched the woman away from him."
"I Gos, you are a very brave man," said a chieftain.
"O Tar called me doddering fool, and I would face worse dangers than lie in the forbidden chambers of O Mai. To know if he does not visit the chamber of O Mai, then indeed shall O Tar fall."
The night came, and the Zodes dragged, and the time approached when O Tar, Jeddak of Manator, was to visit the chamber of O Mai in search of the slave Turan. To us, who may doubt the existence of malignant spirits, his fear may seem unbelievable, for he was a strong man, an excellent swordsman, and a warrior of great repute, but the fact remained that O Tar of Manator was nervous with apprehension as he strode the corridors of his palace toward the deserted halls of O Mai, and when he stood at last with his hand upon the door that opened from the dusty corridor to the very apartments themselves, he was almost paralyzed with terror. He had come alone for two very excellent reasons, the first of which was that thus none might note his terror-stricken state, nor his defection should he fail at the last moment, and the other was that should he accomplish the thing alone, or be able to make his chiefs believe that he had, the credit would be far greater than were he to be accompanied by warriors. But though he had started alone, he had become aware that he was being followed, and he knew that it was because his people had no faith in either his courage or his veracity. He did not believe that he would find the slave Turan. He did not very much want to find him, for though O Tar was an excellent swordsman and a brave warrior in physical combat, he had seen how Turan had played with U Dor, and he had no stomach for a passage at arms with one whom he knew outclassed him. And so O Tar stood with his hand upon the door, afraid to enter, afraid not to. But at last his fear of his own warriors, watching behind him, grew greater than the fear of the unknown behind the ancient door, and he pushed the heavy skeel aside and entered. Silence and gloom and the dust of centuries lay heavy upon the chamber. From his warriors he knew the route that he must take to the horrid chamber of O Mai, and so he forced his unwilling feet across the room before him, across the room where the jetan players sat at their eternal game, and came to the short corridor that led into the room of O Mai. His naked sword trembled in his grasp. He paused after each forward step to listen, and when he was almost at the door of the ghost-haunted chamber, his heart stood still within his breast, and the cold sweat broke from the clammy skin of his forehead, for from within there came to his affrighted ears the sound of muffled breathing. Then it was that O Tar of Manator came near to fleeing from the nameless horror that he could not see, but that he knew lay waiting for him in that chamber just ahead. But again came the fear of the wrath and contempt of his warriors and his chiefs. They would degrade him, and they would slay him into the bargain. There was no doubt of what his fate would be should he flee the apartments of O Mai in terror. His only hope, therefore, lay in daring the unknown in preference to the known. He moved forward. A few steps took him to the doorway. The chamber before him was darker than the corridor, so that he could just indistinctly make out the objects in the room. He saw a sleeping dais near the center, with a darker blotch of something lying on the marble floor beside it. He moved a step farther into the doorway, and the scabbard of his sword scraped against the stone frame. To his horror, he saw the sleeping silks and furs upon the central dais move. He saw a figure slowly arising to a sitting position from the deathbed of O Mai the Cruel. His knees shook, but he gathered all his moral forces, and gripping his sword more tightly in his trembling fingers, prepared to leap across the chamber upon that horrid apparition. He hesitated just a moment. He felt eyes upon him, ghoulish eyes that bored through the darkness into his withering heart, eyes that he could not see. He gathered himself for the rush, and then there broke from the thing upon the couch an awful shriek, and O Tar sank senseless to the floor. Gahan rose from the couch of O Mai, smiling, only to swing quickly about with drawn sword as the shadow of a noise impinged upon his keen ears from the shadows behind him. Between the parted hangings he saw a bent and wrinkled figure. It was I Gos.
"Sheath your sword, Turan," said the old man. "You have naught to fear from I Gos."
"What do you here?" demanded Gahan.
"I came to make sure that the great coward did not cheat us, eh? And he called me doddering fool, but look at him now, stricken, insensible by terror, but hey, one might forgive him that who had heard your uncanny scream. It all but blasted my own courage, and it was you then who moaned and screamed when the chiefs came that day that I stole Tara from you."
"It was you then, old scoundrel?" demanded Gahan, moving threateningly toward I Gos.
Come, come," expostulated the old man. "It was I, but then I was your enemy. I would not do it now. Conditions have changed."
"How have they changed? What has changed them?" asked Gahan.
"Then I did not fully realize the cowardice of my jeddak, or the bravery of you and the girl. I am an old man from another age, and I love courage. At first I resented the girl's attack upon me, but later I came to see the bravery of it, and it won my admiration, as have all her acts. She feared not O Tar, she feared not me, she feared not all the warriors of Manator, and you, blood of a million sires, how you fight! I am sorry that I exposed you at the fields of Jetan. I am sorry that I dragged the girl Tara back to O Tar. I would make amends. I would be your friend. Here is my sword at your feet." And drawing his weapon,
I Gos cast it to the floor in front of Gahan. The Gatholian knew that scarce the most abandoned of knaves would repudiate this solemn pledge, and so he stooped, and picking up the old man's sword, returned it to him, hilt first, in acceptance of his friendship. "Where is the Princess Tara of Helium?" asked Gahan. "Is she safe?"
"She is confined in the tower of the women's quarters, awaiting the ceremony that is to make her Jeddara of Manator," replied I Gos.
"This thing dared think that Tara of Helium would mate with him?" growled Gahan. "I will make short work of him if he is not already dead from fright," and he stepped toward the fallen O Tar to run his sword through the jeddak's heart.
"No!" cried I Gos. "Slay him not, and pray that he not be dead, if you would save your princess."
"How is that?" asked Gahan.
"If word of O Tar's death reached the quarters of the women, the Princess Tara would be lost. They know O Tar's intention of taking her to wife and making her Jeddara of Manator, so you may rest assured that they all hate her with the hate of jealous women. Only O Tar's power protects her from harm. Should O Tar die, they would turn her over to the warriors and the male slaves, for there would be none to avenge her."
Gahan sheathed his sword. "Your point is well taken, but what shall we do with him?"
"Leave him where he lies," counseled I Gos. "He is not dead. When he revives, he will return to his quarters with a fine tale of his bravery, and there will be none to impugn his boasts. None but I Gos. Come, he may revive at any moment, and he must not find us here."
I Gos crossed to the body of his jeddak, knelt beside it for an instant, and then returned past the couch to Gahan. The two quit the chamber of O Mai and took their way toward the spiral runway. Here I Gos led Gahan to a higher level and out upon the roof of that portion of the palace from where he pointed to a high tower quite close by.
"There," he said, "lies the Princess of Helium, and quite safe she will be until the time of the ceremony."
"Safe, possibly, from other hands, but not from her own," said Gahan. "She will never become Jeddara of Manator. First she will destroy herself."
"She would do that?"
asked I Gos. "She will, unless you can get word to her that I still live and that there is yet hope," replied Gahan.
"I cannot get word to her," said I Gos. "The quarters of his women O Tar guards with jealous hand. Here are his most trusted slaves and warriors, yet even so, thick among them are countless spies, so that no man knows which be which. No shadow falls within those chambers that is not marked by 100 eyes."
Gahan stood gazing at the lighted windows of the high tower in the upper chambers of which Tara of Helium was confined. "I will find a way, I Gos," he said.
"There is no way,"
replied the old man. For some time they stood upon the roof beneath the brilliant stars and hurtling moons of dying Mars, laying their plans against the time that Tara of Helium should be brought from the high tower to the throne room of O Tar. It was then, and then alone, argued I Gos, that any hope of rescuing her might be entertained. Just how far he might trust the other, Gahan did not know, and so he kept to himself the knowledge of the plan that he had forwarded to Floran and Valdor by Ghek, but he assured the ancient taxidermist that if he were sincere in his oft-repeated declaration that O Tar should be denounced and superseded, he would have his opportunity on the night that the jeddak sought to wed the Heliumetic princess. "Your time shall come then, I Gos," Gahan assured the other, "and if you have any party that thinks as you do, prepare them for the eventuality that will succeed O Tar's presumptuous attempt to wed the daughter of the warlord." Where shall I see you again, and when? I go now to speak with Tara, Princess of Helium."
"I like your boldness," said I Gos, "but it will avail you naught. You will not speak with Tara, Princess of Helium, though doubtless the blood of many Manatorians will drench the floors of the women's quarters before you are slain."
Gahan smiled. "I shall not be slain. Where and when shall we meet? But you may find me in O Mai's chamber at night. That seems the safest retreat in all Manator for an enemy of the Jeddak in whose palace it lies. I go."
"And may the spirits of your ancestors surround you," said I Gos.
After the old man had left him, Gahan made his way across the roof to the high tower, which appeared to have been constructed of concrete and afterward elaborately carved, its entire surface being covered with intricate designs cut deep into the stone-like material of which it was composed. Though wrought ages since, it was but little weather-worn owing to the aridity of the Martian atmosphere, the infrequency of rains, and the rarity of dust storms. To scale it, though, presented difficulties and danger that might have deterred the bravest of men, that would doubtless have deterred Gahan, had he not felt that the life of the woman he loved depended upon his accomplishing the hazardous feat. Removing his sandals and laying aside all of his harness and weapons other than a single belt supporting a dagger, the Gatholian essayed the dangerous ascent. Clinging to the carvings with hands and feet, he worked himself slowly aloft, avoiding the windows and keeping upon the shadowy side of the tower, away from the light of Thuria and Cluros. The tower rose some 50 feet above the roof of the adjacent part of the palace, comprising 5 levels or floors with windows looking in every direction. A few of the windows were balconied, and these more than others he sought to avoid, although, it being now near the close of the 9th Zode, there was little likelihood that many were awake within the tower. His progress was noiseless, and he came at last, undetected, to the windows of the upper level. These, like several of the others he had passed at lower levels, were heavily barred, so that there was no possibility of his gaining ingress to the apartment where Tara was confined. Darkness hid the interior behind the first window that he approached. The second opened upon a lighted chamber, where he could see a guard sleeping at his post outside a door. Here also was the top of the runway, leading to the next level below. Passing still farther around the tower, Gahan approached another window, but now he clung to that side of the tower which ended in a courtyard 100 feet below, and in a short time the light of Thuria would reach him. He realized that he must hasten, and he prayed that behind the window he now approached he would find Tara of Helium. Coming to the opening, he looked in upon a small chamber, dimly lighted. In the center was a sleeping dais upon which a human form lay beneath silks and furs. A bare arm, protruding from the coverings, lay exposed against a black and yellow striped orluk skin, an arm of wondrous beauty, about which was clasped an armlet that Gahan knew. No other creature was visible within the chamber, all of which was exposed to Gahan's view. Pressing his face to the bars, the Gatholian whispered her dear name. The girl stirred, but did not awaken. Again he called, but this time louder. Tara sat up and looked about, and at the same instant a huge eunuch leaped to his feet from where he had been lying on the floor, close by that side of the dais farthest from Gahan. Simultaneously, the brilliant light of Thuria flashed full upon the window, where Gahan clung, silhouetting him plainly to the two within. Both sprang to their feet. The eunuch drew his sword and leaped for the window, where the helpless Gahan would have fallen an easy victim to a single thrust of the murderous weapon the fellow bore, had not Tara of Helium leaped upon her guard, dragging him back. At the same time, She drew the slim dagger from its hiding place in her harness, and even as the eunuch sought to hurl her aside, its keen point found his heart. Without a sound he died, and lunged forward to the floor. Then Tara ran to the window. "Turan, my chief!" she cried. "What awful risk is this you take to seek me here, where even your brave heart is powerless to aid me?" "Be not so sure of that, heart of my heart," he replied. "While I bring but words to my love, they be the forerunner of deeds, I hope, that will give her back to me forever. I feared that you might destroy yourself, Tara of Helium, to escape the dishonor that O Tar would do you, and so I came to give you new hope and to beg that you live for me through whatever may transpire, in the knowledge that there is yet a way, and that if all goes well we shall be freed at last. Look for me in the throne room of O Tar the night that he would wed you. And now, how may we dispose of this fellow?" He pointed to the dead eunuch upon the floor. "We need not concern ourselves about that," she replied. "None dares harm me for fear of the wrath of O Tar, otherwise I should have been dead so soon as ever I entered this portion of the palace, for the women hate me. O Tar alone may punish me, and what cares O Tar for the life of a eunuch? No, fear not upon this score." Their hands were clasped between the bars, and now Gahan drew her nearer to him. "One kiss," he said, "before I go, my princess." And the proud daughter of Dejah Thoris, Princess of Helium, and the warlord of Barsoom whispered, "My chieftain," and pressed her lips to the lips of Turan, the common panthan. This is the end of the Chessmen of Mars, Chapter 21. Chapter 22. At the Moment of Marriage. The silence of the tomb lay heavy about him as O Tar, Jeddak of Manator, opened his eyes in the chamber of O Mai. Recollection of the frightful apparition that had confronted him swept to his consciousness. He listened, but heard naught. Within the range of his vision there was nothing apparent that might cause alarm. Slowly he lifted his head and looked about. Upon the floor beside the couch lay the thing that had at first attracted his attention, and his eyes closed in terror as he recognized it for what it was. But it moved not, nor spoke. O Tar opened his eyes again and rose to his feet. He was trembling in every limb. There was nothing on the dais from which he had seen the thing arise. O Tar backed slowly from the room. At last he gained the outer corridor. It was empty. He did not know that it had emptied rapidly, as the loud scream with which his own had mingled had broken upon the startled ears of the warriors who had been sent to spy upon him. He looked at the timepiece set in a massive bracelet upon his left forearm. The 9th Zode was nearly half gone. O Tar had lain for an hour unconscious. He had spent an hour in the chamber of O Mai, and he was not dead. He had looked upon the face of his predecessor and was still sane. He shook himself and smiled. Rapidly he subdued his rebelliously shaking nerves, so that by the time he reached the tenanted portion of the palace he had gained control of himself. He walked with chin high and something of a swagger. To the banquet hall he went, knowing that his chiefs awaited him there, and as he entered they arose, and upon the faces of many were incredulity and amaze, for they had not thought to see O Tar the Jeddak again after what the spies had told them of the horrid sounds issuing from the chamber of O Mai. Thankful was O Tar that he had gone alone to that chamber of fright, for now no one could deny the tale that he should tell. Ethos rushed forward to greet him. for Ethos had seen black looks directed toward him as the talls slipped by and his benefactor failed to return. "O brave and glorious Jeddak!" cried the major domo. "We rejoice at your safe return and beg of you the story of your adventure." "It was naught," exclaimed O Tar. "I searched the chambers carefully and waited in hiding for the return of the slave Turan if he were temporarily away, but he came not. He is not there, and I doubt if he ever goes there. Few men would choose to remain long in such a dismal place." "You were not attacked?" asked Ethos. "You heard no screams nor moans?" "I heard hideous noises and saw phantom figures, but they fled before me so that never could I lay hold of one, and I looked upon the face of O Mai, and I am not mad. I even rested in the chamber beside his corpse." In a far corner of the room a bent and wrinkled old man hid a smile behind a golden goblet of strong brew. "Come, let us drink!" cried O Tar, and reached for the dagger, the pommel of which he was accustomed to use to strike the gong which summoned slaves, but the dagger was not in its scabbard. O Tar was puzzled. He knew that it had been there just before he entered the chamber of O Mai, for he had carefully felt all his weapons to make sure that none was missing. He seized instead a table utensil and struck the gong, and when the slaves came bade them bring the strongest brew for O Tar and his chiefs. Before the dawn broke, many were the expressions of admiration bellowed from drunken lips, admiration for the courage of their jeddak, but some there were who still looked glum. Came at last the day that O Tar would take the Princess Tara of Helium to wife. For hours slaves prepared the unwilling bride. 7 perfumed baths occupied 3 long and weary hours. Then her whole body was anointed with the oil of pimalia blossoms and massaged by the deft fingers of a slave from distant Dusar. Her harness, all new and wrought for the occasion, was of the white hide of the great white apes of Barsoom, hung heavily with platinum and diamonds, fairly encrusted with them. The glossy mass of her jet hair had been built into a coiffure of stately and becoming grandeur, into which diamond-headed pins were stuck until the whole scintillated as the stars in heaven upon a moonless night. But it was a sullen and defiant bride that they led from the high tower toward the throne room of O Tar. The corridors were filled with slaves and warriors, and the women of the palace and the city who had been commanded to attend the ceremony. All the power and pride, wealth and beauty of Manator were there. Slowly Tara, surrounded by a heavy guard of honor, moved along the marble corridors filled with people. At the entrance to the Hall of Chiefs, Ethos, the major domo, received her. The hall was empty, except for its ranks of dead chieftains upon their dead mounts. Through this long chamber Ethos escorted her to the throne room, which was also empty, the marriage ceremony in Manator differing from that of other countries of Barsoom. Here the bride would await the groom at the foot of the steps leading to the throne. The guests followed her in and took their places, leaving the central aisle from the Hall of Chiefs to the throne clear, for up this O Tar would approach his bride alone after a short solitary communion with the dead behind closed doors in the Hall of Chiefs. It was the custom. The guests had all filed through the Hall of Chiefs. The doors at both ends had been closed. Presently those at the lower end of the hall opened, and O Tar entered. His black harness was ornamented with rubies and gold. His face was covered by a grotesque mask of the precious metal in which 2 enormous rubies were set for eyes, though below them were narrow slits through which the wearer could see. His crown was a fillet supporting carved feathers of the same metal as the mask. To the least detail, his regalia was that demanded of a royal bridegroom by the customs of Manator, and now, in accordance with that same custom, he came alone to the Hall of Chiefs to receive the blessings and the counsel of the great ones of Manator who had preceded him. As the doors at the lower end of the hall closed behind him, O Tar the Jeddak stood alone with the great dead. By the dictates of ages, no mortal eye might look upon the scene enacted within that sacred chamber. As the mighty of Manator respected the traditions of Manator, let us, too, respect those traditions of a proud and sensitive people. Of what concern to us the happenings in that solemn chamber of the dead? 5 minutes passed. The bride stood silently at the foot of the throne. The guests spoke together in low whispers until the room was filled with the hum of many voices. At length the doors leading into the Hall of Chiefs swung open, and the resplendent bridegroom stood framed for a moment in the massive opening. A hush fell upon the wedding guests. With measured and impressive step, the groom approached the bride. Tara felt the muscles of her heart contract with the apprehension that had been growing upon her as the coils of fate settled more closely about her, and no sign came from Turan. Where was he? What, indeed, could he accomplish now to save her? Surrounded by the power of O Tar, with never a friend among them, her position seemed at last without vestige of hope. "I still live," she whispered inwardly, in a last brave attempt to combat the terrible hopelessness that was overwhelming her, but her fingers stole for reassurance to the slim blade that she had managed to transfer, undetected, from her old harness to the new. And now the groom was at her side, and taking her hand was leading her up the steps to the throne, before which they halted and stood facing the gathering below. Came then, from the back of the room, a procession headed by the high dignitary whose office it was to make these two man and wife, and directly behind him a richly clad youth, bearing a silken pillow on which lay the golden handcuffs connected by a short length of chain of gold, with which the ceremony would be concluded, when the dignitary clasped a handcuff about the wrist of each, symbolizing their indissoluble union in the holy bonds of wedlock. Would Turan's promised succor come too late? Tara listened to the long, monotonous intonation of the wedding service. She heard the virtues of O Tar extolled and the beauties of the bride. The moment was approaching, and still no sign of Turan. But what could he accomplish should he succeed in reaching the throne room, other than to die with her? There could be no hope of rescue. The dignitary lifted the golden handcuffs from the pillow upon which they reposed. He blessed them and reached for Tara's wrist. The time had come. The thing could go no further, for alive or dead, by all the laws of Barsoom, she would be the wife of O Tar of Manator the instant the two were locked together. Even should rescue come then or later, she could never dissolve those bonds, and Turan would be lost to her as surely as though death separated them. Her hand stole toward the hidden blade, but instantly the hand of the groom shot out and seized her wrist. He had guessed her intention. Through the slits in the grotesque mask she could see his eyes upon her, and she guessed the sardonic smile that the mask hid. For a tense moment the two stood thus. The people below them kept breathless silence, for the play before the throne had not passed unnoticed. Dramatic as was the moment, it was suddenly rendered trebly so by the noisy opening of the doors leading to the Hall of Chiefs. All eyes turned in the direction of the interruption to see another figure framed in the massive opening, a half-clad figure buckling the half-adjusted harness hurriedly in place. The figure of O Tar, Jeddak of Manator. "Stop!" he screamed, springing forward along the aisle toward the throne. "Seize the impostor!" All eyes shot to the figure of the groom before the throne. They saw him raise his hand and snatch off the golden mask, and Tara of Helium, in wide-eyed incredulity, looked up into the face of Turan the Panthan. "Turan the slave!" they cried then. "Death to him! Death to him!" "Wait!" shouted Turan, drawing his sword, as a dozen warriors leaped forward. "Wait!" screamed another voice, old and cracked, as I Gos, the ancient taxidermist, sprang from around the guests and reached the throne steps ahead of the foremost warriors. At the sight of the old man the warriors paused, for age is held in great veneration among the peoples of Barsoom, as is true, perhaps, of all peoples whose religion is based to any extent upon ancestor worship. But O Tar gave no heed to him, leaping instead swiftly toward the throne. "Stop, coward!" cried I Gos. The people looked at the little old man in amazement. "Men of Manator," he cackled in his thin, shrill voice, "wouldst be ruled by a coward and a liar?" "Down with him!" shouted O Tar. "Not until I have spoken," retorted I Gos. "It is my right. If I fail, my life is forfeit, that you all know and I know. I demand therefore to be heard. It is my right." "It is his right," echoed the voices of a score of warriors in various parts of the chamber. "That O Tar is a coward and a liar I can prove," continued I Gos. "He said that he faced bravely the horrors of the chamber of O Mai and saw nothing of the slave Turan. I was there, hiding behind the hangings, and I saw all that transpired. Turan had been hiding in the chamber, and was even then lying upon the couch of O Mai when O Tar, trembling with fear, entered the room. Turan, disturbed, arose to a sitting position at the same time, voicing a piercing shriek. O Tar screamed and swooned." "It is a lie!" cried O Tar. "It is not a lie, and I can prove it," retorted I Gos. "Didst notice the night that he returned from the chambers of O Mai and was boasting of his exploit, that when he would summon slaves to bring wine he reached for his dagger to strike the gong with its pommel, as is always his custom? Didst note that, any of you, and that he had no dagger? O Tar, where is the dagger that you carried into the chamber of O Mai? You do not know, but I know. While you lay in the swoon of terror, I took it from your harness and hid it among the sleeping silks upon the couch of O Mai. There it is even now, and if any doubt it, let them go thither, and there they will find it and know the cowardice of their jeddak." "But what of this impostor?" demanded one. "Shall he stand with impunity upon the throne of Manator whilst we squabble about our ruler?"
"It is through his bravery that you have learned the cowardice of O Tar," replied I Gos, "and through him you will be given a greater jeddak."
"We will choose our own jeddak. Seize and slay the slave!" There were cries of approval from all parts of the room. Gahan was listening intently, as though for some hoped for sound. He saw the warriors approaching the dais, where he now stood with drawn sword and with one arm about Tara of Helium. He wondered if his plans had miscarried after all. If they had, it would mean death for him, and he knew that Tara would take her life if he fell. Had he, then, served her so futilely after all his efforts? Several warriors were urging the necessity for sending at once to the chamber of O Mai to search for the dagger that would prove, if found, the cowardice of O Tar. At least 3 consented to go.
"You need not fear,"
I Gos assured them.
"there is naught there to harm you. I have been there often of late, and Turan the slave has slept there for these many nights. The screams and moans that frightened you and O Tar were voiced by Turan to drive you away from his hiding place."
Shamefacedly, the 3 left the apartment to search for O Tar's dagger. And now the others turned their attention once more to Gahan. They approached the throne with bared swords, but they came slowly, for they had seen this slave upon the field of Jetan, and they knew the prowess of his arm. They had reached the foot of the steps when from far above there sounded a deep boom, and another, and Turan smiled and breathed a sigh of relief. Perhaps, after all, it had not come too late. The warriors stopped and listened, as did the others in the chamber. Now there broke upon their ears a loud rattle of musketry, and it all came from above as though men were fighting upon the roofs of the palace. "Where is it?" they demanded one of the other. "A great storm has broken over Manator," said one. "Mind not the storm until you have slain the creature who dares stand upon the throne of your jeddak," demanded O Tar. "Seize him!" Even as he ceased speaking, the arras behind the throne parted, and a warrior stepped forth upon the dais. An exclamation of surprise and dismay broke from the lips of the warriors of O Tar. "Uthor!" they cried. "What treason is this?" "It is no treason," said U Thor in his deep voice. "I bring you a new jeddak for all of Manator. No lying poltroon, but a courageous man whom you all love." He stepped aside, and another emerged from the corridor hidden by the arras. It was A Kor, and at sight of him there rose exclamations of surprise, of pleasure, and of anger, as the various factions recognized the coup d'etat that had been arranged so cunningly. Behind A Kor came other warriors until the dais was crowded with them, all men of Manator from the city of Manatos. O Tar was exhorting his warriors to attack when a bloody and disheveled padwar burst into the chamber through a side entrance. "The city has fallen!" he cried aloud. "The hordes of Manatos pour through the gate of enemies. The slaves from Gathol have arisen and destroyed the palace guards. Great ships are landing warriors upon the palace roof and in the fields of Jetan. The men of Helium and Gathol are marching through Manator. They cry aloud for the Princess of Helium and swear to leave Manator a blazing funeral pyre, consuming the bodies of all our people. The skies are black with ships. They come in great processions from the east and from the south." And then once more the doors from the Hall of Chiefs swung wide open, and the men of Manator turned to see another figure standing upon the threshold. A mighty figure of a man with white skin and black hair and gray eyes that glittered now like points of steel, and behind him the Hall of Chiefs was filled with fighting men wearing the harness of far countries. Tara of Helium saw him, and her heart leaped in exultation, for it was John Carter, warlord of Barsoom, come at the head of a victorious host to the rescue of his daughter, and at his side was Djor Kantos, to whom she had been betrothed. The warlord eyed the assemblage for a moment before he spoke. "Lay down your arms, men of Manator," he said. "I see my daughter and that she lives, and if no harm has befallen her, no blood may be shed. Your city is filled with the fighting men of U Thor and those from Gathol and from Helium. The palace is in the hands of the slaves from Gathol, beside 1,000 of my own warriors who fill the halls and chambers surrounding this room. The fate of your jeddak lies in your own hands. I have no wish to interfere. I come only for my daughter and to free the slaves from Gathol. I have spoken." And without waiting for a reply, and as though the room had been filled with his own people rather than a hostile band, he strode up the broad main aisle toward Tara of Helium. The chiefs of Manator were stunned. They looked to O Tar, but he could only gaze helplessly about him as the enemy entered from the Hall of Chiefs and circled the throne room until they had surrounded the entire company, and then a dwar of the army of Helium entered. "We have captured 3 chiefs," he reported to the Warlord, "who beg that they be permitted to enter the throne room and report to their fellows some matter which they say will decide the fate of Manator." "Fetch them," ordered the Warlord. They came, heavily guarded, to the foot of the steps leading to the throne, and there they stopped, and the leader turned toward the others of Manator, and raising high his right hand, displayed a jeweled dagger. "We found it," he said, "even where I Gos said that we would find it," and he looked menacingly upon O Tar. "A Kor, jeddak of Manator!" cried a voice, and the cry was taken up by 100 hoarse-throated warriors. "There can be but one jeddak in Manator," said the chief who held the dagger. His eyes still fixed upon the hapless O Tar, he crossed to where the latter stood, and holding the dagger upon an outstretched palm, proffered it to the discredited ruler. "There can be but one jeddak in Manator," he said meaningly. O Tar took the proffered blade, and drawing himself to his full height, plunged it to the guard into his breast, in that single act redeeming himself in the esteem of his people and winning an eternal place in the Hall of Chiefs. As he fell, all was silence in the great room, to be broken presently by the voice of Uthar. "O Tar is dead," he cried. "Let A Kor rule until the chiefs of all Manator may be summoned to choose a new jeddak. What is your answer?" "Let A Kor rule! A Kor, jeddak of Manator!" The cries filled the room, and there was no dissenting voice. A Kor raised his sword for silence. "It is the will of A Kor," he said, "and that of the great Jed of Manatos, and the commander of the fleet from Gathol, and of the illustrious John Carter, Warlord of Barsoom, that peace lie upon the city of Manator, and so I decree that the men of Manator go forth and welcome the fighting men of these our allies as guests and friends, and show them the wonders of our ancient city and the hospitality of Manator. I have spoken." And Uthor and John Carter dismissed their warriors and bade them accept the hospitality of Manator. As the room emptied, Djor Kantos reached the side of Tara of Helium. The girl's happiness at rescue had been blighted by sight of this man whom her virtuous heart told her she had wronged. She dreaded the ordeal that lay before her, and the dishonor that she must admit before she could hope to be freed from the understanding that had for long existed between them. And now Djor Kantos approached, and kneeling, raised her fingers to his lips. "Beautiful daughter of Helium," he said, "how may I tell you the thing that I must tell you? Of the dishonor that I have all unwittingly done you, I can but throw myself upon your generosity for forgiveness. But if you demand it, I can receive the dagger as honorably as did O Tar." "What do you mean?" asked Tara of Helium. "What are you talking about? Why speak thus in riddles to one whose heart is already breaking." Her heart already breaking? The outlook was anything but promising, and the young Padwar wished that he had died before ever he had had to speak the words he must now speak. "Tara of Helium," he continued, "we all thought you dead. For a long year have you been gone from Helium. I mourned you truly, and then, less than a moon since, I wed with Olvia Marthis." He stopped and looked at her with eyes that might have said, "Now strike me dead." "Oh, foolish man!" cried Tara. "Nothing you could have done could have pleased me more. Djor or Kantos, I could kiss you." "I do not think that Olvia Marthis would mind," he said, his face now wreathed with smiles. As they spoke, a body of men had entered the throne room and approached the dais. They were tall men, trapped in plain harness, absolutely without ornamentation. Just as their leader reached the dais, Tara had turned to Gahan, motioning him to join them. "Djor Kantos," she said, "I bring you Turan the Panthan, whose loyalty and bravery have won my love." John Carter and the leader of the new come warriors, who were standing near, looked quickly at the little group. The former smiled an inscrutable smile. The latter addressed the Princess of Helium. "Turan the Panthan," he cried, "know you not, fair daughter of Helium, that this man you call Panthan is Gahan, Jed of Gathol?" For just a moment Tara of Helium looked her surprise, and then she shrugged her beautiful shoulders as she turned her head to cast her eyes over one of them at Gahan of Gathol. "Jed or Panthan," she said, "what difference does it make what one's slave has been?" And she laughed roguishly into the smiling face of her lover. His story finished, John Carter rose from the chair opposite me, stretching his giant frame like some great forest-bred lion. "You must go?" I cried, for I hated to see him leave, and it seemed that he had been with me but a moment. "The sky is already red beyond those beautiful hills of yours," he replied, "and it will soon be day." "Just one more question before you go," I begged. "Well," he assented good naturedly. "How was Gahan able to enter the throne room garbed in O Tar's trappings?" I asked. "It was simple for Gahan of Gathol," replied the warlord. "With the assistance of I Gos he crept into the Hall of Chiefs before the ceremony, while the throne room and Hall of Chiefs were vacated to receive the bride. He came from the pits, through the corridor that opened behind the arras at the rear of the throne, and passing into the Hall of Chiefs, took his place upon the back of a riderless thoat, whose warrior was in I Gos' repair room. When O Tar entered and came near him, Gahan fell upon him and struck him with the butt of a heavy spear. He thought that he had killed him, and was surprised when O Tar appeared to denounce him." "And Ghek? What became of Ghek?" I insisted. "After leading Valdor and Floran to Tara's disabled flier, which they repaired, he accompanied them to Gathol, from where a message was sent to me in Helium. He then led a large party, including A Kor and U Thor, from the roof, where our ships landed them, down a spiral runway into the palace, and guided them to the throne room. We took him back to Helium with us, where he still lives, with his single rykor, which we found all but starved to death in the pits of Manator. But come, no more questions now. I accompanied him to the East Arcade, where the red dawn was glowing beyond the arches. 'Goodbye,' he said. "I can scarce believe that it is really you," I exclaimed. "Tomorrow I will be sure that I have dreamed all this." He laughed, and drawing his sword, scratched a rude cross upon the concrete of one of the arches. "If you are in doubt tomorrow," he said, "come and see if you dreamed this." A moment later he was gone. This is the end of the Chessmen of Mars.